Still, he is too powerful for us all to take on. Inflate spoke. He is a level 80 rare elite. For heaven's sake. Chickening out? Jonathan took the chance to throw the guy an insult. Screw you. You won't last a second against such a being. Inflate retorted. I said he is healing, but not yet fully recovered, Alucard told them. His current power is still weakened to level 60 special elite. Really? Then he is at my level, Sydney said. Do not underestimate him though. Even if he is at your level, his skills and abilities as a centuries-old archaic vampire are not something to scoff at. But we should be able to take him on if we all work together. Aside from Theta Euro, Alucard fished out a sheathed knife for everyone to see. The scabbard was adorned by many precious gems, as was the hilt of the knife. Vampire-slaying knife, Penuel exclaimed. Yes, my dear fairy. This is one of those taboo weapons from the Sangrod Empire. Developed by past rebel human mages who wished to overthrow their vampire oppressors. Their rebellion failed miserably, but some of their creations survive to this day. I have gotten one of them and have saved it for this day. What can that small knife do? Jack asked Penuel. That small knife is a consumable tool that can kill any vampire below archaic rank with just one stab. As for archaic rank, it will incapacitate the victim for a while. Yes, once Obelard is incapacitated by this knife, all you have to do is hit him with all you have got. That should complete our objective, Alucard said. Consumable? So it is a one-time use weapon? Jack asked. Yes. The knife will crumble to dust after being used on a vampire, Penuel answered. I see that you have planned this out. You are quite resourceful to get that kind of instrument, Sydney remarked. I have been planning this for almost a century, Alucard replied. As for this knife, I get it from my merchant network. It is my old family's connection. My vampire father is not that proficient in my old family's trade business, so he just let me run it. He certainly enjoyed the coins from the business. Little did he know I used the network to also search for artifacts such as this knife. It is also via this network that I found out about you people searching for Obelard. You are certainly not being subtle about it. Sydney shifted uncomfortably from the comment. She did use the army to search for whatever information on Obelard. It is also via this network that I spread the rumor that draws you here, Alucard continued. It's a good thing you all arrive as you did. Any later, and I'm not sure if my father decided to remain in this town. Especially if he finds out the army of this country have been actively searching for him. All right, let's do it. But we save the kidnapped girl first, Jack said. Alucard shook his head. No, my father will be most vulnerable when he is at the ceremony. He needs my help with the ceremony. I can strike him at that time while you all wait in the shadow. If the girl is gone before that, there will be no ceremony. Jack struggled with this. He then said, all right, but I need to say first, when it all starts, my priority will be saving the girl. Inflate gave a disdainful scoff. As if we are relying on you. You are still too weak to give us any meaningful help. Alucard turned to Sydney and Inflate again. So, are the two of you in? He asked. Fine, Sydney said. Even if he is a centuries-old vampire, if his power level is the same as mine, I don't believe myself to be inferior. Seeing Sydney being so overbearing, Inflate didn't want to be left behind. I will be the one taking his head. Great. Then we are all in for this, Alucard declared. I will now bring you down to the catacomb via a hidden passage. Both my father and his Draugr don't know about this passage. You will be near the hall where the ceremony takes place. Once there, I will cast a spell to mask your presence. Do not leave that place until you see me taking action. Alucard went to one of the bookcases by the sidewall. He pulled on a book, which caused the bookcase to slide open, revealing a passage behind. This place and its secret passages Euro, Jack mumbled. Come! Alucard stepped into the passage. They followed him to a mechanized elevator. Everyone entered the elevator before Alucard activated it and it started going down. They went down a long way. There were no in-between floors for the elevator. It went all the way to the bottom till it hit the ground. Arlcard took them further until they came upon a small room overlooking a large hall. Arlcard mentioned that the ceremony would be at the hall below. The opening where they saw the hall was large enough for people to jump through. Arlcard told them to hide here while observing what happened down there. Once they saw him using the vampire-slaying knife, they were to jump down and start attacking. He then cast a spell that lighted up some rune markings on the wall. It seemed that he had prepared this rune diagram beforehand. He told them all to not go out of this room. The rune diagram provided shrouding so their presences were hidden, but that was only limited to this room. If they stepped outside, they might get hunted by a troublesome monster. Jack and his two aides had met this monster before, so they needed no warning. Still, thinking about staying inside this room for a whole day prompted him to ask, "Are we to stay here until tonight? You said the ceremony is at night, right? Can't we come back later?" "We can't. This is the time when my father is not roaming around. Any other time and you will risk getting seen by him. Stay here until you see me down there," Arlcard replied. "The shrouding spell also masks your voices, but still try to make as little noise as possible." With that last warning, Arlcard left. Sydney and Ephialtes sat on the ground at opposite corners. Sydney took out a tome and started reading while Ephialtes just sat with a bored expression. Jonathan and Harper sat together and started playing cards. Jack couldn't believe that the two actually brought something to play. Penuel went and watched them play. Jack was thinking about practicing his battle skills, but Sydney and Ephialtes might take offense if his long-range skill accidentally hit them. So he just sat cross-legged and started meditating, sharpening his mana-sensing ability. It was a long time already since he last did such a long session of mana-sensing meditation. When he was inside the Valley of Tempest, he had the luxury of doing it. But nowadays, he could only spare 1 hour each day because he was too busy traveling and doing stuff. With him immersing himself fully in his meditation, he lost track of time. Yet, he could clearly sense everything in the room. From Jonathan and Harper playing the cards, till Sydney reading her tome. He could sense their small movements. He could even slightly make out some of the letters on the paper. The feeling was intoxicating. It was as if he was in a dream world, except everything was super clear. He continued to drown himself in the feeling until he felt something outside the room. Something dark and sinister. He reached out of the room. The shrouding spell made his sense limited, but when he concentrated, his sensing took him out of the room. He saw 4 figures approaching. One was Arlcard as Jack remembered his mana. The other 3 were a total black. To have one's mana completely black, Jack had no idea what it meant. One of the 3 black ones was creeping with 4 legs. That should be the deathless Draugr they had encountered yesterday. Since the Draugr was linked with Obelard, one of the other 2 should be Obelard. But who was the other one? While Jack was pondering as he sensed their mana, he felt his body shaking. With difficulty, he snapped his eyes open. Jonathan was the one who was shaking him. Penuel and Harper were staring at him with worried looks. "You okay, lad?" Jonathan asked. "You are not responding even after we called you a few times. The show has started." "I'm fine," Jack said as he turned and saw that Sydney and Ephialtes were already by the edge of the opening, looking outside. Jack didn't have to see to know what they were looking at. He already knew Obelard and Arlcard were down there. After making sure that Jack was fine, Jonathan and Harper went to peek as well. "Hey, are you really fine?" Penuel asked. Her face was still showing worry. Jack grinned at her. "I think my mana sense ability had improved." Jack went over and peeked as well. As his mana sense had informed him, there were 4 beings down there. The deathless Draugr went around the hall randomly, looking for intruders. Arlcard was beside Count Dante/Obelard. The other one with black mana was the Count's butler. He was helping the Count with his preparation. All 3 men wore long white robes. That butler is linked to Obelard? Jack thought. Considering his mana, the butler was a similar creation to the Draugr that was currently patrolling the hall. They watched without making any sound as the people down there made their preparation. There was a stone altar in the middle of the hall down there. The butler disappeared into one of the caves around the hall while Arlcard and Obelard set the altar up. Not long after, the butler returned, carrying a small girl in his arm. The girl appeared to be sleeping. Jack deduced that the little girl must be Charlene, the missing girl. Under normal circumstances, Jack would have been worried because the girl could either be unconscious or already dead. But at this time, when he concentrated, he could sense the slight movement of the girl. She was still breathing. But he also sensed strange mana enveloping the girl. He didn't think the girl's unconsciousness was due to any normal means. The butler brought the girl onto the altar. The altar was wide enough for the little girl to lay on. During their preparation, Obelard and Arlcard had placed on the altar a large cup, a ceremonial dagger, a small bottle, a red-colored crystal, and 2 thick tomes, one with white cover and the other was of a sinister black cover. From their mana, Jack could tell that all the things they put on the altar were not normal, but the mana from those 2 tomes was exceptionally dense. Especially the white cover one. Whatever they were very special. Those Wuxia Jack heard Penuel utter in his mind. You recognize them? Jack asked. Yes, no wonder Obelard has a way to heal himself. You should try to grab them if you have the chance. I'm not here to steal things. We will deal with those books after we deal with Obelard and save the girl. The butler stood away from the altar after he placed Charlene. Arlcard took the small bottle and sprinkled some sort of liquid all around the altar while Obelard chanted something he read from the black book. The liquid that Arlcard sprayed caused a reaction when it touched the ground. Numerous rune diagrams lighted up around the altar. Obelard finished chanting and placed the black tome onto the altar. He then picked up the ceremonial dagger and lifted it above the sleeping Charlene. Jack tensed. Why was Arlcard not yet making any move? Jack couldn't afford to wait any longer. When Jack was about to jump out, Arlcard, who had just put the small bottle back to the altar, pulled out a short knife from inside his concealed sleeve. Arlcard was very close to Obelard at the time, so Obelard had no time to react. Jack recognized the knife in Arlcard's hand to be the vampire-slaying knife that he showed earlier today. The knife plunged into the side of Obelard's midsection. Obelard wheeled around in surprise, clutching the hilt of the knife, which blade was now deep inside him. Arlcard had jumped away after his successful ambush. Now! Sydney exclaimed. Everyone jumped out of the opening: Sydney, Jack, Jonathan, Harker, and Iphiltes. Iphiltes was the last. He waited to make sure everyone had jumped out before he himself made the jump. The platform they were at was not too high, so they could still land safely with their high-level physique. Everyone had their weapons already brandished, ready to dish out as much damage as possible once they landed. Jack cast magic weapon while falling. His magic staff transformed into a falchion shape. However, a strange thing occurred. Even before their feet touched the ground, they saw Obelard's health point bar rapidly drain to 0. When they landed, the vampire had already fallen to the ground. His body was melting. I thought that vampire-slaying knife can only incapacitate an archaic rank vampire? Harker asked. It should be, Penuel answered while she flew above the deforming corpse to study it. The knife had crumbled to dust, meaning it had indeed been used on a vampire. Jack looked at Arlcard and found that the young vampire was also wearing a confused expression. He euro. They heard a chuckle and turned to the source. It was the butler. I have a feeling that something was off with you, but I still can't believe you are truly betraying me, the butler said. His voice, however, was different from the one Jack had heard when he first visited the Count's mansion. It was deeper, similar to the Count's voice. You a euro. Arlcard had a realization. That Count was someone I prepare as a cover after I ran from Sangrod. Other than the time I appeared before you in my real look, I have him act as if he is me. Turn out having everyone, including you, believe that the Count is me in disguise does prove to be useful, the butler said. His skinny and hunchbacked aspects transformed right before everyone's eyes into the same appearance as the Obelard in the pictures carried by the 3 princes' representatives. Damn it! It's the butler again. Maybe next time when there is a case with a butler, I should just go for the butler right from the start, Jack cursed within while using Inspect. Obelard Maxius, Special Elite Vampire, Archaic, Level 60, Health Point, 310000, Status Weakened. He was truly weakened to level 60 special elite. Jack thought after seeing the data. You naughty child, you even bring Maxius agents into our house. Your punishment will be severe, the real Obelard uttered. Arlcard removed his robe. Under the robe, he had been wearing silvery light armor. His hand now held a rapier. Plan B, he exclaimed. What's Plan B? Jack asked, confused. There was never a talk of Plan B. Everyone attack, Arlcard exclaimed. Fuck. So it's down to good old-fashioned brawl after all, Jack cursed. He sensed something from the back at the same time as he saw a red dot closing in with speed from their back. He quickly swiveled to the back and erected magic shield, just as the deathless Draugr made a jump attack. The monster slammed onto Jack's shield, sending him reeling back, but his shield held. I will handle this Draugr. You all deal with Obelard, Jack yelled. Ephialtes gave Jack a disdainful glance as if saying, there is nothing you can do against Obelard anyway. The Draugr itself was still too strong for Jack to win against. But if it was only to keep it from interfering, Jack believed he could still manage. He fed 10 mana cores into his amulet and summoned a rock golem. All Jack and the golem needed to do was to keep the Draugr busy. He didn't even bother landing any attack on it. The monster would simply return to life again if killed, so he just defended and dodged. On the other side, Obelard removed his white robe as well. He didn't wear any combat armor, only an aristocratic coat. Yet, his calm demeanor made it seem as if the 5 combatants in front of him were just simple ants. Sydney couldn't accept such an arrogant display. She was at the same level and grade as this weakened vampire. She did not believe that she was inferior. She aimed her long staff and cast a spell. Spell formation of 5 runes formed rapidly. Uncountable colorful butterflies swarmed out of nowhere. They flew towards Obelard and covered him. Sparks of energy erupted every time a butterfly touched the Count's body. Damage numbers appeared but were very small. Ha ha ha, your spell is cute. How about I show you a true swarm? Obelard uttered. His body suddenly turned into a shadow. The shadow burst into countless black bats. The bats devoured all the butterflies, then headed to the 5. Spread out, Arlcard exclaimed as spell formation appeared at the tip of his rapier. The younger vampire could cast a spell using his sword. A net appeared as if black-colored spiderweb spread out and caught all the black bats. It shrunk and forced all the bats into a bundle. Attack, Arlcard yelled. He can't move, he needed to control the net to keep the bats inside. Jonathan was the next to make a move. His halberd thrust and produced 3 earth spears that stabbed into the massive bats held by Arlcard's net. Damage numbers appeared, albeit small. Harker had followed Jonathan's lead and stabbed his pike into the net. Ephialtes didn't slack off anymore after seeing everyone take action. He was wielding a longsword. His body turned into a light and zoomed past the trapped bats, scoring higher damage compared to Jonathan and Harker combined. Ha ha ha. It has been a long time since I have had a good fight. They heard Obelard's voice which echoed throughout the hall. Sharp energies shot out from the mass of bats. Their sharpness shredded Arlcard's black net. The bats didn't come swarming out though. They had coalesced back into Obelard. The skill had duration and it had ended. Obelard didn't appear to wield any weapon. He cast a spell barehanded. His 2 hands enlarged and deformed into dark scaly claws. Jack, who was fighting against the Draugr, still had some of his attention on the main fight. He recognized Obelard's spell. It was Demon Hand spell, the same one that was cast by Luther, the vampire he had killed in Travinst. However, Obelard's demon hands appeared bigger and darker than Luther's. Seeing their opponent had now solidified, the 3 melee combatants sent their attacks. Jonathan swung his halberd fiercely. Each swing was accompanied by a torrent of earth pellets. Harker stayed behind his partner and sent stabs using his long pike whenever possible. Ephialtes thrust his long sword. A mesh met out of light appeared in front of his sword. Anything that came upon this light was cleanly cut. Obelard chuckled as he swung both his arms to 2 sides. His demon claw easily swatted Jonathan and Harker's attack, while his other claw grabbed Ephialtes' mesh of light. He clenched and the mesh of light broke apart as if it was a physical thing. Each movement of the demon claws generated a repulsive shockwave. The three melee fighters were pushed back by this wave. When Obelard was about to go on the offense, cold energy swept down at him. The energy solidified into a large block of an ice mountain. Obelard was locked inside this frozen slab. The spell had been cast by Sydney. Arlcard didn't let go of this chance. He rushed ahead and stabbed his rapier into the ice slab. A drilling force shot out from the tip of his rapier and drilled into the ice and stabbed Obelard's motionless body. Jonathan and Ephialtes weren't to be left behind. They stabbed their weapons into the ice as well. A single but larger earth spear pierced through the ice and stabbed Obelard, while Ephialtes' long sword turned into dazzling light and similarly penetrated Obelard's body deep inside the ice block. Only Harker couldn't join because he didn't have a skill strong enough to reach Obelard inside the ice. Sydney was readying another spell while her comrades were stabbing the trapped Obelard. The ice didn't hold the old vampire for long, though. The ice block shook heavily as cracks spread rapidly all over the ice. It then shattered into pieces as Obelard's laughter again filled the hall. The guy is still enjoying this? Jack thought with alarm. That did not bode well. It meant the old vampire still had something up his sleeve. Obelard's eyes started to shine an eerie red glow. "Don't look into his eyes," Arlcard shouted. But too late, Jonathan had been mesmerized by the stare. His body refused to move. Obelard dashed at him. Dark fog swirled around his left claw, which was heading at Jonathan. "Oh no!" Penuel, who recognized the move, exclaimed in alarm. Jonathan could feel extreme danger from the incoming attack. He struggled for his body to move, but it refused to budge. When the claw almost hit, Harker suddenly came and put himself in front of Jonathan. The claw hit Harker's body. The dark fog seeped into the sergeant's body. A sound of glass breaking was heard from inside Harker. Jonathan saw in horror as his partner's health point zeroed in an instant. "TSK. This skill was wasted on the second weakest person," Obelard uttered. Arlcard and Ephialtes sneaked to Obelard's back, attempted a back attack, but Obelard's one swing with his demon claw repelled the two's attack. The swing was accompanied by an explosive shockwave that pushed them back a great distance. Jonathan roared as Harper's body fell in front of him. He finally managed to force his body to move again. Earth element wrapped around his halberd, turning it into a giant hammer. He smashed the hammer down at Obelard's head. The heavy force caused Obelard to stumble. Jonathan did not let up. In his rage, he continued to smash his earth hammer against Obelard's body repeatedly. Obelard didn't let Jonathan do as he pleased. He clawed in return, causing chaos damage to Jonathan. Jonathan didn't care about his wounds. All he wanted was to destroy this fiend before him. He refused to retreat. "You lesser vermin, begone!" Obelard was getting fed up by Jonathan's reckless perseverance. A quick spell was cast and a veil of shadow enveloped Jonathan. The veil then forcefully pulled Jonathan away and up into the air. "I will send you to the afterlife following your friend," Obelard exclaimed. Another spell was cast as a long black spear hovered before the vampire. But at this time, Sydney, who had been focusing herself on casting, had finally completed her spell. It was a spell formation consisting of 7 runes. This was her strongest spell, but she had not mastered it completely, hence it took a long time to cast. The area around her solidified into 3 frozen sculptures of giant WRMS. The WRMS came into life with roars as they abruptly shot at Obelard. The 3 WRMS slammed into the vampire's body. Each bit Obelard's different body parts. Obelard was getting dragged by the WRMS in a circle around the hall before they lifted him high and then slammed him hard into the ground. Ice energy exploded upon the impact. When the dust settled, they saw Obelard's aristocratic coat was in tatters. Many ice javelins were protruding from his body. These javelins were embedded deep into Obelard's body as a remnant of the ice WRM spell. The expression on the vampire count was no longer at ease, but he was strangely, still half smiling. Sydney started casting another spell. Obelard's black spear was still hovering beside him. He had not yet unleashed that spell. Seeing the woman mage as the most dangerous, Obelard's spear shot forward with a sonic boom. Sydney, who saw the assault, didn't dare to be careless. She cancelled her spell as a large magic shield came up before her for protection. The black spear shattered the shield as if there was nothing there and pierced Sydney's shoulder. The woman mage screamed in pain. The point of impact on her shoulder had tendrils of dark energy creep out and envelop her entire body. That was Spear of Corruption. She won't be able to cast any spell if she didn't expel that corrupting force, Penuel informed. Can you heal her? Go and aid them. I'm fine here, Jack uttered. He was actually having trouble just to keep from getting hit by the Draugr, even with his rock golem's interference. But he knew that the fight with Obelard would be the deciding factor. If they failed to take down that old vampire, he would also perish. Penuel nodded her understanding and flew over to Sydney. In the meantime, Arlcard and Epheles had arrived at where Obelard was. The two slashed their swords with extremely fast speed. Obelard's body was still locked by the countless ice javelins, causing him difficulty in moving. He failed to block all the two swordsmen's assaults. Damages continued to pile up. Obelard had lost almost half of his health point. Arlcard disengaged and readied a spell. Seeing his partner disengaged, Epheles doubled his effort to keep the Count occupied. His sword danced as a web of light reappeared. This time, the number of light rays were doubled from the previous. The light ray cut through Obelard's body in succession. Obelard roared as his eyes glowed red again. Ephialtes had seen the effect of the stare, so he quickly looked away, but it caused his attack to pause. Obelard made a stomp as he gathered his energy. The ice javelins around his body were finally destroyed. He could move freely again. But when he wanted to attack Ephialtes, he found his body turned rigid. He looked down and saw a curtain of shadow was holding his body. It was Arlcard's spell. Arlcard must have predicted the ice javelins won't last any longer, so he prepared another restraining spell. Ephialtes didn't let the chance go to waste. His sword slashed swiftly again. Jonathan had also come back. The Shadow Veil spell was only a restraining spell. It didn't cause any damage to Jonathan. Once the spell expired, he immediately went for offense again. He was determined to avenge Harker. Sydney had also been cured after Penuel cast Fast Heal on her. The woman mage cast a quick spell and several ice spears shot out and stabbed at Obelard. When it appeared that they were in advantage and Obelard was losing, the Count gave them a wide grin. The two fangs on him made his grin appear extremely sinister. Well, playtime is over, he uttered. Jack, who was still fighting the Draugr, wasn't aware of the development. The fight with Obelard had moved to rather far away from him. He was still focusing on using his 8-diagram illusory steps to expertly dodge all the Draugr's attacks while his rock golem forcefully interrupted the Draugr from time to time. His golem's health point currently had only around 30% left. Jack was not sure how much longer he could keep this up. Suddenly, the Draugr stopped moving. Jack was puzzled. He didn't approach the Draugr, though. He was worried this was just a ruse to draw him close. While he waited in alert, the Draugr fell to the ground and started melting, just like how the fake Obelard melted. Jack was astounded. He sensed the entire mana contained within the Draugr moved to where the others were fighting. He looked over and sensed the Draugr mana merged with Obelard. The Count's aura suddenly rose exponentially. Jack used Inspect on Obelard and was dismayed to find his grade had risen to Rare Elite. Although Obelard's grade had returned to his non-weakened state, his health point and level did not. The health he had lost also remained. His health point was slightly below half at the moment. Yet, the expression on this archaic vampire didn't show any concern. He was still grinning widely. When his grade returned to Rare Elite, Obelard emitted a violent shockwave that pushed everyone back. He then floated off the ground. "Perish before my perpetual swords of death," Obelard exclaimed. His figure in the air was like an aloof god disdainfully watching over the lower beings. 7 runes spell formation was formed swiftly. Sydney cast her Ice Spears spell again. The ice spears flew towards the floating Obelard, but the vampire made no attempt to evade. A black hole suddenly appeared before him. A sudden burst of sharp energy shot out and cut all the spears before it reached Obelard. After that, several of these black holes appeared nearby Obelard. Everyone looked at the black holes in alarm. Before they could react, each hole shot out the same black sword energy. The sword energies traveled so fast that most of them failed to dodge. They received darkness damage from the sword energies. Only Ephialtes managed to dodge the sword energy. However, another black hole appeared behind him. He couldn't avoid this time. The black sword energy hit his back and sent him reeling. The assault didn't stop. Black holes continued to appear and shot out sword energies. Arlcard and the others tried to block and evade as best as they could. But the attacks were unending. They could barely defend themselves, much less go back for the offense. Obelard's laughter echoed throughout the hall as he watched his opponents struggle for their lives. Jack was situated further away, so none of the black holes appeared near him. But seeing the situation now, he couldn't be happy about him being spared. Once the others were taken out, he would be next. Jack turned to where Charlene was still lying on the altar. The rune diagram around the altar also served as protection that had kept her from harm from any stray energies. Jack thought about taking her and fled. There was nothing he could do here anyway. But what prevented Obelard from coming to the surface and taking Charlene away again? Hell, once he no longer think he needed to stay in this town, he might be slaughtering the entire town just to cover his tracks. No, defeating Obelard here was the only chance for this town to survive. Jack decided not to flee, but what could he do? Even the most powerful amongst them, the female mage, Sydney, was struggling to stay alive amongst the sword energy's onslaught. She could only use her spells for defense under the circumstances. Ephialtes was the fastest, but even he couldn't continue dodging. Jonathan's health point was down to less than half already. Jack didn't think he can last long. Arlcard was the only one who received the least damage from the black sword energies, probably because he had an inherent resistance against the darkness element. But this vampire was too lacking compared to his father. He might possess a promising blood lineage to become a great vampire one day, but it was still too soon for him to go against Obelard. Following the thought, Jack remembered something. A strong blood lineage? He fished something out of his bag. It was the ancient blood awakening potion that could draw the hidden potential of a native vampire. Jack looked over to Arlcard. He had to get this potion over to the man. He ran forward. Penuel had been with the group fighting Obelard. When he saw the native's health point getting lowered to a dangerous level, especially Jonathan, she cast group fast heal, bringing everyone's health point up again. Obelard noticed this. He scoffed. A futile effort, you only delay the inevitable. Still, you need to be punished for that. A black hole appeared near Penuel. Although she could fly and was fast, the sword energy was faster. Cut through her with deadly precision. Although she didn't have as much defensive stat as Jack, her inherent skill reduced all damage she received by 50%. Her health point dropped to critical, but she survived. A second black sword followed, but Penuel received invulnerability when her health point fell below 30%, allowing her to survive the second sword as well. She quickly retreated into her hidden dimension before her invulnerability ended and the third sword arrived. That prick is targeting me. I can't stay in the open, Penuel said to Jack telepathically. It's okay, Jack replied. Hey, why are you approaching? Do you have a death wish? Penuel asked when he noticed Jack's movement. I have a plan, Jack said. He was now already within Obelard's spell's area of effect. A black hole promptly appeared to greet him, but Jack's improved mana sense had sensed it before it appeared. He was even aware of where it was pointing at, thus its trajectory. His footwork honed by the 8-diagram illusory state swiftly took him out of harm's way. Obelard did not care about a weak outworlder. His spell automatically targeted any hostiles that came into range. But after Jack dodged the sword energies a few times, Obelard couldn't help but turn in the outworlder's direction. He observed as this outworlder dodged one sword energy after another, and frowned. How did this weak outworlder do it? Despite being a powerful native, mana sensing was still a rare ability only a few possessed. That's why Penuel had been so shocked when Doman exhibited the ability. But even so, what could he do? He was still a dancing ant who couldn't do anything to him. Abelard removed his attention away, content to just watch how long these people could endure his skill. With that healing fairy out of the picture, sooner or later they would succumb. When Jack was close enough to Arlcard, he called out, "Arlcard!" The young vampire looked back, slightly annoyed since he was also concentrating on defending against the sword energies. Jack tossed the ancient blood awakening potion at him. Arlcard caught the potion reflexively. "Drink it," Jack uttered. Arlcard was not sure what this outworlder was giving him, but the aura from this potion was incredible. He even felt that his vampiric instinct urged him to hurry up drinking the liquid inside this bottle. Abelard, who had ignored Jack, turned his attention back after Jack tossed the potion. He was wondering what the outworlder was up to. His attention then fell on the bottle in Arlcard's hand. His eyes opened wide in shock. Unlike Arlcard, Abelard had lived amongst the elites in the Sangrod Empire, so he recognized the potion. Arlcard had opened the bottle and was about to drink it. "Don't even think about it," Abelard exclaimed. Since the start of the fight, this was the first time he adopted a serious expression. He made a gripping motion. All the black holes that were still harassing everyone vanished. Following the disappearances, a large black hole appeared in front of Arlcard. Jack could sense the mana accumulating from that black hole. It sent his hair raising. Although Arlcard didn't have mana sensibility, the vampire could also feel the danger this large black hole exuded. Abelard had executed the finishing move of his perpetual swords of death, which combined all the darkness energy to unleash a final killing move. If hit, this attack could kill almost anyone, similar to the Soul Annihilator skill he had used before on Harper. Jack made a split decision and said to Penuel, "Penuel, come out. Give me invulnerability." Penuel didn't hesitate. She came out of her hidden dimension and cast her spell. Arlcard knew that he could not evade Abelard's attack, so he decided to just proceed and drink the potion. If it was enough to make Abelard take action, that's mean this potion was not simple. He just hoped he could survive Abelard's attack. When the black hole exploded, though, he knew such thought was wishful thinking. He never felt such overwhelming darkness energy before. Then another thing took him by surprise. The weak outworlder suddenly put his body in front of him, shielding him. Arlcard sighed inwardly. This outworlder was too weak. His body would simply be destroyed by the dark energy in an instant, and that energy would still hit him. However, a second had passed and the outworlder still stood in front of him. The raging dark energy slammed onto him, but he didn't budge. Arlcard finally emptied the bottle just as the darkness energy dissipated. The outworlder was still standing in front of him. Jack, who had put himself in harm's way, had his heart beating like crazy throughout the bombardment. He felt as if the force from that tremendous sword energy was enough to cut him to pieces hundreds of times over. But when his surroundings calmed down, he found himself was still standing there. "This invulnerability rocks," he exclaimed. He heard a crashing sound from behind. He looked back and saw broken bottle pieces on the ground. Arlcard was clutching his chest. "Does it not work?" Jack thought worriedly. Arlcard suddenly made a loud howl. His howl was piercing and deafening. Jack had to move away from him while clutching his ears. "Ungrateful whelp! I will unmake you!" Abelard exclaimed as he shot at Arlcard. His demon hand's duration had ended. His hands had reverted to their original sizes. But his current hands didn't look less intimidating. His fingers elongated to a sharp claw and were currently about to crush Arlcard's head. Before it hit, though, Arlcard's hand suddenly moved and caught Abelard's arm. Abelard tried to pull his arm away but failed. Arlcard had stopped howling and was now staring at Abelard with very different eyes. His eyes were completely black. The skin on his face also appeared slightly rough. He didn't change into a giant bat face. That should be a good sign, right? Jack mumbled. "It is, try inspecting him," Penuel said. Jack did and was stunned to find that Arlcard had shot up to a level 70 rare elite. He was even 10 levels higher than Abelard. "Today you will pay for your sins," Arlcard declared. His right hand was still holding his rapier. It turned to a blur as it stabbed at Abelard. Each stab was accompanied by a trail of dark rays. Obelard did his best to block using his one free hand. But since he was unarmed, he still received damage even when he successfully blocked. A spell formation appeared on the hand which was still being held by Arlcard. A shadow veil appeared upon the spell completion, the same that had incapacitated Jonathan. The cloak enveloped and gripped Arlcard's rapier hand tightly. It failed to drag Arlcard away, but it still managed to inhibit Arlcard's stabbing motion. Obelard cast another spell. The Spear of Corruption came out again and pierced into Arlcard, which was still held by the shadowy veil. Obelard finally managed to tear his hand away from Arlcard's grip. Obelard decided to equip a weapon after that, a set of claws made of black metal. "Is that all you got?" Arlcard uttered. His body then exploded into shadows. The shadows turned into multiple images as each stabbed at Obelard. Obelard did his best to block the attacks using his claw weapons. Jack pulled away once Obelard and Arlcard clashed. He was not going to risk getting himself hit by a stray attack. Jonathan was resting as he drank a healing potion. Sydney cast a spell to support Arlcard. Her ice spears shot at Obelard. The old vampire was already losing to Arlcard. Sydney's intervention tipped the scale further on Arlcard's side. Obelard's health point kept on decreasing. Seeing that, Jack gathered his courage and joined in the range attacks. He shot standard ranged attacks, mana bullet, and energy bolts at Obelard. The damage he caused was very pitiful though. He felt ashamed, but since he had started, might as well continue. Obelard's expression was completely different from before. He was scowling. His health point was less than 1/4 now. "Welp, don't think you can win just because you become higher level than me," Obelard exclaimed. A strong sword aura burst out of his body. It forcefully pushed Arlcard back. When Arlcard countered with a strong stab, Obelard's body split into innumerous bats. The bats flew haphazardly around. Arlcard cast his Darknet spell to capture the bats again. But this time the bats were spread out in a large area. He only managed to capture a small portion. The bats went around and bit on everyone. Each bite not only caused damage but also healed Obelard's health point. Jack cast barrier and kept on moving back, away from the mass of bats. The bats bit on his barrier, but their damage was small so his barrier could still endure. He continued moving away until the bats decided to leave him. Jonathan stood his ground as his halberd twirled and destroyed the bats that came at him. But the sheer number of the bats was too much. Many grabbed onto his body and started biting. Ephialtes' light-speed swordsmanship fared better than Jonathan's. Many bats were split in two before they could touch his body, but he was also being forced to continuously retreat. He retreated to where Sydney was. Sydney cast a spell. Cold wind churned around her. All the bats that came near her were swept by the icy wind and were slowly frozen. After a while, the bats finally coalesced again at where Sydney was. Obelard decided he should take care of this troublesome mage first before focusing on Arlcard. Sydney was not flustered. She aimed her staff. Spell formation started to form, but before it was completed, she felt a strong push from behind. Her concentration was broken. She was shoved in Obelard's direction. Obelard did not let go of this chance. He immediately seized Sydney's body and sunk his teeth onto her neck, sucking her life. His low health point started going up again. Sydney was unable to move. Obelard's bite had a sedative effect on her. Her eyes, though, were staring unbelievably at the person who had pushed her. It was Ephialtes. "You snake!" Jonathan scolded. He had always known Ephialtes couldn't be trusted, but he didn't imagine that the guy would do this during their life and death struggle. Ephialtes didn't feel any guilt. In his opinion, he was simply thinking ahead. Arlcard had proven to be able to handle Obelard. Victory should be certain. But for him, there was still the problem of competing with Sydney to get the proof of Obelard's demise to be given to Horatio. He was not worried about the weak outworlder. But Sydney, on the other hand, was stronger than him. He knew under a fair fight he would not win. Hence, he exploited the opportunity when Obelard was targeting Sydney. Jonathan attacked Ephialtes in rage but was easily repelled by Ephialtes. "Jonathan, focus on Obelard first. "We will deal with him later," Jack ordered. Ifilti scoffed at Jack's words, but he agreed about dealing with Obelard first. Arlcard attempted to attack Obelard, who was feeding on Sydney, but Obelard cast a spell and his body flew up, carrying Sydney with him. Arlcard couldn't fly, so he could only attack from range. He thrust his rapier as multiple sharp energies shot out. Obelard turned his body so Sydney was facing the attackers. Arlcard's attack hit Sydney instead. Arlcard became reserved due to that. Ifilti's was not so. He swung his sword, sending sword light after sword light, which landed on Sydney's body. He couldn't care less, both were his targets. While Obelard was facing the duo, he didn't pay attention to his back. Those duos were the two remaining most dangerous opponents, after all. Hence, he didn't see a bottle flying at him from his back. The bottle hit his body and broke apart, spilling liquid all over him. Fume appeared where it touched his body and a hissing sound was heard. The pain caused him to stop his feeding on Sydney. His health point that was regenerating now stopped. He also received another weakened status. Obelard looked back in rage. His eyes landed on Jack, who had just thrown a bottle of holy water at him. "You again!" Obelard roared. "I should have roasted you first." He cast the demon hand spell, which had gone off cooldown. He clawed his two hands onto Sydney's body. Since he couldn't heal by sucking blood anymore, the woman no longer served a purpose. Sydney's health point was already low. Obelard pulled his two claws and the poor woman's body was violently torn apart. Obelard then came down at Jack. His attack created a reversed shockwave that prevented Jack from moving away. But Jonathan came in front of him. His halberd had again transformed into a giant hammer. The giant hammer smashed Obelard's demon claw. An explosion erupted and both Jack and Jonathan were thrown away. Ifiltes struck Obelard's back. Since the vampire had returned to the ground, he had more leeway in attacking. Several thin sword lights stabbed into different parts of Obelard's body. Obelard endured the wound and forcefully turned around and swiped his claws, shattering all the sword lights and hitting Ifiltes. The knight captain was wounded but didn't retreat. His body turned into light as he zipped around Obelard, slashing the vampire every time he went past. Obelard cast a spell and the shadow veil caught Ifiltes mid-flight, stopping him. Obelard then slammed him into the ground. As Obelard lifted his claw to deal a high-damage hit, he realized Arlcard had not been attacking. He looked over and saw his vampire son was being enveloped by numerous runes all around his body. "That is a rune technique," Penuel uttered. "What's that?" Jack asked. "It's sort of like the equivalent of a mega spell for the physical class. It took time to gather the energy before the technique can be unleashed," Penuel replied. Arlcard seemed to have finished accumulating the energy. He glared at Obelard with a grin. "How do you know a rune technique?" Obelard asked. "The memory of my blood lineage," Arlcard answered. "The lineage which you admired enough to turn me into your kind. Now you will reap what you had sown." The runes around Arlcard sipped into his body as he turned into a black shadow. The shadow turned into a giant sword and zoomed towards Obelard. Obelard dodged to the side, but the shadow followed. It stabbed into Obelard and disappeared inside him. Obelard was motionless briefly before numerous sharp shadows stabbed out of his body. He screamed in pain as one sharp shadow erupted after another. These sharp shadows made a turn in the air and stabbed right back into his body. The cycle repeated endless time. His health point, which had been largely recovered, went back down again rapidly. Jack watched the scene in fascination. That skill was terrifying. Obelard was helpless while his inside was being ravaged. When the skill ended, Obelard's life was already around 10%. The shadow that had ravaged him came out and solidified behind Obelard. The shadow turned into Arlcard, who bit into Obelard's neck from behind. Obelard was not affected by the bite sedative effect. Yet he couldn't get Arlcard off his back. Arlcard sucked the older vampire's blood without ceremony, reducing Obelard's health point even further. While Arlcard was sucking, several threads of reddish energy were seen coming out of Obelard and entering Arlcard. Everyone was fascinated by what they saw, that no one sent any attack to Obelard to finish him. The threads of red energy were getting thicker. Suddenly Arlcard released Obelard and made another howl. The red energy swirled around his head. He fell to the ground while clutching his head. What happens to him? Jack asked Penuel. He shouldn't have sucked a much older vampire's blood so recklessly. The blood is too potent. His body should be struggling to adjust against that excessive power. Obelard looked back at Arlcard, who was defenseless on the ground. This was the perfect time for him to deal with his traitorous son. He readied his demon claw to strike, but a fleeting shadow went past him and Arlcard was gone. Obelard looked over and saw Jack holding Arlcard by Jonathan's side. Jack had used shooting dash to pull Arlcard away. Obelard felt a stab at his back. Before he could react, a torrent of light pierced in all directions from the point of impact, causing large damage. Obelard whirled and saw Ephialtes behind him. "All you abhorred vermins, I will destroy you all." His two hands caused multiple shadows as they clawed at Ephialtes. Ephialtes didn't back away. Victory was too close. He only needed to deal a few more hits on this vampire who had 1 foot in the grave. His sword created innumerous swordlight that clashed with Obelard's claws. Ephialtes were getting pushed and suffered more damage, but Obelard was having his health chipped as well. While the two were clashing, they suddenly felt pressure from one side. They turned and saw what's heading to them were 20 balls of raw lightning energy. Ephialtes reacted faster as he saw Jack's lightning god barrage first. His body turned into light and sped away. Obelard was slower as his back was facing Jack. When he looked back and realized the danger, the balls were already close. Additionally, several crimson chains came out from underneath and hindered him from moving. He broke the chains in an instant, but that one instant was enough for the 20 balls to arrive upon him. The 20 balls detonated with devastating force. Jack had activated his Stormbreaker's over limit as well as other buff skills to maximize his damage. Obelard's health point was only a little bit above 20,000 at the time. Even if Obelard had very high defense and resistance, he shouldn't be able to survive this full-powered divine skill. Not to mention the vampire was still in a weakened condition. Jack had summoned his runestone of luck when the lightning god barrage hit. He was hoping at first that Ephialtes would get hit as well. That knight captain's health point was also low already, but unfortunately, the guy was not that careless despite having an intense battle with Obelard. When the dust settled, Obelard was still standing there. "It files a euro?" Jack exclaimed inside. He was ready to bolt again, but Obelard was not moving. His facial expression was blank. He then slowly fell to the ground. "Oh right, he is a native," Jack muttered. For a minute there, he thought that Obelard's body disintegrated upon death like monsters. Jack checked again the vampire's health point to make sure. It was 0. He exhaled a relief breath. "Kill steal success," he exclaimed. When he was about to head over to check what Obelard had dropped, he suddenly felt an incoming danger from behind. "Look out!" Jack heard Jonathan's warning shout. Jack didn't even manage to turn around when a penetrating light pierced out from his chest. After the light dissipated, he saw a blade protruding out from his chest. He recognized the blade. It was the blade of Ephialtes' sword. That one stab had taken away almost half of his 3740 health point. But then a series of swordlight radiated from the sword, causing damage after damage. Jack recognized this skill as one Ephialtes had used on Obelard as well. Jack was helpless as his health point fell to 0. Ephialtes pulled his sword out and let Jack's body fall. "You fiend!" Jonathan exclaimed with rage. His halberd headed to Ephialtes' back, but Ephialtes turned and easily fended off the attack. Ephialtes laughed. "Even if I am low on health already, I can still easily defeat you," he said to Jonathan. He then glanced at Arlcard. The vampire was still struggling with the red energy. He wondered if he should use this chance to eliminate this vampire as well. This place seemed to have many treasures. He would be able to loot this place more freely if everyone here perished. Jonathan activated his earth hammer. He was about to head over when he paused. Ephialtes saw that pause and thought that it was because his opponent realized that he would surely lose. Perhaps his opponent was thinking of running away now. But when Ephialtes saw where his opponent was staring, He was confused, because Jonathan seemed to be staring behind him. Right at the moment, he felt an infinite amount of slashes hitting his body. The damages he felt were piercing. It was raw energy that felt chaotic. His health point dropped a significant amount as he staggered forward. He stumbled as he reeled around and saw Jack standing there. "How a euro?" He didn't manage to ask a second time because he felt a strong force smashing his head. He was slammed to the ground. Still dizzy from the severe impact, he looked up and saw Jonathan lifting his earth hammer up high. He heard Jonathan say, "This is the end of your pathetic, treacherous life." The earth hammer then came down to his head again. Splat! Jack jumped from the scene. Ifilti's head had been crushed flat by Jonathan's merciless hammer. His brain matter scattered around the floor. Jack knew Ifilti's health point was low already. He just didn't expect there would be such a fatality from the killing blow. But then he remembered such a thing also happened to Sydney and several of the monsters he had defeated in the past. "How did you survive?" Jonathan asked. He came over and studied Jack, making sure he was truly still alive. Jack appreciated the concern. Jack pointed to Penuel. "She had a spell that called Second Life. I have her cast just before I used the move to kill Obelard. The skill allowed me to come back to life within 3 minutes after the spell was cast." "Cast it before? Did you mean that you have expected Ifiltis to turn on you once the battle is over?" Jonathan asked. "Of course," Jack replied. "The dude turned on Sydney even when the battle is still ongoing. What do you think he will do to his last remaining competitor once the battle is over?" Jack knew if he fought squarely against Ifiltis, he would have no chance of winning. He was hoping to ambush Ifiltis when the Knight Captain thought he had won. Jonathan had been helpful as he caused Ifiltis to turn his back to Jack, allowing Jack to return the back assault Ifiltis had given him. Stormbreaker's overlimit state was still active, so Jack unleashed his 48 burst slashes. The combo multiplier further improved the chaos damage by Stormbreaker, dealing massive damage despite his opponent's much higher level. Luckily, Ifilti's health point was also already low after the fight with Obelard. Hence Jonathan only needed another 2 good strikes to finish the treacherous Knight Captain. The 2 looked around. 5 had waited together in the room above, only 2 survived. Jonathan walked over to Harker's body. Jack felt sorry for the soldier. Jack then looked at Arlcard. The vampire had recovered. There was no longer any red energy affecting him. The vampire was currently looking at Jack with a strange stare. Jack suddenly worried that the danger might not have passed. There was very little they know about this young vampire count. They had heard his side of the story, but how much of them were true? He could probably be planning to end everyone here to cover his secret as a member of the vampire race. Jack gripped his Stormbreaker. One thing reassuring was his sword was still in the overlimit state. The 4 minutes duration was quite long. Jack also used Inspect on Arlcard. Arlcard Maxius, Rare Elite Vampire, Mature, Level 45, Health Point, 410,000. The Ancient Blood Awakening Potions effect had ended, Arlcard's level had gone down, but why was it higher than before he took the potion? Not to mention his Rare Elite grade remained. That should be the effect of him sucking Obelard's blood. Jack heard Penuel's voice in his mind. Arlcard stood up. Jack instinctively took a step back. The vampire noticed Jack's cautious act. He didn't make any response. He walked towards the altar. Jack realized Charlene was still sleeping on the stone altar. He hurriedly ran over there before Arlcard. He used one hand to gently pick Charlene up while his other hand was still having Stormbreaker at the ready. How is she still sleeping throughout the noise of our battle? Was she drugged or under a spell? Jack asked Penuel. She was under a spell. It was Arlcard who answered. Lie her back down. I will remove the spell that lulls her. Jack didn't immediately put her down. Don't worry. I won't cause her harm, Arlcard said. Really? How many times have you tasted human blood? Jack asked. Never, Arlcard replied. Jack was taken aback by the answer. He said, Dude, if you say you have only tasted human blood once a year or only a few times since you turn, it is more believable. Do you truly expect me to believe you have never tasted one for almost a century as a vampire? Believe what you want. I care not, Alucard replied. How do you survive without human blood? Jack asked again. Animal blood, Alucard replied. Jack still found it hard to believe, but his instincts somehow tell him that the vampire was telling the truth. Perhaps that was also the reason why Alucard's mana was not as black as Obelard and his other creations. If this was true, Jack had found a new respect for this vampire. Jack laid Charlene back onto the altar. Alucard cast a spell with 4 runes spell formation. Jack sensed the strange mana affecting Charlene dispersed after Alucard's spell. That is Dispel, Penuel explained. Very useful spell. You should be able to get this spell from Order of Magi. Charlene slowly opened her eyes. She blinked a few times before looking around in confusion. Who are you, misters? Where am I? She asked with an innocent expression. Jack thought the girl was going to cry. Probably Obelard had placed her under enchantment the whole time, making it easier for the girl to be managed. Since the girl was oblivious of her situation, Jack didn't want to give her a scare. You are lost, little girl. But no need to worry. Big brother here will take you back to your parents. Come, Jack said with the friendliest possible manner. The girl seemed to have a long thought before replying. My mom told me to not follow strangers. Although Uncle looked nice, I'm afraid I can't go with you. Uncle, ha ha ha, Euro. Penuel laughed at Charlene's comment. Jack was irritated by it. I am so young. How can you call me uncle? A fairy. Charlene beamed when she noticed Penuel. Sister Fairy? Can I play with you? Hey, I'm not a toy. Penuel replied. Haha, look, it's a fairy toy. Jack returned the laugh, which earned Penuel's deadly stare. Sister, are you angry? I didn't mean to make you mad. I'm sorry, Charlene said to Penuel. Penuel, hearing the girl, turned gentle and said to her, That's okay. I'm not angry. How about this? I will play with you once you are back at your house. This uncle might seem scary, but he is a good man. You can trust him. And I am not a stranger. Jack joined in. See, I know your name. You are Charlene, aren't you? Your father and mother asked me to look for you, so you can trust me. That's true, Penuel said. We will bring you back to your father and mother. You want to see them again, right? Charlene nodded. Okay. I trust you, Sister Fairy, she said sweetly. Jack was morose. What about me? He thought. Charlene continued to chat with Penuel. Jack sent her a thought telling her to watch over the girl first. He had a few more things to discuss with Alucard before leaving. But first, he went to where Obelard and Ephialtes had fallen. They had dropped a few loots. Sydney and Harper didn't drop any because they were killed by Obelard and Jack didn't attack them at all. Aside from coins and mana cores, loots from Obelard consisted of 1 super rare armor, 1 super rare material, 1 unique grade seed, and an insignia. The super rare material was a magic crystal, one of the materials he needed to upgrade his lightning god blessing and orb of disguise. Drops from Ephialtes was a super rare sword. Jack pocketed the coins, mana cores, super rare equipment, and the magic crystal. He took a better look at the seed, sword, and insignia. Vampiric seed, super rare consumable. Evolve a skill blood count insignia, unique insignia, for guild purpose only. Allow the training of blood count, Spathy of Light, level 36/66, super rare one-handed sword. Comma, physical damage 250, attack speed 2, durability 70, dexterity plus 12. Attack speed increased by 50% for 5 seconds every 20 seconds interval. Each swing created a trace of light that lingers for 1 second. Anyone who came into contact with the light receives 70% light damage. The previous 2 seeds he received were only rare grades, which meant this was a better one. He would need to ponder deeply about what skill to use this seed on. The insignia sounded like a strong unit, probably a vampire-type unit. As for the sword, this is better than his whirlwind falchion. He would imprint it for his magic weapon once he had access to the magic furnace. Jack returned to the altar after storing the loots. Alucard tidied up the altar after Charlene woke up. He had taken away the sacrificial dagger, cup, bottle, and the red-colored crystal. But the two most valuable items, the black and white tomes, were still on the altar. Alucard made no attempt to take them away. He simply stood there beside them. "You are not taking those away?" Jack asked him. "You are a weird outworlder. I heard your kind will do anything for treasures, even turning on their trusted ones if needed. I would have expected you to try getting your hands on these two tomes, even if it means risking your life." Jack had sensed the abnormal mana from the tomes. Alucard's words caused him to become even more curious. He used Inspect on the two tomes. Book of the Damned, Legendary Artifact, required Soul Link to use, Restriction Class. Warlock, Book of Creation, Divine Treasure, required Soul Link to use. Jack was stunned after reading the two tomes' data. He just stared at them unblinking. "Want to make your move now?" Alucard asked. Jack only blinked after the question. He laughed at the question, thought for a bit, before asking, "Do you truly never drink human blood?" "I'm not going to answer the same question twice," Alucard replied. "What about the other children that were kidnapped? I know you said they didn't survive, but are their remains still here? I want to bring them back to their parents. At least it will bring them closure." Alucard made a gesture with his head telling Jack to follow him. He then walked to one of the cave openings by the side, leaving the two tomes just like that. Jack glanced at the tomes briefly before following him. Jonathan came along as well. Jack wondered if this old soldier knew what those two tomes were. When they arrived at the openings, Jack saw that there was a door further in. Alucard opened the door and led Jack and Jonathan in. Inside, the two were shocked to find the room filled with numerous bodies of children. "I asked my vampire father to allow me to dispose of the bodies after he was done with them," Alucard said. "I placed a spell on them to preserve their condition. I meant to return them to the town once I successfully dealt with that vampire father of mine. I am powerless to stop him. This is the least I can do." Jack and Jonathan were speechless at the sight. The children here were so small, so full of the promise of life, and yet their journey had been so cruelly stolen from them. Jack gritted his teeth. He somehow wished Abelard can return to life so he could kill him again. "I will take care of them," Jonathan said. Jack turned to him. He continued before Jack uttered anything. "I was being given the responsibility to guard this town. Although it is not my will, it is still my responsibility. I am ashamed for not having put in more effort. All this to me I will bring each of them back to their parents. You take that live one back. You are a hero who has ended the tragedy of this town. So you deserve this town's gratitude. I will be the one that bears their sorrow, as it is my failure." "As with me," Alucard said. "We will do that together." Jack closed his eyes. When he opened it, he said to them, "I'm proud to make friends with the two of you." Jonathan clasped Jack's shoulder for a reply. Alucard simply glanced at him. Jack was expecting the vampire to say, "Since when am I your friend?" But Alucard was silent. He gestured for Jack to follow him again, back to the altar where the two tomes were. "Take those two," the vampire said to Jack, which left Jack stunned again. "Are you sure?" Jack asked. "I don't believe if you said you have no desire for those tomes. If I don't have enough power, these will just bring misfortunes," Alucard replied. "Do you know the reason why the Maxius family was so keen on chasing after my vampire father after even a century had passed? Because of these tomes? The black one, to be exact. My vampire father stole it from the Maxius patriarch. They never explained what sin he had committed, did they?" "No." Jack shook his head. Alucard touched his fingers on the Book of the Damned. "The ceremony my vampire father used to heal his wound came from this book. The ceremony required innocent blood, which was why the children were targeted. However, there was another crucial ingredient that my father lacked to carry out the ceremony often: a blood-infused crystal." Alucard took out the red-colored crystal that was on the altar before, indicating that this was the blood-infused crystal he was talking about. Each ceremony will consume one of these stones. The method to create this crystal is also recorded in this tome, but he needs one magic crystal to create one blood-infused crystal, and magic crystal is not something that comes easy. Jack knew the rarity. After all this time, He had only got himself on one, not including the ones given freely by Wilted Tree. That all changes when this divine tome arrives into this town. Arlcard pointed to the Book of Creation. Arlcard had mentioned a fool who came to this town 2 months ago, bringing something that ended up in Obelard's hands, which sped up his healing process. So Arlcard was talking about this Book of Creation. Jack also remembered Wilted Tree's story about an outworlder who found this book, but had carelessly allowed a native to steal it before the outworlder linked with the book. So this was where the divine treasure ended up. I have seen how treasures caused suffering to the people around them, Arlcard continued. Unless I am powerful enough, I do not wish to get entangled with the mess. Take them away. I know you outworlders crave treasures more than anything else. Jack picked up the Book of the Damned. He observed it for a while, then said, I will bring this back to the Maxius. Why? That tome will surely be a valuable asset for you outworlders, Arlcard said. You just need proof of my vampire father's location to complete your quest, right? You can bring back a lock of his hair or the ornamental crest he always carries with him. You will find it if you search his body. You can even bring back his whole body for that matter. Why do you want to throw away such a valuable treasure? If I do that, the Maxius family will never stop searching for this tome, which meant they will come to this town to search for it. They will find out about you and they will hunt you down. Giving them this tome meant peace for you and this town. Arlcard's eyes flashed a surprised glint, which turned to gratitude. He was silent as he stared at this outworlder. He did think about such a possibility. In fact, after finishing returning the deceased children to their families, he planned to leave this town for good and find asylum somewhere else. He never thought this outworlder would be willing to let go of a treasure for something that brought himself no benefit. Jack stored the Book of the Damned. He then picked up the Book of Creation. Are you really sure about this? Jack asked again. Arlcard didn't reply. He instead pointed to one of the openings on the wall. That way will lead you to the secret exit at the graveyard, which you entered partway before encountering the Draugr. You can go back to town via there. Jack nodded and asked, By the way, what are you going to say to the villagers when you bring back the deceased children? The truth, Arlcard replied. If you don't mind, I advise against that, Jack said. Arlcard gave Jack a questioning look. While it might be noble to let everyone know the truth, it serves no purpose. Even if you tell them that you helped in taking Obelard down, they will still hold you responsible for being related to Obelard. People in grief and rage hardly listen to reason. I propose you tell them that these were all done by a beast or an outsider vampire. You can show the townsfolk Obelard's body. They don't recognize him anyway. Just don't tell them he is Count Dante, your father. Inform them instead that Count Dante fell in the effort of taking down this vampire. It's a good thing Charlene is unconscious the whole time, so the only one who knows the truth is only me, you, and Jonathan. Arlcard made a frown hearing that. I find it a bit much to let this vile devil receive the honor of being remembered as a good man in this town. Count Dante is. Obelard is not. Since Count Dante is not real, it makes no difference, Jack said. It's up to you. I'm just saying my piece. Whatever you decide is up to you. If you agree with me, I can persuade Jonathan to go along with this story. No, I will talk to him myself if I decided so, Arlcard said. He then turned and headed to the room with the deceased children. Jonathan was still inside there. Peniel came to Jack after Arlcard left, Charlene trailing behind. That is a beautiful book, the little girl said. He gave you the book? Peniel asked with surprise. Yahayuro, I can't link with this, right? Jack asked. You can if you have a death wish, Peniel replied. I guess I will give this to Jeannie or John. What does this book do anyway? This is one of the 2 divine treasures that you say bestow no combat ability, right? Like the chalice of space possessed by Master. Yes, this is the divine treasure of the light element. The one who has this book can copy anything as long as they are not an artifact or another divine treasure. Copy? Anything? Yes. Even legendary grade items? As long as they are not categorized as an artifact. Of course, you still have to give something in return. This book of creation accepts payment in the form of mana cores. The higher the grade, the more mana cores required. In other words, if you have a ton load of mana cores, you can copy almost anything. Even legendary weapons? I'm not going to repeat myself, Penuel rebuked. This means that if I get any high-grade equipment, I can copy them. Hey, if I copy enough numbers of super rare equipment, I can then fuse them with my transformation prism. With these two items, I have a sure way to get unique equipment without having to rely on lucky drops. I must applaud you for figuring that out. However, although your theory is wonderful, it is not applicable. Do you think it is cheap to use this book of creation's ability? I did say if you have a ton load of mana cores. How many do you have at this moment? €1 420 €. Well, with that number, I say you can copy one piece of super rare grade equipment. Oh, €1 only €1. 1, Penuel affirmed. Now, do you see how farcical your idea is? Well, that just means I need to collect more mana cores. Jack did not let go of the idea. I praise your optimism, Penuel said. There is a better use of that book other than copying equipment, you know? Jack thought for a second before saying, the magic crystal? Obelard had been using the book to copy the same thing and Jack just got one himself. If he used the book, he didn't need to run around hoping more of this material to drop. Yes, the number of mana cores required to copy materials is generally less than equipment. Still, even with your current mana cores, you can only copy 2 magic crystals. Jack nodded. He stored the book of creation. He would discuss with Jeannie and John later about how best to use this divine treasure. Arlcard and Jonathan were still in the other room. Jack decided to take Charlene and leave first through the way Arlcard mentioned earlier. On the way, Jack studied his EXP bar. He had received a huge EXP after killing both Obelard and Inflates. Although a large portion of Obelard's health point was not dealt by Jack, he had dealt the killing blow, so he still got a large portion of the EXP. While for Inflates, he didn't deliver the killing blow, but Jonathan who did was under his command, so he still got the EXP benefit. His archer class, which was set to receive all EXP, had jumped up 7 levels to level 24. Jack asked Penuel, once I delivered Charlene, I believe my quest Thessalvania's missing children will be completed. I will get 3 million EXP. This is the same amount needed last time for Lightning God Blessing. I remembered you mentioned at that time it was roughly the same amount as I level up 10 times when I am level 28, right? Why do you ask? Penuel returned his inquiry. If all that 3 million EXP goes into my level 24 archer, I reckon it will shoot up past level 30? Penuel made a rough calculation. I suppose it might, she said. Well, what proportion do you think I should set to let the class increase only to level 30? €1, she appeared to calculate again. Probably 80%? She said after. The fairy did not sound too convincing, so Jack decided to set it to 70% instead. The other 30% he gave to his Blade Dancer class. Even if his archer only level up to 29, he could spend a bit more time in EXP farming to change class to Beastmaster before he left to farm Draconic Essences. He planned to postpone his Chain Faction quest first while increasing his battle power. He believed this quest would regularly pit him against beings such as Obelard. He was not strong enough to continue the quest. Once Jack came out from the Count's family crypt and into the graveyard, he brought Charlene directly to her house. When he arrived, Miriam was seen sitting by the front door steps with a blank and sad look. Charlene called out when she saw her mom. Miriam looked over with wide eyes. Her eyes turned teary as she cried and ran over to hug the little girl. Ted, who heard her wife's cry, ran out. He wore a disbelief expression when he saw his girl in his wife's embrace. He ran over as well and hugged the two of them. Jack couldn't help but smile widely from seeing the family's reunion. It took them a while to realize Jack's presence there. They showered him with praises and gratitude. Jack kept on telling them that it was not his own effort. The Count's son and the 2 soldiers, Jonathan and Harker, also helped in saving the girl. Jack heard the notification that his quest had been completed. He received 80 gold coins and EXP. With the 70% EXP portion, his archer jumped to level 30. Jack was amazed. Penuel's calculation was not bad. He glanced at the fairy with pride. Penuel detected Jack's glance and asked, "What?" "Nothing," Jack said with a smile and patted her little head. "Hey, what is that for?" she complained. The remaining 30% EXP that was sent to his Blade Dancer class pushed that class to level up one time to level 37. Jack opened his status window to study the progress on the EXP bar. When he looked at it, he was given a jump. The Ranger's EXP bar was at 98% of level 30. If he followed Penuel's suggestion to use 80% instead of 70%, he would be a level 31 archer already. He grumbled within as he glanced at the fairy. Penuel saw Jack's glance again. "What now?" "Nothing," Jack said, not as gentle as previous. Jack hurriedly set all his EXP to 50:50 for Blade Dancer and Archmage again, leaving Archer class at 0%. This would ensure his Archer won't level up until he became a Beastmaster. Miriam and Ted invited Jack to stay a night at their house. Jack saw that Charlene kept on asking Penuel to play with her. The fairy seemed to be fond of the little girl as well, so Jack agreed to their offer. In the night, Jack reviewed his gains. His stats had all increased greatly after his third class reached a sufficiently high level. They were even more augmented with the 10% increase from his bloodlines, but he knew he was still much lacking compared to Master. Probably the only attributes he had the advantage over Master were his dexterity and reflex because all the classes Master chose were slow ones. He had a whopping 33 free attribute points, 3 free Blade Dancer skill points, and 45 free Archer skill points. He had not used any of the free skill points since he started Ranger class. He was saving it for Beastmaster Elite skills. The only Ranger or Archer skills below Elite grade that Jack wanted to upgrade were only Silent Step and Tame Pet skills. He left those basic and advanced skills to be upgraded using souls from the Container of Souls, so he left the 45 Archer skill points alone. For the 33 free attribute points, he decided to throw them all into the intelligence stat. His 2 physical classes gave a decent boost to both strength and dexterity stats, leaving his intelligence stat lacking. He didn't want this stat to lag too far behind the others. Even though there was no way for him to catch up to Master in the magic department, his Archmage class was still very useful against any other opponents. Jack had received a bountiful of souls from today's fallen natives. 1 rare elite, 2 special elites, and 1 elite, all high levels. His Container of Souls currently contained 231,000 souls. It was enough for him to level up 2 elite skills. But as he previously planned, he used 209,000 souls to max his Silent Step and Tame Pet skill to level 20. He could not yet use the Tame Pet skill on the Thuras Beast Egg, since the beast was classified as medium-sized. He needed to wait till he became a Beastmaster first. Jack then took out the Vampiric Seed. He gazed at it for a while. The seed was completely black and there was grayish fog enveloping it. He had thought rather long about what to use it on. Penuel had informed Jack that, as the name suggested, this vampiric seed most likely provided ability with health point draining effect. Jack decided such an ability should be most suitable for a skill that dealt high damage but with low cooldown. If he could drain health point from enemies often, the skill would become a supplement to healing potions and Penuel's heals, increasing his survivability. The most ideal one should be Power Strike, but he already used Fire Seed on that skill, so he chose what he thought was the next ideal choice. He activated the seed and used it on Cross Slash. As with previous seeds, the seed was used on transformed into a similar yet different skill. It was now called Devouring Cross. Jack proceeded to use his 3 free Blade Dancer skill points to level the skill up. Devouring Cross, level 13/20. Active skill, melee, requires dual-wield swords, slash at the area in front with 2 swords, dealing 540% darkness damage to all within the area. Recovers health point equal to 20% damage dealt. Cooldown 1 minute, stamina 60. Not only did it add a life-stealing ability, but the seed also increased the damage dealt and changed its type to darkness. Finished with the skills and attributes, he took out the Spathy of Light. He had to go back to a main city before he could imprint the weapon, but he could level it up first using his rare blacksmith tool. He spent a decent number of ores to level the sword up. After level 45, each level up required 5 iron ores, 3 steel ores, 2 copper ores, and 1 silver ore. He only had a limited number of silver ores. His blacksmith level of intermediate expert had reduced the failure rate, hence he still managed to bring the sword's level up to level 47. Its damage was now 360 points, 5 points more than his Stormbreaker, which was still at level 44. He was tempted to just feed this sword to Stormbreaker, but wasting a super rare sword for just a 3-level increase felt like a waste. So he kept his original plan to imprint this Spathe of Light to become his offhand weapon. The next morning, Jack learned that the entire town had learned about the deceased children. There was much mourning. Cries of the parents filled the small town. Some, however, felt relief instead to have finally had a confirmation of their child's fate. Arlcard and Jonathan went along with Jack's suggestion. Obelard's body was shown to the townsfolk as the perpetrator, while Count Dante was regarded as one of the heroes who joined Jack, Arlcard, Jonathan, and Harker in defeating this foreigner vampire. The town would be erecting a monument to commemorate these heroes, especially the fallen one. Jack hoped Arlcard won't vandalize the monument for having Count Dante's name on it. Jack was invited to the tavern to celebrate the end of this tragedy. Jonathan was there, but Arlcard was not. Before noon, Jack said goodbye to everyone. It was time for him to leave this town. Charlene came over and asked him to come back again in the future because she wanted to play with Peniel again. Jack said he would do so if he had some time to spare. Jack told Jonathan that he would try his best to get Commander Quintus to arrange Jonathan's transfer back to the capital. Surprisingly, Jonathan said there was no need anymore. He had decided to stay in this town and protect it properly this time, to honor Harker and the children that had passed away. Jack respected his decision and said that he hoped they meet again. Jonathan replied with the same response. On his way out of the town, Jack saw someone was waiting at the edge of town. When Jack got closer, Jack recognized the person to be Arlcard. The vampire was without disguise and he was wearing a noble coat. "Are you waiting for me?" Jack asked. He didn't peg the vampire as one who bothered to say farewell. He then realized it was noon, the rare moment when sunlight hit the town. "Are you not bothered by the sunlight?" "It discomforts me a little," Arlcard replied. "But not as before. It seemed my vampire father's archaic blood had boosted my resistance against sunlight." "Good for you," Jack said. "I hope peace returned to this town. It's good knowing you, but I'm afraid I have to leave this fine town." "I can see that," Arlcard said. He then took out something small. Jack wondered what it was, but then he realized that he recognized the thing. "Theta Euro. I have been thinking a lot about this since yesterday," Arlcard said. "If you have decided to keep that Book of the Damned, this thought wouldn't have even crossed my mind. But since you didn't, I figure you are someone that can be trusted. Seeing you hold your own during our fight against my vampire father also proved your prowess." Arlcard held out the small thing to Jack. It was his companion token. "Are you sure about this? You can finally live a peaceful life here." "Being my companion will be far from peaceful," Jack said. Arlcard smiled. "Ever since I was turned, I have no illusion that my life will be peaceful. I still have some things I need to do and I will require power for that. The saying is that being an Outworlder's companion gives us the ability to grow faster. I might have looked for one after dealing with my vampire father. You simply come at the right time." "Well, since that is the case, I won't be courteous," Jack said. He went ahead with the process of sealing the token with himself. After the process was done, he accepted the token. "I will depend on you from now on," Jack said. "As with me," Arlcard replied. Jack summoned Pandora and rode off. "You are very lucky, you know," Peniel said after they left. "I know," Jack replied without any expression. Peniel gave him an annoyed look. She said, "What I meant is that Arlcard might not stay as rare elite for long." "Oh? You mean his grade will increase?" He finally turned to Peniel. "For a vampire like him to grow to a special elite grade without drinking any human blood is exceptional. Perhaps Obelard truly saw something in his blood lineage that prompted him to turn Arlcard into a vampire. He had drunk quite an amount of Obelard's blood while under the effect of Ancient Blood Awakening Potion. I don't think his sudden rise to a rare elite is simply because of Obelard's blood. It could simply be a trigger over his hidden potential. Anyway, I won't be surprised if his grade is higher the next time we see him. A mythical grade vampire companion? Perhaps this was some sort of hidden reward of that SS quest, Jack thought excitedly. It took Jack 3 days to arrive at a town with a zone portal. From there, he teleported to Tranvist. He headed directly to the city hall. After going through the same procedure as last time, he was brought to Caleb Lucian. Horatio Maxius was also there again. This time they were inside a smaller office room instead of the large main hall where they first met. Horatio was sitting behind a large desk which Jack supposed should be Caleb's. Caleb instead sat at a large sofa by the side. "Seeing you return here, I presume you come with good news, I hope?" Horatio said with a smile. "I do," Jack replied. "Can't say so for the first and second prince's representatives, thought." "You met them?" Horatio asked, his smile never waned. Caleb, on the other hand, had his eyebrows raised hearing Jack's words. "More than met. You can say they will never be able to come here anymore, or anywhere else for that matter." Caleb gave a mocking laugh. "Are you trying to tell us you defeated them? You who is only level 37. HM? He knows my exact level?" Jack asked in his mind. "There should be an enchantment that unveils all illusion or camouflage effect in this city hall," Penuel replied silently. Jack did feel strange mana flow in this building. He thought it was only for a defensive purpose. "Let's say I am more than meet the eyes," Jack replied to Caleb's mocking with a not-so-humble manner. "You certainly are," Horatio said. "Now, can you show us that you are successful when your two competitors have not?" Jack saw that Horatio was unfazed by the fact that Jack knew he was playing all three sides of Themisphere's power struggle. He guessed this type of scheme was considered normal in politics. "I found Obelard's location, but there is no need for you to go look for him anymore," Jack said. Caleb frowned. "We will be the ones to decide what we need or don't. What you need to do is just tell us his location." "I said you no need to go look for him because he is no longer alive," Jack said. It was Horatio who frowned now, breaking his cool expression since Jack first came into the room. "Where is his body? We will still need to go check." "There is no need to. I know what you after." Jack pulled out the Book of the Damned. Both Horatian and Caleb stood up. "I see from your reactions that this is indeed the thing you want," Jack said. "Give it to us," Caleb commanded. Horatio signaled for Caleb to calm down. The vampire prince's charming smile returned. He said to Jack, "That is indeed what we want. That book belongs to the Maxius family. It was stolen by that traitor Obelard. The fact that you come back to us revealing that book means that you are willing to give it back to us? Or do you want something else in return?" The book was still in Jack's hand. Horatio knew that unless Jack was taken by surprise when the book was exposed, he would not be able to use force to get it from Jack. Jack could return the book into his storage bag with a thought. Even if he killed Jack, the book would either stay with him if he wore Amulet of Rebirth or would be gone for good if he didn't. The chance of the book dropping was slim. Horatio was not willing to take the chance. There was one thing Horatio found reassuring. The book was not yet linked to anyone. He could sense it. "You are right, I don't mind giving it to you. This means I have accomplished my objective, and your cooperation with Prince Alonso is secured." "Correct?" Jack asked. "You have my word. I will show full support to the third prince of Themisphere," Horatio replied. Jack nodded, then added, "Still, I did more than I was asked. I suppose I deserve a bit extra, don't you say?" Horatio laughed. "It certainly is. Come with me." Jack stored the Book of the Damned and followed after Horatio. Caleb was trailing behind. Jack felt as if the guy was there to make sure that he didn't escape. They arrived in front of a double door that had a rune diagram etched on it. Horatio made a gesture to Caleb, who then unlocked the door. When the door opened, Horatio said, "This is the City Hall Treasury. You may choose one item inside." "What is the highest grade of the items inside?" Jack asked. "Super rare," Caleb answered. "I'm going to give you a legendary grade item." It seemed like such an unfair trade, don't you think? Jack said. "It's not a trade," It's a reward, Horatio said. Fine, you can choose 2 items. How about 3? Jack asked. Horatio gave Jack a cold stare without replying. Okay, 2 then, Jack said. He brought the Book of the Damned back out and handed it to Horatio. The vampire prince was confounded. He thought Jack would only give him the book after getting the items inside. In Jack's mind, though, he would still hand over the book even if Horatio didn't reward him anything extra. Jack was bringing the book here for Arlcard's sake, after all, not for a reward. If he wanted a reward, the legendary book itself was the most valuable item. So, whatever he got inside the treasury would just be a bonus. Jack went into the treasury, followed by Caleb. There were a whole lot of items inside. If he had to use inspect on every single one, he might need to spend a night here. He was about to say, "Okay, Penuel, work your magic." But the words failed from coming out of his mouth when his eyes noticed something he recognized. He came over to where the thing was and used inspect to make sure. It was indeed the ancient blood awakening potion. He wouldn't need this item normally, but now that he had a vampire companion, this item could boost his companion's power during a critical situation. "I will take this one," Jack declared. He then went to another item close to the potion, which he also recognized. He used inspect as well to make sure. Vampire slaying knife, unique consumable, only usable on vampire race. Kill any vampire below the archaic rank. Incapacitate archaic vampire for 30 seconds. Useless against ancient vampires. What do you plan with that item? Caleb asked in an alert. He was a high elder, which was a rank below archaic. He could be killed instantly by this blade, so it made sense for him to be worried. Hee, a precaution, Jack answered simply, while inside he thought, didn't Horatio mention the highest grade inside here is super rare? He also wondered why a vampire-owned treasury possessed such a taboo weapon for their race. The fact was, aside from being a treasury, this room also served as a warehouse for high-grade unusable items. Caleb didn't destroy the knife because there might be a time that this knife was put to good use against his vampire opponent. Yet, it was too dangerous to be stored elsewhere, so it was put here. After storing his 2 rewards, Jack came out. Horatio was surprised to see Jack come out so soon. Caleb went and whispered to him about what Jack had taken. "Why do you have that thing inside this warehouse?" Horatio asked Caleb with a frown. Caleb could only lower his head. "You have peculiar choices," Horatio then remarked to Jack. "I choose things that I think might come in handy," Jack replied. "As long as you didn't use one of them on my subject," Horatio said, indicating the vampire-slaying knife. "I won't dare. That concludes our business. Here, you can take this to Prince Alonso," Horatio said and handed Jack a sealed letter. "It has my seal of approval. From now on, my side of the Maxius family will be an official supporter of Prince Alonso. I will send a formal delegation to the prince to detail our cooperation." "Thank you, Your Highness," Jack said and accepted the letter with a bow. He received 2 notifications that his chain faction quest had been updated and his quest, Search for Obelard Maxius, had been completed. He received generous EXP and coins. Luckily, he had set his archer class to 0%. Otherwise, its level would have increased again. As I said, just call me Horatio. Aside from that, since you have saved us time by directly bringing the Book of the Damned here, I will bestow you the title of Sangrod Honored Guest. Jack received notification about the title. He opened his status window to have a look. Sangrod Honored Guest. Title. Receive treatment of at least Baron nobility rank within Sangrod Empire. Increased the effect of diplomacy, haggling, and influence within Sangrod Empire. This was a good title to use inside Sangrod cities, Jack thought. I have other matters to attend to. Caleb will be seeing you out. But before that, I have another favor to ask, Horatio said. Jack gave him an inquisitive look. Was this vampire going to give him another quest? He didn't have the time at this moment. Can we please keep the existence of this book just between the 3 of us? Horatio said. His eyes were looking at Jack intently when he spoke, as if studying Jack's every gesture. Don't worry, my lips are sealed, Jack said. Horatio nodded. The vampire prince then left with the Book of the Damned in his hand. Jack thought Horatio must be very eager to study the book. The fact that he asked to keep the book a secret meant he didn't plan to hand it over to his father, the patriarch of the Maxius family. Jack cared not about the political turmoil within this country. His matter with them was finished after the task was done. From the city hall, Jack went to the Mage Academy to use the magic furnace. Evander was inside the academy and was alone again. Jack used the magic furnace and imprinted the Spathe of Light. Once it was imprinted, Jack received his whirlwind falchion back. Jack stored it and planned to use it as a backup when his magic weapon was on cooldown. After finishing with the imprinting, Jack returned to the zone portal and teleported back to Heavenly Citadel. He had sent messages to Jeannie and John prior to meeting inside the guild hall, but he also told them to set it so only the three of them were allowed inside. "Expert, I presume you bring gifts again this time," John said. "Why? We don't allow others to come in," Jeannie asked. Instead of answering, Jack took out the Book of Creation and placed it before them. Both Jeannie and John had some slight basic in mana sensing after spending more time inside the time chamber, so they could sense the imposing aura from the book and knew that it was no normal item. After they used Inspect, the two gasped. "Isn't this one of the 7 divine treasures that Master was pursuing?" Jeannie asked. Jack nodded. "Damn, you really do bear amazing gifts every time you return. Well, what are we waiting for? I'm going to link with it," John declared. When his hand almost touched the book, Jack swatted it away. "Not you. Jeannie should be the one fusing with this divine treasure." "Why?" John asked, feigning a hurt expression. "I already give you the God-Eye monocle the last time. This time should be Jeannie that receives the gift," Jack said. "I will give you the God-Eye monocle. What say you?" John said to Jeannie. "Buzz off," Jack uttered to John. "I'm just saying that because I don't want to express my real thought." "Okay, since you want to hear it, let me say it then. I think Jeannie is the better candidate because she has a higher survivability rate than you." "I disagree," John said. "She is always on the front line. I am at the back. If anyone has a better survivability rate, it will be me. She can take care of herself all right even in the front line. If our enemies specifically target you, they can get to you better than her. She is always with a party of close friends who are willing to cover for her, while your friends can be counted with just one hand. If you are in peril, I doubt anyone will sacrifice their lives to save you." "Ugh, that hurts," John said. "It does? Now that's surprising. It will be the first time you are hurt by words. What I meant was that it is hurtfully low. I might not have many friends, but I have enough minions. A minion like you, for example. Minion my ass. Since when do I a euro? You two don't need to argue anymore." Peniel cut the two's bickering. Jeannie has already started the fusing process. The two turned and saw Jeannie sitting cross-legged with the Book of Creation on her lap. Some tendrils of light were seen entering her body. "Hey, that's cheating," John said. Jack ignored him and went over to Jeannie. "You will experience pain through the process. Endure with it, it will pass after a few hours." "A few hours?" Jeannie asked. Jack turned to Peniel. 2 hours, the fairy answered. Jack shrugged. "I was in pain when I did it, so I didn't exactly record the time I spent fusing with the treasure." He then put different types of healing potions and heal scrolls. "You will need this. Let's form a party. Peniel will also heal you when needed." Jeannie thought Jack was being excessive, but then several sparkling lights came out of the book. One of these lights shot a ray of light at her. The ray stung like a motherfucker. Jeannie felt being badly burned at the spot where the light hit. Then another ray shot out and another. From their perspective, Jack and John felt like seeing Jeannie getting skewered by endless laser beams as damage numbers appeared. Jeannie tried her best to endure the pain. At one point, she finally screamed in pain, but she continued to stay still and endure regardless. "HM I changed my mind. You made the right call letting Jeannie fuses with the treasure," John said. Jack gave him a side eye. Jeannie started drinking the healing potions. Her level was much higher than when Jack was fusing with Lightning Godsphere, and she was also an elite class, so her health point was enough to tank through this torment. Penuel cast Healing Field on her to help save the potion usage. After a while, and after making sure that Genie should have no problem dealing with the fusing, Jack stepped a few distances away before sitting cross-legged himself and started meditating. John, who saw, decided to follow suit and meditate as well beside Jack. He was not a fan of Doman's physical training session, but he kinds of enjoyed the mana-sensing meditation. After 2 hours passed, the book on Genie's lap burst into tiny light particles before entering her body. Genie gasped with cold sweat after the pain dissipated. She looked at the two men who were meditating silently. Only Penuel accompanied her the whole time. "You okay?" Penuel asked. Genie nodded. She was still catching her breath. She swayed as she stood up. After straightening herself, she looked into her status window to check the statistic. "Duplication?" she asked after reading the description. Jack felt from his mana sense that Genie had ended her fusing. He ended his meditation. John's mana sensibility was still not as good, so he was not aware. Jack nudged him to bring him out of meditation. "Are you done?" Jack asked as he came over to Genie. Genie nodded and said, "It said here that this book of creation allowed me to duplicate anything." "Yes, Penuel informed me about it. You still have to pay mana cores to duplicate an item though," Jack said. "Hey, do you need to accumulate EXP for that Divine Treasures ability?" Both Book of Creation and Chalice of Space did not provide combat capabilities, so they didn't have levels and hence no need to collect EXP, Penuel explained. "Ah, I see. So you didn't need to halt your leveling progress," Jack said. "Let's give this skill a try," Genie said. "Don't waste it on trivial items. Mana cores don't come easy," Penuel advised. "I have the perfect item for a test," Genie said. Tome appeared on her hand. "What is that?" Jack asked. "It's a technique book for a mega spell, Absolute Zero Lotus. It's a large-scale offensive ice element spell," Genie informed. "We got it from a dungeon boss drops. I originally wanted to give it to Trinity Dawn when she returns. This Book of Creation's ability came at a right time." "Wow, a mega spell. We finally get one," Jack remarked. "That is a perfect choice to use the ability on," Penuel agreed. "A mega spell takes too long a time to cast, but the casting time can be shortened if multiple magic classes cast it at the same time. That is a 5 runes mega spell. You should make 4 copies so 5 casters can sync cast the spell. 5 copies, we should leave at least 1 copy in our leader section warehouse," John advised. "And we should do the same for all other technique books. In that way, we can have a library of spells and skills available to copy. Members can pay corresponding mana cores needed for a copy if they wish to learn the spell. Of course, we didn't say that we will copy the book. We simply said that we have extra stock." "I see. This way, we can strengthen our members' overall battle prowess with a large selection of skills and spells," Jack said. "I will issue a guild notification to have anyone who acquired new technique books not to immediately use them," Genie said. "They will be awarded contribution points, and the technique books will still be returned to them after a set amount of time. We will need a lot of mana cores in that case once the books started trickling in," Jack mentioned. "I will increase contribution points set for mana cores as well," Genie said after hearing it. After setting the notification, Genie proceeded with the attempt to copy the Mega Spell Technique book. "Uhayuro, it said I need 800 mana cores. I don't have that Muchiyuro," Genie informed. "That Manyayuro? We can forget about making 5 copies in the near future," Jack said. "We can copy one first and let Trinity Dawn learns the spell. We will make another copy once we have enough mana core. I have 420 mana cores, but I need to leave some for use. I can spare 400. How many do the 2 of you have?" "I have a bit more than 300 mana cores," Genie said. "I have less than 200, John informed. "Why do you have so few?" Jack complained to John. "I don't go out grinding much," John said. "How do you keep your level then?" "I wait until others level up and then order them to power level me. That way I can spend more time organizing other things." "Organizing my ass. You are just lazy, Jack criticized. You two can argue later. Now give me the mana cores, Genie requested. Jack fished out his 400 mana cores and gave them to Genie. She and John then adjusted theirs. They barely managed to hit the required 800 mana cores. We have to task more members in gathering these mana cores, Genie said. Don't worry, higher-level monsters will give more mana cores, Penuel informed. The drops of mana cores scale better compared to drop of coins. You won't see too far the difference of coins dropped by low-level monsters and high-level ones, but you will see a decent increase in terms of mana cores. Good to know, Genie commented. At the same time, she activated the interface to do the duplication process. The mana cores and technique book floated from her hands. The mana cores then swirled around the technique books before they coalesced and formed a shape made out of light. This shape was the same as the technique book floating beside it. The light dissipated and showed a second identical technique book. The two books then fell into Genie's hands. Sweet, Jack said. Try this one. John had taken off his God-Eye monocle and gave it to Genie. Although they didn't have any more mana cores, Genie was curious about the cost to duplicate this monocle. But when he tried to activate the interface to copy it, she heard a notification that it was an invalid item. You can't copy alien entity, Penuel informed. John took back his God-Eye monocle in disappointment. It was Jack's turn now. He handed a magic crystal to Genie and said, Do me a favor. When you have enough mana cores, please copy 10 of this crystal. I need them to upgrade my lightning god blessing. That thing can be upgraded? Isn't it already too overpowered even now? John said. Master had 2 of these things inside of him for now. We don't know if he will ever get the ice god sphere, Jack replied. If he upgrades them first, I will be left even far behind. I need to increase my power further to at least put up a fight. Genie accepted the crystal and checked its duplication cost. It required 200 mana cores. She stored it for later duplication. Speaking of increasing your power, how are you doing with your 3rd class? John asked. I will be taking the Beastmaster test today, Jack answered. Good heaven. You have just gotten that 3rd class a bit over half a month ago. Ain't that cheating to level up so fast? I fought and killed a level 60 rare elite and completed an SS difficulty quest. What do you think? John froze hearing that. He decided not to ask further. Well, good luck with your Beastmaster test. We are very close to becoming a level 3 guild. I think we will achieve that within this week, Genie said. I need to say, after I'm done with my test, I will be heading out to prioritize leveling up and increasing my bloodline power. It might take a really long time, Jack informed. Of course, why am I not surprised? John uttered. Jack ignored him. He gave Genie a letter. Please help me to deliver this to Commander Quintus. You should be able to meet him freely considering your faction military status. It is for Prince Alonso. This is my quest, but I will report it later after I'm done leveling up. I'm afraid they will force me to continue my chain faction quest if I do it myself. After the last quest, I'm sure I'm not strong enough yet. Tell the commander I will return to continue the quest as soon as possible. All right, Genie said, accepting the letter. For you, take this. Jack gave John the blood count insignia. Something for me as well? John said with glee. Not for you, for the guild, Jack said. John checked the thing and exclaimed, Another unique insignia? Wow! Our army will be undefeatable. I hope so. I get this from a vampire boss. Judging from the name, I suspect it is a vampire unit. So it might see its fullest potential at night or something like that. Anyway, use it as you deem fit. We have a lot of things to build and armies to train once we reach level 3. We will be short on funds. Are you going to donate coins again this time? You are truly unscrupulous. Go get your own coins to donate. Jack chided. I won't donate this time. I have just enough to do something with the coins which might give me more coins in return in the future. What Jack meant was the 3rd and final upgrade to Ellie's restaurant. His purse currently contained 554 gold coins, so he decided to do that upgrade first. He left the 2 and used the teleportation chamber to teleport to Therath. He had sent a notice to Ellie that he wanted to do the final upgrade. Ellie was ecstatic about it. Their business was going strong and many customers had to queue and wait because the number of tables was not enough to cater to all of them. Jack was amazed. This couple was truly good in this restaurant business. Despite her eagerness, Ellie said to wait until tonight after the restaurant was closed before proceeding with the upgrade. This would give her enough time to make a notice to her customers. This upgrade should take even more days than the last time. Jack agreed with her, so he headed instead to the Beastmaster class test venue. Similar to the elite classes branched from Warrior and Mage, the place for Beastmaster test was a building complex shared with the other 4 elite classes branched out of Archer class. The central building linking the 4 test venues was run by a league faction called Hunter's Lodge. Let me guess, this Hunter's Lodge is the most prominent league faction for Archer class and its subsequent branches? Jack asked. Yes. Their prestige was similar to the League of Champions and the Order of Magi. Do you want to join this faction? Penuel asked back. How do I collect its points? Can I do it passively like in the other 2 factions? Jack asked. I don't think so. Their points should largely be gained by completing quests they post, which should revolve around hunting exotic and rare beasts for their parts. Then no. Exciting as it sounds, I don't have the time for it. Maybe when World Maker is defeated and I can afford to enjoy this world at my pace, then I will give it a try. He asked the guard outside of the main building which one of the sub-building that housed the test for Beastmaster class. After getting the direction, Jack went into the said building without delay. Despite entering a building, Jack felt as if he had gone outdoor instead. The interior was filled with greeneries. The path through this greenhouse was not straight. There was a stone path winding around the greeneries. As Jack followed the path, he asked Penuel, You can't accompany into the trial dimension, can you? No. You have any idea what's inside? Jack asked. He had asked other guild members who had become Beastmasters. Strangely, none of them remembered what the trial was about. The trial is not about combat. It is more like embracing your animal instinct, Penuel answered. Huh? What the hell does that supposed to mean? I'm not sure. I know the basic guideline, but I am not privy to the details within the trial itself. You will have to find out by yourself inside. One thing is for sure, you can't rely on your equipment same as the other elite trials. Well, whatever it is, I know you will ace it. Heh, you got that right. They came to the end of the path. A woman in fancy colorful garb sat there beside a small pond. Are you here for the Beastmaster test? The woman asked. I am, Jack answered. The woman extended her hand. Give me your hand, please. Jack offered his. The woman grabbed his hand and Jack felt their mana interlinked. Level 30 Archer, you are qualified, the woman said. She then scooped the water from the pond with a large spoon. Drink this, please. Despite being puzzled, Jack accepted the large spoon and drank the water. He returned the spoon after. So, where should I go to take the test? He asked. Just wait. You will be soon, the woman replied with a smile. I will be Jack's words trailed off as extreme drowsiness suddenly took over him. He fell to the ground with a thud. Jack felt as if he had a very long and satisfying slumber. A voice calling for him forced him to wake up. He opened his eyes reluctantly. His vision took a while to adjust. When he could finally see clearly again, he found that he was no longer in the greenhouse. He was now truly outdoor. More precisely, on a rocky hill with a night sky over it. There was a full moon above. It's night already? How long did I sleep? And how did I get all the way out here? Jack thought in bewilderment. He looked around and was shocked to find there was a pack of wolves by his side. Hey, Penuel, what the hell is going on? That was what he intended to say, but instead, the voice that came out of him was a series of barks. What the euro? He finally looked down and realized that he was standing on 4 limbs, and he had paws instead of hands and feet. The fuck a euro? I am a wolf. He yelped, but of course, the voice that came out was still incoherent barkings. Suddenly, a very large dark wolf stood in front of Jack. It made a loud bark. Jack was sure he didn't understand wolf language, but somehow he knew he was being scolded. Jack decided to shut up and observe first. Seeing that Jack had calmed down, the large black wolf walked around. The other wolves stared at it with deference. Jack knew then the black wolf was the alpha of the pack. It circled the pack one time before it started howling. The other wolves howl as well. Jack had no idea how to howl, so he just looked around awkwardly. After howling, the alpha black wolf started to run. The other wolves followed suit. When running, some bumped into Jack as they passed by. Jack figured he should follow as well, so he moved his forelegs to run. "Fuck! This is so weird. Running with all four," Jack complained as he forced his forelimbs to run. Jack was now at the back of the pack because he had trouble running. He paid attention to how the other wolves ran, the way their legs moved. He then tried to copy them. He was sloppy but was slowly getting the hang of it as he continued to run. He was now some distance away from the pack. Luckily, even though he was in wolf form at the moment, his basic attribute stats still affect his speed and strength. Thus, even his sloppy way of running was still fast enough to not get left too far behind. Jack tried his best to stay at the tail of the pack, making sure not to lose them. His thought had cleared up, and he remembered now that he was asking to take the Beastmaster test before he lost consciousness. This should be that test. He didn't know what was the requirement to pass this test, but he figured not losing the pack should be one of them. The pack ran down the stony mountain and went into the forest. The dense leaves covered the moonlight, so it was dark all over beneath the trees. Yet, Jack's wolf eyes could still see in the dark, or was it his dragon eye skill? But all his skills were inaccessible in this test, so he surmised his dragon eye should be off as well. Meaning this should be the inherent wolf sight. His vision was also slightly more cloudy compared to his dragon eye's night vision. His other senses were enhanced thought. He could hear very clearly all the sounds of the night. He could separate sounds that came from the movements of each separate wolf running ahead of him. One thing of his enhanced senses that he didn't appreciate was his increased sense of smell. The wolves at the front didn't smell so bad, but there were other foul stenches in the forest, probably droppings from other animals. Jack made sure to stay away from those stench-generating spots. As they ran around the trees and bushes following the lead alpha, the pack suddenly stopped. Jack was too absorbed by his running that he put in the brake too late and bumped into one of the wolves in front. The two tumbles. The wolf Jack crashed onto made a growling sound as it looked at Jack menacingly. But it was soon hushed by the black alpha, who gave both that wolf and Jack a warning stare. All of the wolves were lying low as they gazed in one direction. Jack crept over the foliage and peeked at what they were looking at. A few distances ahead was a large bear-like beast. It had thick dark furs with a feline head crowned by bull's horns. Its limbs were thick, which ended with paws that had menacing claws. It had a large lizard-like tail. It seemed to be scratching on tree bark, like a cat sharpening its claws. Jack tried to use Inspect but found that the skill was not available. As Jack watched the beast in silence, he saw the rest of the pack was slowly creeping forward, toward the beast. "Hey! Don't tell me they want to take on that beast?" Jack thought. Didn't Penuel say this was not a combat test? Well, she also did say that she was not privy to the details of the test. From the pack's behavior, Jack was pretty certain that they intended to take on the beast. He figured that this should be part of the test. He would need to help the pack to win if he was to pass the test. With that speculation, he crept forward slowly as well, readying himself to spring into action at a moment's notice. They stopped after creeping rather close. Every wolf was still as they waited for the lead alpha's sign, including Jack. The bear-like beast finished playing scratch, turned and left the tree. When its back was towards the pack, the lead alpha sprang forward. The other wolves followed the lead. Jack was a bit late compared to the others, but he hurriedly ran forward as well. All the wolves bared their fangs as they ran. Jack experienced a sense of aggression and excitement welling inside him. His fangs were also bared, imitating the others. Their hiding position was not so far from the beast, so their speedy runs brought them to the beast's tail in an instant. The wolves had foregone silence, sneaking after initiating the ambush, hence the beast heard them approaching. Its thick tail swung just as the frontmost wolves were about to arrive. The lead alpha was amongst the frontmost. It had high enough reflex to dodge the tail swing. Its two other mates were not that lucky. They were hit by the powerful tail and were sent flying as if weightless. The beast swiveled around and faced the incoming pack, which then spread out. Jack followed the closest wolf and went to the beast's left. He had no idea how this pack fought, so he decided to not be reckless. The alpha wolf attempted a bite at the beast's face, which prompted the beast to slap one of its powerful forelimbs at it. The alpha wolf again exhibited nimble moves. It jumped away just as the beast's claws slammed into the ground. The other wolves took advantage when the beast was focusing on the lead alpha to bite and scratch at the beast's flanks and rear. So they are using a coordinated feint tactic, Jack thought. He was just about to join in the rear attack when the beast's tail swung again. Several wolves were again knocked flying. Due to the tail, the wolves could only attack its two sides while the lead alpha distracted the beast from the front. The wolves' damage was minuscule compared to the beast's health point pool. Jack could not see its total health point number since he couldn't use inspect, but the health point bar above the beast went down very slowly. This is going to be a protracted battle, Jack thought as he sneaked to one of the beast's hind legs and bit at it. He noticed his damage was higher than the other wolves. He might not have the advantage of his equipment, but his stats still provided an advantage. Another ability also gave him an advantage. He sensed at this moment a mana buildup within the beast's body. "Get away! Get away!" Jack shouted. But of course it came out as a series of barkings instead. Yet somehow the other wolves understood his warning. They moved away just as the beast's body pumped down and released a stream of hot air. Jack did not doubt that the wolves would receive damage if this hot air hit. Luckily, this hot air just lasted for an instant. It disappeared soon and the wolves returned to offense. Jack caught the glance of the lead black wolf at him. He strangely felt gratitude in that glance. They returned to the coordinated feint tactic to wear the beast down. This wolf pack was very good at coordinated attacks. Jack tried his best to not disrupt their rhythm. The beast executed the hot air blast every once in a while, but Jack's mana sense allowed him to detect it and issue a warning before the hot air hit. Hence, the beast's health point continued to fall at a steady rate without the wolf suffering many casualties. Some wolves did get smack every while due to negligence or pure bad luck. They received high damage that took out almost half their lives with that one hit, but Jack noticed they possessed some kind of regenerative ability similar to his body recovery skills, albeit very slow. As long as they didn't get careless and received successive hits, they would survive. When the beast health point went below half, Jack saw signs of exhaustion on the wolves, especially the lead alpha. Its movements were slower now. The beast noticed this as well. It increased its struggle and used its bullhorn to ram at the alpha. The black wolf managed to avoid the horns, but it was still slammed by the beast's body. It reeled backward but surprisingly refused to back down. It made a forceful bite on the beast's snout and planted all its feet on the ground, holding the beast down. Seeing their leader's valiant effort, the pack doubled their offense. Jack was also inspired and decided to go all out. He nimbly jumped on top of the beast's body, clawed his way to the front, and bit down at the beast's neck. The pain caused the beast to jolt with all its strength. It trashed around and broke free from the lead alpha's bite. Its left foreleg then slapped at the lead black wolf. The black wolf tumbled from the hit and landed a distance away. Jack was still clinging onto the beast's neck. He noticed as long as his bite was still on the neck, the beast suffered damages each second. But with the lead alpha's distraction gone, the beast swirled and wreaked havoc on the pack. Many were smacked flying. 2 wolves died after being hit repeatedly. 1 wolf received critical damage for being bitten by the beast's massive jaws, causing instant death. Jack saw from on top of the beast that the lead alpha was having trouble standing. It seemed it had exhausted most of its stamina trying to distract the beast. Jack made a decision. He let go of his bite, although he inflicted continuous damage over time. By the time the beast's health point was depleted, the pack would also have been decimated. Even if he could pass the trial by killing the beast in this way, he couldn't let it be at the cost of the whole pack. He jumped down in front of the beast and bared his fangs. The beast noticed Jack as the one that had been clinging to his neck this whole time. It accepted Jack's challenge and slammed its powerful leg from above him. Jack nimbly dodged the slam, but he immediately sensed another blow coming. He jumped backward just as the beast's other leg swiped by. He might not move as naturally as a wolf did, but he could still utilize his mana sense to predict an attack before it arrives, allowing him a high dodge rate. In time, he might get used to this wolf body and incorporate his 8-diagram illusory steps, but now was not the time to experiment. He made simple jumps, relying on his high dexterity stat and ability to sense incoming attacks, to dodge the beast's assaults. The remaining pack reorganized themselves and soon resumed their offensive rhythm. When the black alpha beast had rested enough, he came back to join the fight. But instead of taking the lead of distracting the beast, it instead let Jack continue taking the role. It joined the rest of the pack in delivering damage. During the beast's last moment, it made a furious roar. Jack sensed that it was going to make a final struggle, but its health point was very low already. Jack made a gamble and copied the alpha wolf's move. He jumped forward and bit hard on the beast's snout, then used all his strength to hold the beast down. Seeing Jack's move, the rest of the pack also joined in his gamble. They forgo cautiousness and went all assault. Some copied Jack's previous move and jumped onto the back of the beast, biting at different parts of its body. The lead alpha came to Jack's side with its maw wide open. It then clamped hard onto the beast's head. Jack heard a cracking sound from the beast's skull. The beast's health point fell to 0 and Jack felt all the resistances in his jaw's grip disappear. The beast disintegrated, leaving behind only Jack and the wolf pack. Jack was panting. The pack all turned to him as with the lead alpha wolf. Jack watched them in bewilderment. The lead alpha made a bow to Jack, followed by the rest of the pack. Jack then heard a notification, informing him that he had passed the trial and became a beastmaster. His vision soon faded. When his vision returned, he found himself back in the greenhouse. The woman who had given him the pond water was smiling at him. Penuel was sitting beside her. "Congratulations on passing the trial," the woman said. "I must say I am impressed. Not many of the members of your pack die in the trial. Not many achieved that. Maybe the others focused on killing the beast," Jack said. "Then they will have failed the trial," the woman replied. "The trial is not about killing the beast. It is about keeping your pack alive. The condition for passing the trial is to keep at least half of your pack alive." Jack was astounded. He secretly exhaled a relief to not have continued clinging on the beast's neck and left the pack to die. He would have failed the test otherwise. Then he suddenly came to a realization. "Hey, I remember what happened inside the trial," he exclaimed. "Those that manage to pass it with flying colors do. Consider it as a secret reward," the woman said. She then asked, "Do you already have a tamed beast? You can hunt one in the wilderness, but if you joined our hunter's lodge, you can buy a young beast as long as you accumulate enough points." "I already do. Thank you for your information," Jack said. The woman nodded. Jack said his farewell and left with Penuel. On his way out, he opened his status window to check his new elite class. Same with the other elite classes, he also received several inherent skills after becoming a beastmaster. Jump 300%. Defense plus 10%. Enhanced senses. Pet received attribute boosts when close to tamer. "Oh, I can also make a superhuman jump now," Jack said after reading the descriptions. He was outside the building now. He gave it a try by making a vertical jump. With his current attributes, he could jump more than 1 meter normally. This time, his body shot up to a height of almost 5 meters. He whistled all the way as he landed back down. The passerby looked at him with weird faces. "Hee, this jumping ability allows me more tactical options. I should also have an easier time traversing difficult terrains with this ability." As for the 10% increase of defense, he figured this was something to compensate an originally ranged player who switched roles to a melee one. Of course, on him, this only meant that he became even tougher to kill. The increased senses made him feel as if he was still the wolf from the trial. He could hear and smell very well. He didn't feel any improvement on his vision, though, probably because his Dragon Eyes passive effect was already better than the Beastmaster's vision enhancement. The fourth skill supported the Beastmaster class melee intention. If both the tamer and pet fought within melee range against the same opponent, the pet would become even more lethal with the tamer beside it. He then checked the 2 skills he received after becoming a Beastmaster. The exclusive skill received for passing the trial on the first try was called Wolfpack. This skill made him reminiscent of his experience just now on being a wolf. At the first level, this skill summons 5 wolves of elite grade. Its duration was 10 minutes with a 3 hours cooldown. The standard Beastmaster skill he got is Master Tamer. This skill allowed the taming of a medium-sized beast. Jack had 45 free Beastmaster skill points which he had saved. He could level up these 2 skills to the max, which was what he did. He used 38 skill points on those 2 skills, leaving 7 free skill points for later use. At level 20, the Call Wolfpack skill lasted 20 minutes and summoned 10 wolves. As for Master Tamer, its max level increased damage and defense of his pet by another 50%. Combined with Archer's Tame Pet skill, which at max level increased the pet's health point and stamina by an additional 50%. His summoned pet would practically be 1.5 times its original power. Jack asked Penuel what about the pet's attributes? Penuel mentioned the attributes would increase when the star proficiency of the skills was upgraded. With this, he was ready to hatch that Thera's beast egg, but Penuel told him to go buy pet food first. This food was necessary to help the pet's growth. Some shops in the business district sold them, but Penuel advised him to go to the Magic Association's shop in the Noble District. The best pet food should be sold there. Jack followed her advice and headed over. Inside the shop, Jack asked the attendants for the best pet food in the shop. The attendants took him to one section which displayed several different types of pet food. The attendants pointed to one of them, indicating it was the best one they had available. Jack checked the price. Of course, this best one was also the most expensive one as well. But it posed no problem for Jack since it only cost 90 silver. Buy 120 of them, Penuel said. What? 120? Jack uttered. He then made a quick count. Hey, that's 108 gold coins. Why do we need so many? The ideal frequency you feed your pet should be 2 times a day to ensure maximum growth, Penuel explained. Then it's too many. With 120 food I can feed him for 2 months. Flame's pet wolf took less than 2 weeks to mature. You can't put the 2 in the same league. That wolf is a small-sized beast. Your Thera's beast is medium-sized. The Thera's beast needed at least twice the time that wolf used to mature, and it likely requires longer time. I estimate 2 months for safety. You don't want to be in a situation where you run out of pet food and you have to return to town to purchase more. Do you? He certainly didn't want that. He currently had 554 gold coins. If he spent 108 gold coins, he won't have enough for the restaurant's 3rd upgrade, which needed 500 gold coins. But then again, he still got 2 weeks' worth of restaurant profit and 1 week's worth of bakery's profit. He estimated it should be enough to cover the lack of coins. With great reluctance, he parted with 108 gold coins. Okay. Now ask for a throwing knife, Penuel said. Huh? What for? I am already short on coins, Jack uttered. And aren't throwing knives used by hidden weapons specialists? They are, but a Beastmaster can also use them for an optional ranged attack. For an archer who became a Beastmaster, don't you think they will be very frustrated if they have spent lots of their skill points on ranged skills such as precise shot? They can still activate such a skill using throwing knife. HMA I don't think I will use such a weapon much, but okay. Let's see the price first. I only need 1 throwing knife, correct? Yes. Same as Ranger's throw weapon skill, the knife will return after being thrown. So you only need to buy 1. With that confirmation, Jack asked the attendant to take him to the section where the throwing knife was sold. There were also multiple throwing knives being displayed. They had different grades and levels. The highest one was level 35. Jack checked the prices of the ones with that level. The common grade one was cheap, costing only 1 gold coin. The rare grade cost 25 gold coins. Jack decided to just buy the uncommon grade, which cost 10 gold coins. It possessed physical damage of 120. It was incredibly low if compared to his other weapons, but this throwing weapon was just auxiliary, so he didn't give it much thought. Now his purse only contained 436 gold coins, He hoped his saved profits were enough to cover at least 64 gold coins. Leaving the Magic Association's shop, Jack went to the Hunters Association to pick up hunting quests. Penuel asked him to pick some quests targeting the draconic monsters at his destination. He took 3 such quests. They were classified as S-rank quests. The remaining 7 were A-rank quests for monsters he might encounter on his way. From the Hunters Association, he moved next door to the Adventurers Association. He reported his 2 neutral quests, search for Obelard Maxius and Thessalvania's missing children. The 2 quests netted him 12,000 adventurer points. The sun was setting by then, so he decided to just spend his time with Amy while waiting for the restaurant to close. He went to collect the profits from the restaurant first before doing the same at Amy's bakery. To his relief, the total profit was 81 gold coins. Amy's bakery closed earlier than the restaurant, so he spent the time chatting with the little girl and her mother. After Ellie closed the restaurant, he came over to the bakery with Bill. Jack then went to the restaurant and activated the upgrade feature. 500 gold coins disappeared from his bag, leaving only a paltry 17 gold coins. He felt as if he had returned to becoming a poor player again. Jack, Ellie, Bill, Amy, and Samantha watched as the restaurant was getting covered by the translucent fabric. Amy asked Jack when he was going to do the 3rd upgrade to the bakery. Jack told her he will do that as soon as he had another 500 gold coins. Jack told her not to worry. He would save the coins and put her bakery as a priority. The next morning, Jack said goodbye to Amy and Samantha and left. The night before, Jack had asked Penuel which country was the place he could farm the draconic essence. Penuel told him that it was not any country. It was a no-man's land like the Fulgur region where the Temple of Divine Squall was located. Penuel informed this place was called Jagera region. It was a mountainous region located in between Themisphere Kingdom, Sangrod Empire, and Hydron Dominion. Jack teleported to the closest town from that region and then rode Pandora towards it. He spent an entire week of riding before Penuel informed him that he had arrived at the edge of the region. He saw a series of mountain ranges, many tall ones further away, but Penuel told him not to wander too deep in this region. This Jagera region was home to draconic monsters. The deeper one went, the stronger the monsters were. There was even a high possibility of a true dragon residing within the depth of this region. The draconic monsters he was targeting were located in the 3 mountains by the edge, each housing a certain type of draconic beast. Jack headed towards the closest mountain. On the night before Jack left Therath, the night after he became a beastmaster, he had hatched the Thuras beast egg. Penuel had explained that the tame skill was most effective when the targeted beast was in its infant form. Taming an adult beast was the hardest. An archer needed to use bait and cage to trap and capture a live beast that was certain to be hostile. The beast was then given pet food and the tame pet skill was used at regular intervals. During this time, the beast might become agitated enough to break out from the cage. Thus, multiple cages and baits needed to be prepared. The process was repeated until the beast succumbed. Capturing a beast at its young age was easier, as they had the least ability to resist. The taming process was the same but took less time. This was what Fierce Flame did with her Savage Wind Wolf. The archer's tame pet skill, aside from increasing the pet's health point and stamina, also increased the success probability in taming the pet, thus reducing the time wasted. Jack's tame pet was already at level 20. He could also use the runestone of probability, further increasing the success rate. However, Jack's Thuras beast was still in its egg form. It had no resistance whatsoever. So, when he used his tame pet skill on the egg, he succeeded on the first try. Cracks appeared on the egg after he received the success notification. An interface appeared asking him to name his pet. Lazy to think up a name, he simply named the pet Thuras. Penuel rolled her eyes when Jack inputted the name. The egg soon broke and a tiny and cute version of the Thuras beast appeared. Jack used Inspect on it. It was a level 1 special elite Thuras beast. Only special elite? The one I fought before was a rare elite. Did I get the short end of the stick? Jack asked with disappointment. It was a baby. What do you expect? Penuel replied. If you diligently feed it the best pet food, not only it is sure to be a rare elite, there might even be a chance for it to become a mythical grade when it matures. This baby thurass beast looked around in confusion after coming out of its eggshell. Its sight settled on Jack before it crawled to beside Jack and rubbed itself on Jack's leg. "Are you a kitten?" Jack asked. He couldn't picture this cute little thing turning into that fearsome beast that almost pummeled him to the death inside the Valley of Tempest. Jack took out a piece of pet food. The baby thurass beast saw the food and became agitated. It attempted to snatch it from Jack's hand. Jack pulled the food up out of its reach. The baby thurass beast stood up with its hind legs, his two forelegs swaying in the air attempting to get the food. It even tried to jump to grab the food. "You really are like a kitten," Jack said with a laugh. "You are the worst beast tamer," Peniel said. Jack didn't tease the baby beast too long. He let go of the pet food and the baby beast immediately gobbled the thing up. After finishing its meal, Jack saw the beast level, which was level 1, increase to level 2. Small-sized pet is considered mature after reaching level 15. A medium-sized one is considered mature after level 30. That's why it takes a longer time and why you need more pet food. You can only summon it for combat after it matures. "Can I still feed it pet food after it matures?" Jack asked. "You can. The food will boost its EXP points to level up. Other than pet food, it will only receive EXP if you summon it during combat. It won't receive any EXP if it is not around when the enemies are killed." Jack nodded. The place where they were going, summoning a level 30 beast to fight might be a bit risky. His pet could end up getting killed. He might need to continue relying on pet food even after his beast matured. Luckily, he had followed Peniel's advice to buy lots of pet food. During his way to the Jagera region, Jack had been feeding his pet regularly, allowing it a steady growth. After entering the first mountain at the edge of the Jagera region, Jack noticed the place was unusually quiet. The mountain was very large, it was also rocky and had little vegetation. Some hazardous-looking fumes regularly pumped out of the holes in the ground. Jack avoided the fumes, which Peniel said was the right call. One would be afflicted with poison status if one inhaled the fumes. After a while, he finally saw a red dot on his radar. He went directly to the dot. He crept to a place where he had a clear view of the red dot. From his hiding place, Jack saw what looked like a very large snake. The rear half of its body was submerged inside the ground. Its body was covered by glistening yellow-brownish scales. Large frills extended from its skull. Its mouth was currently open as it sucked in the fume that shot out from the ground. Jack used his inspect. Poisonous wormling, special elite monster, draconic, level 42, health point, 210,000. Only one. Jack asked in his mind as he observed his radar. There seemed to be no other hostiles in the area. Draconic monsters, although strong, tend to be alone. Even their younglings avoided being in a group, Peniel explained. "Good," Jack commented. "What are their characteristic combat style?" Aside from its strength, its main weapon was its poisonous spit and bite. This venom is very strong. Although its movement speed is not that impressive, the speed by which it shot its half-upper body can be shocking. You better be careful once you get into its range. Can burrow like the grim sandrake, but not too deep. A strong hit should be able to force it to come out. Jack continued to watch the solitary creature. The fumes at the other holes came out at a random interval, but the one this wormling was feeding on was spouting nonstop, which meant the wormling would continue being distracted and stay still. Jack decided to act. He first drank a new potion that had been available in the shop's preventive antidote. It gave the user immunity from poison status in the next 3 minutes. Utilizing his silent step skill, he crept undetected to the wormling's rear. Seeing the wormling still didn't notice, he approached. His Stormbreaker and magic staff, which had turned into Spada of Light, were ready on his 2 hands. When he was close enough, Jack activated Adrenaline Rush and then executed Flame Strike. The wormling was slammed to the ground. Jack scored a sneak attack bonus and a critical bonus, scoring almost 9,000 damages in that single hit. Jack didn't let go of the opportunity when the wormling was helpless. He sent 24 burst slashes at the downed monster, but halfway, the wormling dove inside the ground, disappearing from view. The remaining slashes hit the ground and created gashes. Jack heard rumbles as the ground below him trembled. He jumped in time before the wormling burst out from underneath him. His superhuman jump allowed him to cross a good distance, but the wormling noticed his body in the air and made a snap at him. The snapping speed was indeed as Penuel described. Shocking. Luckily, Jack had readied a magic shield. The wormling's open mouth slammed onto the shield. The impact sent Jack crashing onto the ground. Before Jack could rise, the wormling spat a thick green liquid, hitting Jack's lower body. Jack received around 700 damages. Since he had taken the preventive antidote, he didn't receive poison status, but he heard notification that his pant armor had received deteriorating status. Its durability would decrease over time and its current defense value was halved. The wormling made another spit. Jack hurriedly rolled away. He would lose his armors if he let this overgrown snake keep showering him with its saliva. Jack shot mana beam at the wormling. Its body was nimble enough to duck out of the way, but Jack swung the beam to where the wormling was dodging, still hitting it in the end. Jack shot mana bullet and energy bolts as he used charge to get close to the wormling. Its body again disappeared into the ground, evading the assault. With his radar and mana sense, Jack knew the position of the wormling in the ground. He shot Wind Slash, which penetrated deep into the ground, striking the wormling. The wormling was forced to come out after getting damaged. Jack was already waiting above. His swords danced around the wormling's body. When the wormling burrowed again, Jack used Sword of Light to force it out. He then repeated the process. After some while, the wormling finally fell. Jack received EXP points, some coins, mana cores, and one wisp of Draconic Essence. The Draconic Essence automatically went into his body after the wormling died. Only one? I have to kill 1,000 Draconic monsters just to level up a single level of this bloodline. Jack asked, depressed. Didn't I say Dragon Bloodline is the hardest to level up? Penuel retorted. Jack sighed. He walked over to the next red dot on his radar. Jack spent a total of 2 months wandering around the 3 mountains at the periphery of the Jagera region. Each of the mountains housed different types of monsters. The second mountain Jack explored had lush forest covering it. The monster that inhabited this mountain was Forest Wormling. It was different than the poisonous wormling he fought in the first mountain. The Forest Wormling was much smaller than its cousin. It also had wings, which allowed it to glide from one tree to another. It possessed a camouflage ability to hide amongst the tree barks. The camouflage was useless though against Jack due to his radar and mana sense ability. The Forest Wormling was more agile. Luckily, this monster did not possess a true flying ability. Could only glide, meaning it needed to climb to higher ground before it attempted to glide. Once it was down on the ground, Jack had an easier time dealing with them. But since it was fast, Jack could not completely prevent it from running to higher ground by itself. It's a good thing Jack had called Wolfpack skill. His general strategy against this Forest Wormling was tricking it into ambushing him. The wormling would try to sneak on him from above by doing a diving assault. Once Jack evaded the sneak attack, he summoned the wolf pack to surround the wormling while he dished out damage. The third mountain housed a different draconic monster altogether, hard-shelled drakeling. It was like a tiny version of the grim sand drake with a turtle shell for its back. Jack was clueless when fighting this drakeling for the first time, because after suffering sufficient damage, it would retreat into its shell like a turtle. In this condition, it received a tremendous boost to its defense. Jack's attack hardly made a scratch. To complicate matters, the drakeling gained regenerative ability during this time. Not only did Jack fail to deliver damage, but its health point bar was slowly refilling instead. Jack ended up using Stormbreaker's overlimit to break through that tough defense. After killing one drakeling, Jack thought it was a waste of time to spend too much time on this monster, so he returned to the second mountain to hunt the Forest Wormling. He still needed to complete his hunting quest on the hard-shelled drakeling, though. Luckily, the quest only needed him to kill 5. So he went back and forth every 6 hours when his overlimit went off cooldown until his hunting quota was filled. With this experience, he noticed that he needed a skill that had high penetration ability like Overlimit with a much lesser cooldown time. Something that destroyed the opponent's defense or ignored defense altogether. His Thuras beast took a total of 6 weeks to mature. He continued to feed it pet food to stimulate its growth. When his stock of pet food ran out, the beast reached level 35. Its grade became Rare Elite once it matured at level 30. He was slightly disappointed that it didn't turn out to be a mythical grade as Penuel said it might. But he was still happy to have a Rare Elite pet. Combined with Jack's max-out tame pet skill which boosted the pet's health point, Thera's health point was tremendous. It had 480,000 health point at level 35. Even though attribute-wise it was still weaker than the Wormling, it was not easy for the Thuras beast to get killed. So Jack summoned it out to combat to let it receive EXP points as well. He couldn't keep on relying on pet food to help his pet grow. Thuras was slightly useless against the forest Wormling. But against the poisonous Wormling it surprisingly proved effective. The Theras beast could do a powerful stomp that created a localized earthquake. This earthquake easily forced the poisonous Wormling out of its burrowing. After discovering this advantage, the first mountain had become Jack's primary grinding spot. Thuras had 5 active abilities. One was their inherent skill which they possessed once matured. The rest they received once their tamer's skill increased. Penuel explained that for small-sized pets, every 5 levels of tame pet skill granted the pet another skill, culminating at 5 skills after the tame pet skill reached level 20. As for medium-sized pets, tame pet skill only granted a new skill every 10 levels. So a level 20 tame pet skill only gave the pet a total of 3 skills. But Beastmaster's Master Tamer skill also gave the pet another skill every 10 levels. Hence, with both Tame Pet and Master Tamer skills fully leveled up, a medium-sized pet would also possess 5 active skills. Since Jack already maxed out those 2 skills, his Thuras beast had a full arsenal of skills once it matured. One of these skills was the Overbearing Stomp, which had proven its effectiveness against poisonous Wormlings. This stomp did not only create tremor, but also a shockwave that damaged and lifted everyone around the beast into the air. The second skill was called Tyrannical Charge. It was a meteorite-like charge that left a blazing trail. This move was very fast and dealt massive damage to a single opponent. The third skill was Oppressive Wave. It was executed by slashing using the Thuras beast's massive horns. The slash created a powerful energy wave that dealt damage and strong pushback on everything in its path. These 3 skills were ones Jack had already witnessed when he was facing the Thuras beast inside the Valley of Tempest. The other 2 skills were new to him. He was glad the Thuras beast in the valley didn't exhibit these skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to get into the cave where he took the test of courage. The fourth skill was Autocratic Roar. This roar dealt damage to a large area around the beast. The damage was small, yet it was the roar's other effect that made it troublesome for opponents. The roar had a decent chance to cause multiple negative statuses: paralyze, dizzy, disoriented, confused, and fear. The fifth and final skill was Imperious Pressure. It created a force field surrounding the beast that applied extreme gravity on all enemies within. The best thing was this field didn't affect allies, making it an ultimate ability in a group fight. With these arsenals, even when Thera's level was still low, it could hold its ground against the Wormlings. There was even a time when Jack decided to let Thuras fight a Wormling on its own. Although it had difficulty killing the higher-level monster, the Wormling also failed to prevail against Thuras. With this, Jack had a rough idea about his pet's survivability. He then joined the fight and finished off the Wormling. The levels of the draconic monsters in these 3 mountain ranges revolved around levels 40 to 45. Most of the monsters were special elite, but there was also an occasion where he saw a rare elite version. He avoided one until his Blade Dancer class reached level 40 and he met one that was also level 40. He thought it was time he gauged his possibility against a rare elite of the same level. The level 40 rare elite he fought against was a forest Wormling. This rare elite Wormling was not only stronger and faster, but it also possessed a skill that its special elite counterpart did not. It could shoot a bullet of high air pressure that detonated upon impact. It's a good thing it could not do it too often, though. Jack and the forest wormling fought for almost an hour without a clear winner. Getting tired of it, Jack summoned the Thuras beast and had it join the fight. He also activated Over Limit. Only then did he win. Although it took an effort and help from his pet, Jack was gleeful that he could already win against a rare elite of the same level even without relying on his lightning god barrage. By the end of the 2 months, Jack had reached level 41 for his Blade Dancer class, level 40 for Archmage, and level 36 for Beastmaster. He had set the EXP proportion at 35 hours, 35 minutes, and 30 seconds respectively. These draconic monsters, although were sparse and tough to kill, they still gave a large amount of EXP. With the large EXP gain and his non-stop grinding effort, Jack managed to not fall too far from the general players. From his guildmates' reports, he knew that the average players were now around level 42 to 44, with some top experts having already reached level 45. With 3 classes, he thought it was natural for him to get left behind. Due to this, he was amazed again at Master, who had managed to keep his level close to the general players even when he had 5 classes. He wondered then if he could truly win the next time they met. As soon as the thought surfaced, he banished this pessimistic thought. There was little use continuing to compare himself with the man he was trying to beat. The important thing was doing his best without wasting any time. Jack planned to continue his EXP grinding. His target was to reach level 50 and then went to try that elite class inside Valley of Tempest. At this time, he received a message from John, asking him to return. Although Jack was out here in the Jagera region, he had been receiving regular updates from his guildmates, most often from Bowler. The chatterbox had filled him up on most of the things going on in Therath and the guild during his absence. The guild had upgraded to level 3 1 week after his departure. The other big guilds did the same 2 to 3 weeks later. Their member limit was increased to 2,000 members. The reputation required to get to guild level 4 was 1 million points. More buildings were available for construction after the level up. Everyone had been working diligently to gather the required resources. The special units that came from unique insignia, the Eagle Rider Hunter and Blood Count, required special equipment that can be crafted from Blacksmith Workshop, which also required special material and a basic master-level blacksmith. The material problem was solved after Dylan scoured the market in all 3 available countries, Themisphere, Sangrod, and Vermeer. He found a seller who could provide a steady supply in one of the cities in Sangrod. Though the material problem was solved, they were still helpless on the basic master blacksmith requirement. Their best blacksmith player was still an intermediate expert. It would still be a long time before that player could become a basic master blacksmith. Luckily, this issue was solved around 3 weeks ago when Kersey unexpectedly received a breakthrough. She was crafting a super rare equipment recipe acquired by Fierce Flame from a dungeon. The experience was enough to push him into the basic master rank. Since then, John focused their resources to produce those 2 special units. Those units still took a long time to train though. At the moment, they had only 10 for both units. The blood count was indeed of the vampire race. They were a kind of a rogue class unit that had an advantage in speed. They were especially deadly at night, as they could meld into the shadow and be invisible until they struck. The Eagle Rider Hunters were basically archers riding atop a large eagle. Their flying steed gave them high mobility to rain down arrows on any terrains. They even had a skill that alighted their arrows on fire, increasing their damage output. As for standard units other than Squire and Bandit Archer, they could now also train Knight, Cavalry, Mage, and Healer. For defensive structures other than the wall and its gate. There were also the ice towers from the blueprint Genie obtained. These ice towers were built at some interval along the wall. They had also crafted several traps. John placed these traps at several strategic places around their territory. The traps didn't activate when guild members step on them, so there was no worry for him to place them as he liked. But there was a restriction where he couldn't place 2 traps too close to one another. So he could not simply fill up the whole plot of land with traps. Clashes had happened with other guilds, especially the Coalition, but nothing big. Only small skirmishes when both sides happened to meet at the same places and compete for the same resources. Nothing that required Jack to return and lend a hand. It appeared as if the Coalition had given up on defeating Heavenly Citadel. Some guilds had members who recently managed to cross over to neighboring countries as well. When their top members reached level 45, they sent out expeditions to try to sneak past the high-level regions between countries. Casualties happened, but they all wore Amulet of Rebirth. While some members perished, one or two managed to sneak over and establish links. They then start letting their members teleport between the two countries. Everlasting Heavenly Legends had also gotten a lot of benefit from Florence's work. After her missing Outworlders Coordination Center started operating in their wrath, many players flocked to the center. They gained many followers who were willing to join their noble work and opened up centers in the other main cities of Themisphere. All the ones opened in this country were of course under Everlasting Heavenly Legends umbrella, boosting the guild's prestige. Perhaps this was also the reason why the coalition stopped making trouble. They didn't want to draw the public's ire. Another probable reason was that now that more and more of this world was exposed, everyone didn't need to keep fighting over the small plots around the capital. Everyone focused more on exploring now. Hence the lukewarm peace during these 2 months. At least that was what Jax thought before he received the message from John. Was there trouble with the coalition again? John didn't elaborate in his message. Other benefits they gained from Florence's missing Outworlders Coordination Center were as John had intended. More players wished to join their guild, but they were now much more selective on letting who joined. They also did active invites when they found potential players from Florence's pool of data. 2 of which they had recruited in this way were a warlock named Old Demon and a gunner named Sturdy Serpent. Old Demon was an old veteran gamer who had retired from gaming to have a stable profession and spend more time with his family. He didn't think that his past expertise would come in handy in this world. Florence had reunited him with his wife and daughter who were currently living in their wrath as civilians. Jeannie had come to him and offered him an invitation. He accepted, seeing that he owed the guild a debt in helping him reunite with his family. Sturdy Serpent was not a gamer. He was an army special operative. He was helped by the center in reuniting with her mother, who was now also residing in their wrath. He couldn't find the army or government where he used to serve, so he had been at a loss. With Jeannie's offer came knocking, he was eager to be back in some sort of an organization again. The government itself had been in shambles after the world changed. When the ex-politicians finally found their colleagues, they tried to band together and re-establish their organization. But their effort bore very little success. They were too late. It had been half a year since the world changed. And they were too weak. They were not used to gaming concepts, so they did very little effort in leveling up. Without power, no one was willing to follow them despite them claiming to be the legitimate ruler to all the players. The gaming guilds who were more adaptive to this game world had much better success in gaining public influence. When these gaming guilds heard this so-called past government tried imposing their rules, they simply scoffed at them. After some weeks spent with the 2 new expert members, Jeannie and John agreed to promote the 2 into core members. Jeannie asked if Jack wanted to offer his opinion before that. Jack said that he trusted the 2's judgment. John pointed out that Jack was just lazy to come back and meet the 2, which Jack didn't deny. Their core members were also joined by the addition of 3 of Doman's past students. One happened due to a coincidence where Doman met the person during his casual walk in their wrath. Learning that his past master was a part of a guild, the guy offered himself to join. Learning about this, John got an idea and asked Doman to list out all his past students who he deemed as experts. Doman replied to him that all his students were experts. He wouldn't have accepted them as students otherwise. John sighed and rephrased his words by asking him to list out all his past students who he deemed worthy of trust. Doman searched his memory and wrote down several names. John then gave the list to Florence, asking her to notify him or Jeannie if any of the names in the list showed up. 2 such persons were found. Jeannie approached them with Doman in tow and the 2 joined without hesitation. The 3 were also added to their core members as Doman trusted them. Jeannie and John also promoted some of the few outstanding veteran grade members into core members. At least the ones they thought could be trusted. All these new core members were informed of the nature of this world and about the enemy that they would be facing in the future. None of them were cowards, so they eagerly look forward to fighting together with everyone in the guild. No news was heard about the war in Liguritum realm. That country was located furthest from Themisphere. Apart from Jack, Wilted Tree, and the World Maker people, no one seemed to have reached that far away. So everyone was still oblivious of the war raging in that country. Jeannie had given Horatio's letter to Commander Quintus soon after Jack left. The commander asked about Jack. Jeannie informed him truthfully about Jack's intention to become stronger before continuing the quest. The commander understood. He said he would give the letter to Prince Alonso. The commander also asked Jeannie to convey to Jack that Jack should come to him to get his merit points once he returned. Jack was preparing to leave as he tallied his gains. He first checked his container of souls. He had left the container alone and planned to only use the souls when he was about to leave this region. The draconic monsters he killed might not be many, but the souls they provided were above average compared to normal monsters. His container at the moment possessed 682,000 souls. He could level up his elite skills 6 times, but he decided to max out most of his basic and advanced skills. He maxed out Swift Stab, Roll, Throw Weapon, Adrenaline Rush, Flash Step, Shooting Dash, Barrier, and Magic Bind. After he was done, his container only had 5,000 souls left. Many of his skills and spells also increased in proficiencies. Flame Strike and Magic Shield, the 2 of his most used skills, had upgraded to 6 stars. Parry, Swing, Natural Body Recovery, Magic Bullet, Energy Bolts, Heightened State were now 5 stars. Adrenaline Rush, Sword of Light, Flash Steps, Barrier, Arcane Turbulence, Ice Ring, Life-Burning Art, Dragon Eye were 3 stars. Shooting Dash and Myriad Ensnaring Chains were 2 stars. 8 skills received their first stars. Devouring Cross at first star now drained 23% of damage into health point instead of 20%. If all 10 stars were upgraded, it would convert 50% of damage into health point. Blitz Slash increased its range by another 1 meter. Ranger's Roll allowed the ranger to roll to a maximum of 3 meters distance. This first star added half a meter to that distance. With all 10 stars, Jack would be able to cover 8 meters of distance. He imagined himself rolling 8 meters away. He thought it will be very unnatural. He would be like a ball rolling and rolling. Jack laughed when he imagined it. Tame Pet and Call Wolf Packs every star had the same effect. They both increased the pet or wolf's attributes by 5%. Mana Beam's range got increased by 2 meters. Magic Weapon received a boost on damage by 4% for each star. The best one according to Jack was Call Familiar Spell. When it received its first star, all of Penul's spells received a boost. Fast Heal and Group Fast Heal now recovered 55% health point. The group spell even increased its AoE radius by 1 meter. Healing Field now healed 320 health points/second. Invulnerability now lasted 3.5 seconds. The length when second life spell was in effect was now 3.5 minutes. For his non-battle skills, the ones increased were his cooking and inspect skills. Both were now basic expert grade. He also did a lot of equipment repairing during these 2 months, but it was not enough to increase his blacksmith skill. He had 45 free attribute points from all the leveling up. He dumped them all into his endurance. His human age had increased to 6 months. In the 5th month, he received an active skill that corresponded with his Blade Dancer class, Slash of Determination, rank 1. It dealt 100% damage that ignores all defense, with 100% bleed chance and 20% added critical chance. With this skill, he fared better against the hard-shelled Drakeling. But this skill had a 2 minutes cooldown, which was still too long to make the hard-shelled Drakeling a meaningful farming monster. In his 6th month, his Limitless Potential passive skill increased to rank 4. It now increased his health point by 800 points, stamina and mana point by 120, and all his attributes except for luck are increased by 4. He had 1 new skill for each of his 3 classes after the level ups. Pentaslash level 120th. Active skill Melee requires dual-wield swords, delivers successive 5 slashes to 1 target, dealing 100% damage on the first slash. Consecutive slashes had an incremental increase of 50% damage each slash. Cooldown 3 minutes. Stamina 100, Magic Wall level 120th. Active skill requires Magic Weapon, create a 10-meter wide wall of light in front of the caster, withstand damage to 300% from caster's maximum health point. Reduce all damage by 30%. Duration 5 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Mana 80. Beast form, wolf, level 120th active skill, transform into a beast, gain an additional 100% health point during transformation, recover 5 health point every 10 seconds during beast form. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 6 hours. Stamina 120. The Pentaslash was his currently highest damaging single target attack. Even at level 1, if all 5 slashes hit, the cumulative damage would be 1000%. As for the magic wall, he had the experiences already using them via the magic scrolls. The most exciting new skill for him was the beast form. When he transformed, he became a large werewolf that amplifies his damage, defense, and attributes. His weapons disappeared and he fought using claws, but the damage value of his weapons was still calculated into his damage. Penuel mentioned the wolf form was the basic version for every beastmaster after receiving the skill. Other forms could be gained by either quests or items. She did mention that she knew of a place where Jack could get a powerful shape-shifting form. However, Penuel said Jack was not strong enough yet. The place was also very far away. After all the level-ups, he had 12 free Blade Dancer skill points, 15 for Archmage and 25 for Beastmaster. Jack didn't have many elite skills yet for Beastmaster, and he felt it a waste to spend the free skill points on advanced skills. So he spent 19 points to max out the Beast form, leaving another 6 points for later use. The Beast form at level 20 lasted 10 minutes long. Every 10 levels increased granted the Beast an active skill when Jack was in the form. When Jack was in werewolf form, he could use 3 Beast skills: Savage Claws, Ravenous Bite, and Beast Rage. The first 2 were offensive skills that amplified damage, while the last increased all his prowess for 30 seconds. The best thing was that he found out he could still use both Blade Dancer skills and Archmage spells while in this form. For the 12 free Blade Dancer skill points, he spent 7 to max out Devouring Cross. This skill now dealt 700% damage. The remaining 5 points he used on Wind Slash. It now shot 2 wind energies that dealt 350% damage each to all those in their paths. The 15 free Archmage spell points were spent on Magic Weapon. At level 16, the Magic Weapon now lasted 17.5 minutes. The last upgrade was his Bloodline. It was his main purpose in coming to this region, after all. But even after these 2 months, he only collected around 1,500 Draconic Essences. With the Draconic monster being so tough, there was a limit to how many he could slay within a day. To make matter worse, most of the monsters only dropped 1 Draconic Essence. The level 40 rare elite and a few level 45 special elites dropped 2 essences, but that happened very rarely. His Gold Dragon Bloodline was now level 2 and it increased his attributes, health point, stamina, and mana point by 12% instead of 10%. He didn't receive more active skills though. Penuel mentioned he would only get 1 every 3 levels. So the new skill would appear when his Bloodline reached level 4. It was a pity. He would prefer to continue farming here to gain more Draconic Essences. But he supposed he needed to go back to see what was going on. John didn't say much in his message, but he sounded urgent. Jack used the Guild Return Scroll and appeared inside Heavenly Citadel's teleportation chamber. As he went towards the guild hall where John was waiting for him, he walked past a balcony that overlooked the outside. He was amazed by the change. Several new buildings had been erected. Even the wall had been adjusted outward to allow more land to hold the additional buildings. Talk about a convenient gaming system. Down there, he saw several of the new units, knights, cavalries, mages, and healers patrolling around. He even saw some of the Eagle Rider hunters flying above. The blood counts were nowhere to be seen. They were perhaps hidden and only came out if there were intruders, or if a command was given to them. Players were also abounding. The last time he checked the guild page, which was a few hours ago, their members were 1,552 members. Several walked past him without recognizing him. Jack couldn't be inspected, and he seldom hung around the headquarters, so it was not strange that new members didn't know him. Jack admired the changes a while longer before he resumed his walk towards the guild hall. When he arrived at the entrance to the guild hall, a player who stood with his friends near the entrance shouted, "Halt! Ha!" Jack was confused. The player pointed at the entrance. "You must be a newcomer. That door is to the guild hall. Only leaders, counselors, and officers rank are allowed entry." Newcomers should learn the rules before wandering around aimlessly. When Jack was about to reply, one of the player's friends pulled him away. His other friend bowed to Jack and said, "I'm sorry, sir. Please forgive him. That trainee is trying to show off and doesn't recognize you. Please don't be angry with him. We will beat him as punishment. Please have mercy and spare his life." The guy then walked backward while continuing to bow. His other friends were dragging away the first player, who was having an extremely puzzled expression. "Hey, it's okay. I don't mind," Jack yelled, but those players continued dragging the first player away. Some even started punching the guy. Jack scratched his head. He truly needed to talk to John about those nasty rumors about him. He wondered if the fellow was still spreading them. Jack went inside the hall and found John was sitting behind a table by the side of the hall. He was reading some papers that spread out on the table. Jack came to him. "Hey, are you still saying bad things about me? Some of our members are terrified of me." Jack said to him, "Isn't that a good thing?" John replied without looking at Jack. He was still reading the papers on the table. "Good thing my ass. How am I supposed to make friends if guild members are avoiding me?" "Then don't. A leader should act aloof, away from the reach of the common members. That will make them respect you more." "They will." "Sure. Don't you trust me?" "Is that a trick question?" "MMA the guy mumbled. Jack could see that he was distracted. Jack then asked, "What's the matter? Why do you call me back?" John finally looked up at Jack. Jack saw some tiredness in the guy's eyes. He wondered what could probably bother this person who usually wore the devil-may-care attitude. "We have two problems," John said. "Saint Edge and wicked witches." "Oh? Are they attacking?" "Just point me in their direction. I will whoop them, no problem," Jack said. "This is not something that can be settled by whooping asses. You got an update from Bowler about some big guilds to have managed in crossing countries, right?" Jack nodded. Wicked Witches and Saint Edge had both reconnected with their true leaders. Wicked Witch's leader came into this world at Orbor Dynasty, the Elven country. Some of their members had crossed over to this country and established teleportation links. The same goes for Saint Edge. They came from Euro, the Sangrod Empire, specifically Vakarist, the capital of that country. Their guild headquarters was there. Jack cut in John's words. "So you know. William of Wellington told me." "Yes, it is so. The true leaders of both guilds had just teleported to Therath yesterday," John informed. "So what? Their true leaders are also just players. What's so troublesome about them? If they want to make trouble, I will gladly meet them in combat. Can you please stop trying to solve everything with violence?" John said with exasperation. "What is troublesome is not the leaders. Yes, they are rather capable players. They also bring several lieutenants who are both famous players and longtime key members of their guild. But that's not the problem. The issue is with the intentions they bring." "What intentions?" "They requested their heirs to come with them and rule their guilds together with them." Jack was baffled hearing it. "What does that got to with us?" "Jeannie was the daughter to the main leader of Wicked Witches," John said. Jack took in a deep breath. Jeannie did tell him about her family having a share in the workshop behind Wicked Witches, but she never mentioned anything about her mother being the main leader. Jeannie was currently on her way to meet her mother for a talk. She did say she was going to reject the request, but I'm not sure. She didn't look so well when she left, and I don't peg her for a disobedient child. The talk might not go as smooth as she hopes it will be. Where are they meeting? In a VIP room of Ellie's restaurant. Good. It should be easy for me to find out which room they are in then, Jack thought. What about the Saint Edge? You said Saint Edge has the same intention. Does that mean their heir is one of our members as well? Yes. Who? Jack asked. Me, John answered. Jack blinked a few times before blurting. You? You never said anything about it. I never said anything about this to anyone, John replied. It was not important anyway. I just can't stand the old man's way of doing things, so I came out to do my own things. Hey Euro, this is bad. If the two of you go with your parents, doesn't that mean I am alone to take care of this guild? I can't do that. Jack said with panic. Don't worry, I won't leave. Didn't I say already that I don't see eye to eye with my old man? Jeannie, on the other hand, I'm not so sure. You better hurry and go accompany her to the meeting. She might need support more than she let on. Why don't you go then? I can't. I'm scheduled to meet with St. Edge's true leader soon. Your father? Why did you and Jeannie arrange to meet them at the same time? Jack asked. We didn't arrange it. They sent out invitations at the same time. I find it strange as well. Perhaps those two guilds have talked to each other before. Where are you meeting your dad? Here. They invite me to the city as well, but I decline. I say meet me here at my place if they want. Hee. That's so like you. What are you reading? Report on St. Edge and Wicked Witch's power. St. Edge is the more dangerous of the two. They seem to be the overlord amongst the players in Sangrad's capital. Their headquarters are also level 3 already. You think we will come into confrontation with them? Different forces always come to confrontations at times. It will be wise to prepare for them. All right, I will head over to their wrath to accompany Jeannie, Jack said. You do that, John said as his attention returned to the papers on the table. Jack gave him one last glance before leaving. The guy didn't look that good. Would he truly be okay? When Jack stepped outside the guild hall, a voice called him. Hey, Jack boy. Jack looked over and found an orc in light armor and a human in a robe carrying a long staff. Uncle below. Brother Jason, Jack called out. The two were Doman's past students who had joined. During their time at Doman's School of Martial Arts, Jack often roamed around the place despite not practicing much, so he was familiar with them. Familiar enough to recognize the person even when said person wore an orc's face. How many times have I told you not to call me uncle? The orc who was called below said. Dude, you are more than twice my age. What am I going to call you if not uncle? Jack replied. Below was amongst the first generation of Doman's students. He was also Doman's assistant when the school was at its height. You should just call me very big brother below. The man called Jason, who was beside below, laughed. He said to Jack, I heard you are a big shot here. Nothing much. I'm just one of the leaders, Jack replied. At the same time, he used inspect on them. Below was a level 43 battle monk, while Jason was a level 36 healer. Crap. Why are you only level 36? Jack blurted out after seeing Jason's level. Ha ha ha. That's a funny story. Did you also see that his class is a healer? Below uttered. Then he turned to Jason. Tell him why you chose the magician class. Jason gave Below an exasperated expression. He then said to Jack, I have no idea about this class choosing when all this shit started. When the black chest first appeared, I picked the staff because it is a weapon most similar to a cane, a weapon I'm most accustomed to. Yeah, he was a magician who least often cast a spell during a fight, Below said with a ridiculing tone. So why are you still an advanced class? Have you not taken the elite class trial? Jack asked. Below laughed again, which made Jason give him a stare. This guy can't pass the trial because it doesn't involve physical tasks, Below said. Penuel joined in at this time. Go ahead and take the Inquisitor class trial then. That class focus on making a healer a melee class. Their weapon of choice is mace. It should be right your alley to use a long mace. Below and Jason turned to Penuel, who was sitting on Jack's shoulder. You must be the fabled Penuel. Great to finally meet you, the two said. She is on my shoulder the whole time. You two still dare to say finally? Jack chided. Inquisitor class? All right. I will head there and take the trial immediately, Jason announced. Then let's go together. I'm heading to Therath myself, Jack said. The two asked him what's he doing in Therath. Jack told them about the meeting between Jeannie and Wicked Witch's people. Below expressed his desire to accompany Jack, but Jack reminded him of his race. The guy couldn't enter Therath. Jason offered himself instead. He would take the test after the meeting. Jack agreed. Before they left, they saw a commotion as several squire units were escorting a group of players. Jack looked over and saw John come out of the guild hall and meet this group. The lead was a pale yet charismatic middle-aged man. After spending time in Sangrod, Jack could recognize a vampire when he saw one. Jack used Inspect on the lead. St. Jonathan, Paladin, level 45, comma, health point 4000, guild, Saint Edge. John then led the Saint Edge group away in another direction. Jack watched them go before resuming heading to the teleportation chamber. Jason followed along beside him. They came out in their Atha's zone portal, and Jack hailed a carriage to carry him and Jason to Ellie's restaurant. Jack had received a reply from Ellie about the room number. He had originally asked Jeannie, but Jeannie told him to just let her handle the meeting. Jack asked her if she was alone. She answered yes. He then asked if her mother came alone as well. She answered that her mother came with some retinues. Jack replied by saying that it would only be fair if he came to accompany her as well then. She didn't object, but she didn't tell him where they were meeting as well. Jack could see the girl was becoming indecisive when it came to the issue with her family. John made the right call of calling him back. Along the way, he used Inspect randomly. The level distribution among the players was more varied now. The mainstream had levels around 42 to 44 as was previously reported to him. But he also saw several that were still around level 30. Some were even around level 10, and they didn't look to be players who focused only on their auxiliary skills. Jack figured those lower level ones were those that had died recently. Now that players did more traveling, not everyone focused on just leveling up. They spent more time traveling, so their levels fell behind others who were still heavily focused on EXP farming. And with travels, there came more risks due to unknown environment casualties occurred. Hence, this caused the difference in levels to become much more varied compared to before. Arriving in front of Ellie's restaurant, he marveled at the max upgraded building. It was 8-story tall now, dwarfing Amy's bakery beside it. Business was also looking good. The first floor was full. He didn't have the time to marvel at the restaurant's changes for too long, though. He headed directly to the VIP room informed by Ellie. When he was in front of the door to the aforementioned room, he acted politely and knocked. The door was opened by a rough-looking woman. Jack scanned her. She was a level 44 berserker. "Who are you?" the berserker woman asked curtly. "I'm with Jeannie. She is inside, isn't she?" Jack replied politely. Instead of answering Jack, the woman looked inside for a while before turning back and said to Jack, "There is no such person here. Go away." She was just about to close the door when Jack gave the door leaf a strong kick. The impact sent the berserker woman flying across the room. "Damn, Jack boy. I don't remember you to be a hooligan," Jason commented from behind. Jack just chuckled and motioned for him to follow as he stepped into the room. He didn't forget to check on the door he just kicked. No damage. Good, meaning no need for a repair. There were 5 other persons in the room aside from the berserker woman who was currently on the floor. One was Jeannie, the other 4 sat opposite her. 3 of those 4 had stood up when their doorkeeper got sent flying. "Who are you?" uttered one of the women whose countenance looked very much like Jeannie, but not old enough to be her mother. A spear appeared in her hand. "You a Euro?" Another voice was heard. Now this one Jack recognized. She was Queen Magenta. "How are you, beautiful hag?" Jack greeted her. "Who did you call a hag?" she scolded. She also took out her magic staff. "I did add beautiful, didn't I?" Jack tried to defend. "Stop." Jeannie was standing up now. "This is Stormwind. He is the co-leader to my guild. I invited him here." She did not, but with how things were proceeding, a fight might break out if she didn't say something. "Your ex-guild, don't you mean?" the woman amongst the 4 who remained seated said. She was the calmest in this situation. She was looking at Jack sharply. Her age looked similar to Queen Magenta. Jack could see Jeannie's features on her face. Jack was sure then that this woman was Jeannie's mother, the main leader of Wicked Witches. She was also an elf, the same as the other women in this room aside from Jeannie and Queen Magenta. The berserker woman who fell to the floor had risen. She was holding a battle axe and was just about to lunge at Jack when Jeannie's mother lifted a hand to stop her. "Mr. Stormwind, I have heard many things about you," Jeannie's mother, who Jack inspected to have the alias of Nova, said. Jack was slightly glad that this leader didn't use any funny moniker like Empress or something like that. He was worried at first considering there were players like Queen Magenta and Princess Purple in that guild. Not all of them bad, I hope, Jack said and sat beside Jeannie without waiting for an invitation. Jason, who tried to be a gentleman, remained standing by the door. The berserker woman came back to the door. When she used inspect and found out about Jason's level and class, she said, "Move aside, weak man." Still trying to be a gentleman, Jason complied and stood a bit further, next to where Jack was sitting. Jack turned to him and gave him a look that said, "Why don't you sit down?" He returned with a look that said, "I'm fine standing." "Why do you come here?" Queen Magenta asked curtly after sitting back down. Her magic staff was still ready in her hand. "I'm here to make sure you don't poach our leader," Jack said. "What poach? My sister's place is right here with us. She has no business playing around with a small guild like yours." The woman with the spear who looked like Jeannie said, "Small guild like ours? My good-looking sister, we are currently number 1 in the guild chart. If we are small, aren't yours considered tiny then?" Jack replied, "Who is your sister? Your guild is just lucky to get the resources that get recognized by this world system. In terms of real prestige, your Greenhorn Guild is nothing compares to ours. I remembered someone called me lucky as well when I placed first in the tutorial rank." "I put that person down," Jack said as he glanced at Queen Magenta. "As a matter of fact, your so-called large guilds had made several attempts on us little guild, but we still kicked their asses back. If you think that was because at that time your pretty ass was not here, then you are welcome to try and see how we kick your pretty ass this time." "You have a real foul mouth," Nova remarked. Jeannie's sister, who Jack scanned to have the alias of Jennifer, stood up again. Her spear was back in her hand. "I welcome your challenge. A backwater player like you who gets a big head just because you never fought a real expert, I will teach you a lesson." "Is she for real? She is calling you and the others as fake experts," Jack said to Queen Magenta, who turned away without dignifying Jack with a response. "Stop, everyone." Jeannie stood up as well this time. "Mother, I have told you. I'm not interested in becoming a part of the Wicked Witches. I have my own guild now. One that I build with my own hands and my friends. I won't let that go." "Sister, why are you being so stubborn?" Jennifer uttered. Nova frowned at her daughter's words. "Are you sure about this, Jeannie? You know we won't let this go. As my friend said, you are welcome to try. We are not weaklings who you can push around," Jeannie said. She then said to Jack, "Let's go." "Oh, we are done," Jack said with a surprise. He just got here. He thought he still needed to quarrel a little bit more. Jason wanted to open the door for Jeannie, but the berserker woman stopped him. "Madam has not yet excused you, people." She attempted to shove Jason, who she considered a weak level 36 healer. Jason caught her hand as he used his long staff to lock and pull her forward, increasing the momentum of the woman's pushing attempt. Jason sent her flipping before falling hard on her back. "I'm sorry," Jason said. He then opened the door for Jeannie. Jennifer and the other woman, who was a sentinel, wanted to take action but Nova held them. Nova also asked the fuming berserker woman to stand down. "I'm sorry again, Mother," Jeannie said. "As do I," Nova replied. Once they were outside, Jack asked Jeannie, "What's that about your mother said they won't let this go? Are they issuing us a challenge?" "Yes. In case if I refuse, they want a showdown with our guild. But just the players. We are not to include our guild's trained units. They wanted to point out that, in terms of players' quality, there's our superior. They wanted to show me that it was a waste of time to stay in everlasting heavenly legends." "Only players?" "Yes, we select 200 players. They will do the same. We then fight only with those numbers." 200? What a joke. "Let me rout them all by myself," Jack exclaimed. When Jeannie wanted to tell him not to underestimate Wicked Witch's core members, she heard a voice notification. In fact, not only her. Every member of Everlasting Heavenly Legends received the same notification, including Jack. "Alert! Your guild core is under attack." The three of them were stunned by the sudden notification. What happened? Why is our guild core under attack? Genie uttered while sending messages to ask those who were in the headquarters. No time to ask, Jack said as he pulled out his guild return scroll. Seeing Jack's action, Genie and Jason did the same. Jack materialized inside the teleportation chamber first. He ran out to the corridor without further ado. Once there, he summoned Pandora just as Genie and Jason teleported inside the chamber. Jack climbed onto Pandora and rode at high speed. The corridor was wide enough for him to use his mount, but it was strangely vacant. When Jack came to the teleportation chamber not long ago, he still saw some players coming and going through the corridor. Despite Pandora's incredible speed, the dreadful news he feared still arrived. Your guild core had been broken by Saint Edge, 20% of current guild resources had been taken. And from now on, Saint Edge will possess Everlasting Heavenly Legends Guild Hostage Token, gaining the rights to 15% guild resources gained. Saint Edge, Jack thought as he reached the entrance into the guild hall. He jumped down from Pandora and went into the hall just in time to see a silvery portal next to their destroyed guild core. Two people were standing in front of it. Saint Jonathan and the other one was, surprisingly, John. The two noticed Jack. Saint Jonathan simply gave Jack a nonchalant glance before stepping into the portal. John, on the other hand, grinned at Jack and gave him a salute before he also stepped into the portal. Junana Euro! Jack shouted as he executed Wind Slash. Two green sharp energies shot out with high speed. But before those sharp energies hit, John had disappeared inside and the portal vanished. Not long after, he heard another notification, informing him that John had left Everlasting Heavenly Legends. Jack sent him a message since John was still on his friend list, but he received a reply that his message was blocked by the recipient. The guild core that was destroyed reformed again, but there was a notification that one guild hostage token had been taken. At this time, Genie and Jason rushed in. Numerous footsteps were also heard as they saw many members come. Bowler and the man were at the front. They asked when they came in, "What happened? How come we are getting attacked?" "I should be the one asking," Jack retorted. "Where the hell are you people? Why is no one guarding outside this hall?" Butayuro John asked us all to gather in the courtyard. He said there is an important announcement. We have been waiting for him out there in the courtyard. Why did he leave the guild? Jack gritted his teeth. He found it hard to believe and he didn't want to, but it was pretty clear that John had planned this. The detestable fellow had betrayed them. After the rest were dismissed to do their usual things, Genie, Jack, Bowler, and the man remained inside the guild hall, discussing the recent events. "Wicked Witches is invading tomorrow?" Bowler asked. "Not invading. It is an arranged group battle," Genie replied. "But I still request everyone to return by tonight, just in case." "What are we going to do about Saint Edge? About John? Damn it. I still can't believe it. I never liked that guy, but I never peg him for a traitor." "Same here. I still find it hard to believe you, Euroboss. Are you sure you saw John go with those Saint Edge people willingly?" the man asked. "Not only willingly. He still had the time to smile at me," Jack replied. The four were silent. Everyone had a downcast expression. It was bad enough to lose one guild hostage token, but to have it done by someone they trust. It was a deep stab to their hearts. "Do you think he has planned this from the start? Maybe that's why he approached us?" Bowler asked. "How? We formed this guild on impulse. No way he predicted that. Also, he had no idea about guild headquarters until later, the same as us," the man countered. "Perhaps he has his reasons," Genie said. "What reasons?" "This is betrayal through and through," Bowler exclaimed. "I don't care if he has reasons. I will run my fucking sword through his traitorous heart when I see him." "A Euro bro, you don't use a sword," the man said. "I'm just saying. I will shove my staff up his ass then," Bowler uttered. Genie sighed. She took a deep breath before saying, "All right, let's leave the matter of John and Saint Edge for later. We need to deal with the battle with Wicked Witches tomorrow first. Once we are done with them, we will talk further about Saint Edge." "No," Jack said. "You all handle the Wicked Witches battle. I will head over to St. Edge's Guild headquarters. Jack, this is no time to be reckless, Jeannie said. They will be prepared. Even though you are strong, you won't break through their defenses all by yourself. Which is why I have to go alone. If I bring others, there will be many casualties. It's better if I face them myself. Did you get another disaster item? Jeannie asked. No, Jack answered. Then why €1? Wait until tomorrow and we will think of a plan after €. I'm sorry, I can't wait, Jack said. Don't worry, I won't force breaking into their headquarters. I don't plan to get into their guild hall by force all by myself. But I need to meet with him and hear the words from his mouth. Jeannie eyed Jack for a while more before sighing. Okay, we will manage here. Don't worry about us. In exchange, try not to be too reckless. Don't worry. I will run if things get too dangerous. Jeannie nodded. She could see that it was futile to try persuading Jack. She took out something and gave it to him. This is a €1 orb of concealment? Jack asked. Yes. If you are really going, try to be as discreet if possible. This orb should shield you from being detected by their guild hall's platform. Jack accepted and thanked her. He also asked her for St. Edge's Guild headquarters coordinates. Jeannie told him. Rest early, tomorrow will be a long day, Jeannie said to them. The agreed time with Wicked Witches is late afternoon tomorrow. We will talk about our strategy with the others in the morning. The four dispersed. Jack opened his guild page and checked on the structures of the guild, making sure the one he was looking for was already built. After making sure it was, he proceeded to make his preparation. He went and took the ore stock inside the warehouse. Although the amount of the equipment was abundant after 2 months of stock. He was not in the mood to fuse them, so he left the equipment alone. He only wanted to level up his own equipment at the moment. He started with his main weapon first. He had gotten a super rare sword after killing the rare elite forest wormling. He was now leveling it up to feed it to his Stormbreaker. The drop sword was level 40. Without using the runestone of probability, his intermediate expert blacksmith success chance was only 45%. He could ask Kersey to level up the sword, but he wanted to do it himself to increase his proficiency. When he was leveling it up from level 49 to 50, it was a 0% chance. Luckily, his runestone of probability provided a 25% boost. With willpower, the boost could go up to around 35%. Starting level 50, the silver ore required was 2 instead of 1. After many tries, he finally leveled up the sword to level 51, the maximum he could still use. He fed the sword to Stormbreaker. His physical damage went up to 420. Doing the same to his rapid dazing staff, its magical damage went up to 377. He also upgraded all his armors to level 51. Boosting his overall defense. He still had many ores left since they were from 2 months of stock. He fused half of them into the higher grade ores for later use. The other half he would use for the guild later. Finishing his preparation, he came out of his private room. You are not going to rest? Penuel asked. Don't tell me you will be heading to St. Edge's headquarters tonight? No. I will head out tomorrow morning. But since I won't be helping them in the fight against Wicked Witches, I want to give them something that might help, in case the Wicked Witches go back on their words. Oh? Give them what? Penuel asked. Jack didn't answer, but when he saw him walking down the stairs that brought him into the basement below, she knew the answer. The basement was where the jail was located. The structure that Jack checked when he opened his guild page was Hero Altar. Do you want to challenge Uruk to recruit him? Yes, Jack answered. Do it at the altar. He won't accept your challenge if you do it in front of his jail cell, Penuel said. Oh, Hyuro was the only thing Jack could say. That's what you get for trying to act cool and not telling me your plan. Penuel added salt to the wound. Jack opened his guild page. There was a simplified map of the headquarters there. He checked the position of the hero altar before heading that way. On his way, he asked Penuel, one thing I want to ask. If we can only recruit the captured native after we beat them in combat, won't they always be around the level of mainstream players when they were recruited? With how fast we Outworlders level up, won't these heroes get left behind soon? They won't be that much help if so. Once they are recruited, you can assign them inside the training hall like the other soldiers. The speed they increase their levels will not lose to Outworlders in this way. But a hero will take up 10 of regular soldiers' slots. Their training hall at the moment was level 2. It had the capacity to train 500 soldiers at the same time, so it should not be a problem, since not all the soldiers will occupy the hall. Some were needed for patrol duty. Aside from that, you have the option to use mana cores on the hero altar to boost the hero's EXP by 5 levels. Only 5? Jack asked. Yes, only 5 levels can be done in this way. You can only rely on training hall afterward. Also, better do it once you recruit him. The higher his level, the higher the mana core cost. Another benefit of having a hero: each hero will give a passive boost to all your trained units. Each? We can recruit more than one hero? Jack asked. Upgrade your hero altar to level 2 and you can recruit your second hero, Penuel answered. The hero altar was built on a balcony on the rooftop. It was open air and the altar had a giant statue of an armored man that looked a lot like the imitation of God of Hope. Following Penuel's instruction, Jack went to the base of this statue. An interface opened up. There were several options there. One of them was to issue a challenge to an inmate. Seeing that there are multiple options, does it mean that there is more than one way to recruit a hero? Jack asked. Yes, you can also offer your companion to be a guild hero. But normally no one does that unless they get a better companion offer. If you have a hero token, you can also use it on this altar. It will summon a random hero. The grade will correspond to the rarity of the token. Jack clicked on the challenge option. An energy wave radiated out and Jack was surprised to find himself in an isolated dimension. It was a space similar to when he did his Blade Dancer trial. Not long after, a light pillar shot down from the sky. When the light dissipated, Uruk stood where that light hit the ground. He looked around with equal bewilderment as Jack. When his eyes landed on Jack, he uttered with a scowl, "You! I am not yet level 45, but I am ready to teach you a lesson," Jack said. He cast magic weapon and 2 swords were ready in his hands. Uruk's large club was in his hand when he came out of the light pillar. He swung it around intimidatingly as he uttered a roar. Jack saw crimson tattoos manifest on his skin. Going into high gear right from the start? "I will accompany you," Jack uttered and activated gold scale armor. The two ran to one another. Uruk jumped as he lifted his club high. He brought the heavy club down right on top of Jack's head. The club went past Jack's body. Uruk was flabbergasted, before feeling a strong and burning hit on his back. Jack had used Flash Step. His 3-star Flash Step left a rather convincing afterimage, making Uruk unaware that Jack had shifted to another place. He then used Flame Strike. Uruk almost tumbled over because of Flame Strike's strong knockback, but he forcefully planted his 1 feet to resist the force. He then swung back his club that was glowing. Jack was surprised by the brute tenacity this barbarian exhibited. He narrowly erected Magic Shield when the club arrived. An explosive shockwave resulted from the impact. The strong force tossed his body into the air. Jack's gold scale armor was immune to knockback, but apparently getting knocked into the air is not. Before Jack fell back to the ground, Uruk made another swing and created a raging whirlwind. Jack's body was sucked by this whirlwind and was tossed up again. "Shit! Is this guy juggling me?" he thought while his body spun around helplessly inside the tornado. He felt dizzy from all the spinning. If his gold scale armor was not active, he was pretty sure he would have been afflicted by a dizzy effect. When the tornado dissipated, Jack tried shooting range attacks from the air, but aiming without a footing proved to be difficult. Most of his shots missed. Uruk was waiting on the ground where Jack was falling. When Jack arrived, Uruk swung his club like a baseball batter. Jack's body was smacked far away like a home run hit. Jack received massive damage from the hit. He also received another damage when he slammed to the ground. His 60-25 health point was down more than 1/4. Without gold scale armor, he would have lost more than half his health point. Any regular 1-class player would have been killed outright. Damn! The dude uses all his skills from the get-go. Jack thought. He had seen all these skills when they raided Uruk's bandit outpost. Jack surmised those were all the skills this barbarian possessed. No sense for him to hold back during the raid. Knowing this, Jack ran forward again. The two rammed against each other. Jack lost the brute force contest, but his gold scale armor allowed him to stay in balance. Using his martial footwork, he stepped to the side just as Uruk's club came smashing again, slashing at Uruk's side in the process. Jack continued dancing around the barbarian, slashing using his sword art while Uruk tried to smash him unsuccessfully. Blade orbs continued to accumulate on Jack's hands with every successful slash. When all 20 blade orbs appeared, Jack unleashed his 48 burst slashes. With his current attributes, he no longer felt extreme fatigue after unleashing this martial art, but he still could not do it too often. Uruk received tremendous damage from the combo multiplier. Yet he didn't back down. When Jack unleashed his burst attack, his footwork stopped for an instant. Uruk struck back at that time, causing damage to Jack as well. Uruk made another swing and Jack used Flash Step again, appearing beside Uruk. Jack then used Devouring Cross. The X-shaped energy that followed the attack was now black in color. The darkness devoured Uruk's health point while replenishing Jack's at the same time. Although Jack appeared to be at an advantage due to his martial prowess, Uruk still managed to hit him from time to time. One hit of Uruk took out a large chunk of Jack's life. Penuel had to use heal and group fast heal on 2 separate occasions when Jack's health point fell below half. From this, Jack could see that it was still too risky fighting a rare elite enemy by himself. Uruk had a massive 440,000 health point. It would take a long time for Jack to wear him down if he fought conventionally. If he made a mistake, Uruk might deal consecutive fatal blows that took his life before he realized his blunder. Hence, Jack decided to stop testing his limit. He cast myriad ensnaring chains to stop Uruk's movement, but it only took Uruk a second to break half of the 12 chains. Before Uruk broke free, Jack hurriedly activated Life-Burning Art, Adrenaline Rush, Overlimit, and Lightning God Barrage. The combination damage resulted in whooping damage of over 110,000. This damage, however, was also due to Uruk's Berserk mode being still active. The Berserk mode reduced Uruk's defense. With the damage that Uruk had suffered prior, the barbarian's health point was now close to half. Uruk was paralyzed from the lightning ball assaults. Jack didn't let the chance go. He used Pentaslash on the immobilized Uruk. The final 5th slash he combined with Slash of Determination, scoring a critical hit. With Overlimit still active, it took out a total of 24,000 health point. Uruk also suffered bleeding effect after the assault ended. Jack then summoned Thuras. Although Thuras was 10 levels below Uruk, his boosted health point gave him a high survivability rate. Not to mention all of Thera's 5 skills outclassed Uruk's. With the rare elite pet holding down Uruk, Jack had easier time landing attacks on the barbarian. With the cooperation between the pet and its master, Uruk finally succumbed. When Uruk's health point fell to 0, he didn't fall down as normal. He knelt instead. Suddenly, Uruk's health point zoomed back to full. Jack was astounded. Was this some sort of a last-ditch effort of the barbarian? Uruk stood back up. Jack readied himself to attack again. "Stop," Penuel said. "It's over." Jack looked again and saw Uruk's gaze no longer carried the previous hostility. The space around them broke apart. Jack found himself back on the balcony, next to the hero altar's statue. Uruk was there with him. The barbarian gave Jack a bow. "Sir, awaiting command," he exclaimed. "Success." Jack celebrated. He then asked Penuel, "Penuel, how do I increase his EXP using mana cores?" "Via the hero altar," Penuel replied. "Open the interface again. Now that you have recruited Uruk, his data should appear inside. Aside from using mana core to increase his EXP, you can also give him equipment." Jack activated the hero altar again. It was indeed as Penuel mentioned. A holographic image of Uruk appeared in the interface. Jack selected the option to donate mana core. After 2 months of grinding, he had 1,920 mana cores inside his bag. Although not every draconic monster dropped mana cores, the frequency and quantity were still better compared to normal monsters. hence the high numbers he possessed. He originally wanted to give them to Genie to use the Book of Creation's copying ability, but he figured strengthening Uruk was more urgent at the moment. The number of mana cores required to level up Uruk increased with each level. In the end, he spent 1460 mana cores to bring Uruk up to level 50. Uruk's health point increased to 550,000. Jack checked Uruk's equipment. The barbarian only had 2 equipment, the large club and leather pants. Not surprising actually, the big guy was mostly naked after all. Those 2 equipment were also only uncommon grades. This caused Jack to be impressed with Uruk. The barbarian might only have a limited set of skills, but with such poor equipment, he still gave Jack trouble. Jack wondered if he could still win against Uruk if the barbarian wore proper equipment. Jack hadn't taken the guild's stock of equipment, but he got plenty himself in his bag. He took out a set of rare medium equipment and 1 rare grade 2-handed club. He then used his mobile blacksmith tool and increased them to at least level 40. He couldn't afford to spend too many ores. The interface requested the equipment to be put via Uruk's holographic image. When Jack did, the real Uruk who stood beside him magically donned the equipment. That's convenient. Almost forgot this was originally a game, Jack remarked. While he was paying attention to Uruk's details in the interface, he noticed that it also contained a list of his skills. Jack was surprised to find out Uruk had 4 skills instead of the 3 he exhibited in the fight. The 4th one was called Mighty Roar. It boosted his and all allies' attributes within a certain radius. There were also the passive skills Penuel mentioned. Simply by being registered as Heavenly Citadel's hero, Uruk gave all soldiers a 10% boost in strength and physical damage. On the battlefield, any friendly soldiers within a 20-meter radius from him received double that boost. Seeing that nothing more he could do to this hero, Jack sent Uruk to the training hall. He was to spend his time training there until he was deployed. Jack informed Genie about Uruk and told her to utilize him if necessary tomorrow. Genie thanked Jack for having successfully recruited the barbarian. The next morning, when Genie was having a meeting with the rest of the core members, Jack left. During the last 2 months, their members had done lots of travels both around Themisphere and Sangrod. Many of the main cities already had their zone portals linked with Heavenly Citadel, including Sangrod's capital, Vakarist. This was also the region where Saint's seat, Saint Edge's guild headquarters, was located. Jack could travel to this capital and save time in getting to Saint's seat, but he chose to teleport to another city in a neighboring region. It would take him a longer traveling time, but with Pandora's speed, he should still arrive by afternoon today. The reason he didn't teleport to Vakarist was that he didn't want Saint Edge to know he was coming. The report said that Saint Edge was the overlord player group in that capital. He was sure to be noticed if he appeared in that capital. After what happened yesterday, their guild would most likely be on high alert against any players from everlasting heavenly legends. If Genie hadn't given him the Orb of Concealment, he might have just strode over Saint's seat like nobody's business, because the guild hall's platform would detect him anyway once he was inside their territory. But since he got the orb, he would try to sneak in if possible. After teleporting to the city, Jack headed out before summoning Pandora and had her galloped at high speed to where Saint's seat was located. In the afternoon, at the large courtyard outside of Heavenly Citadel, almost all the members of everlasting heavenly legends were gathered outside their headquarters. Their trained soldiers were also ready in formation. Pointy Tip was to take over John's role in giving orders to the trained soldiers via the control platform inside Guild Hall. Pointy Tip and Weird Trap were 2 of John's earliest friends, but they were also genuinely shocked when they learned of John's treachery. They talked with Genie and told her if she doubted them due to this incident, it was okay for her to demote them. Genie saw the sincerity in the 2 and said that she trusted them. She even allowed Pit to handle the control platform, just as Tip always did when John was absent. Tip thanked her for her trust and promised to not disappoint her. Genie went around making sure that everyone was ready, especially the 200 players that would be doing the battle. Almost all core members who were battle-capable were included in these 200 players, except for Doman. The old man said he was not interested in this battle. Everyone thought it was because Doman saw this as not a defensive battle, but Bowler knew the truth. After all this time, Doman had grown to enjoy unrestrained combat in this game world. The night before, during his chat with Bowler, Doman had actually expressed anticipation on today's battle. But when Bowler informed him that all their opponents were women, his interest died down. Not that he underestimated women. He had trained many girls that became as powerful as any of his male students. It was because he always saw himself as a gentleman and to not lay hands on women unless he had no choice. Even then, it would never be a lethal move. He had always instilled that kind of gentleman attitude in all his male students during his teachings. Jason was one such proof of that teaching. Doman was still stuck with this thinking from the previous world. He was not like his grandson, who was used to a game system where there were practically no differences between genders other than outward appearances. The idea of complete gender equality was still not prevalent in Doman's old-fashioned mind. While Jack had no problem slicing any enemy women he encountered, Doman was more reserved. Jeannie received a message. She then said to the others, "They have arrived. Let's move out." The area where they did their battle was at a plain in the periphery of Heavenly Citadel's territory. This was to ensure everlasting heavenly legends did not cheat and use their trained soldiers. Yet Jeannie preferred it to be nearby the territory, so that if wicked witches decided to go against their words, they could easily retreat to where their soldiers were on standby. Despite being a mother and daughter, when it came to the confrontation between two guilds, both Jeannie and Nova didn't give one another complete trust. The fate of many of their members depended on their decisions, after all. One wrong decision might cause irreparable harm to their guild. Hence, the choice of the battle location. The group marched together, with around 1,500 players, accompanied by around 600 trained natives. These trained natives were comprised of 200 squires, 150 bandit archers, 100 knights, 50 cavalries, 50 mages, and 50 healers. All had been trained to the current average player's levels around level 44. Their presence combined with a large number of players would intimidate any guild. Yet, when they arrived, they saw the mass awaiting them was not fewer than them. In fact, the opponent might have even more numbers. Everyone was alarmed. Did wicked witches bring all their members here? The enemy could only bring players outside their territory, no trained natives. Did that mean wicked witches had fully maxed out their 2,000 member slots? But their numbers seemed to be more than 2,000. When they came closer to where their opponents were waiting, they saw that the mass was not all women. They were in fact formed of multiple groups. The center group was wicked witches. The other groups by the sides were some of the other guilds from the coalition. Jeannie had the troops stopped at the periphery of their territory, where the native soldiers couldn't pass through. She then came out of her troops, accompanied by Bowler and the man. Nova, Jennifer, and Queen Magenta did the same. The six met in between their two forces. "What is this? Do you plan to gang on us?" Jeannie asked her mother. "They are only here as spectators. Everyone loves a good show. I'm sure you won't object," Queen Magenta answered for Nova. Jeannie could see it must be Queen Magenta that had invited the coalition. She was basically one of the leaders of the coalition, after all. "As long as all they do is spectating," Jeannie replied. "Don't worry, little girl. We are not backstabbers, unlike your friend," Queen Magenta added. Jeannie frowned. So the news of John's treachery had reached outside. For all they knew, Saint Edge could be cooperating with wicked witches for that. The invitation for yesterday's meeting was coincidentally the same time when Saint Edge enacted their plan. "Let's just get this over with," Jeannie exclaimed. She was a patient woman, but she was already in a bad mood after what John did. She didn't care if this battle was against her past guild or her own family. She was eager to just vent her frustration. "Hold!" A voice called out. Jeannie had turned around and was walking away. She recognized the voice was her sister's, Jennifer. Jennifer walked forward and uttered loudly, "Before we start the group battle, I challenge you to a duel." Jeannie didn't turn around. Bowler and the man did. The two looked at Jennifer, who had her spear at the ready. The man, who never turned down a challenge, brandished his large two-handed axe and said, "You have the nerve to challenge our leader. If you wish to do so, you should at least go through me first. Let me be the one to a euro." "I accept," Jeannie turned around, her spear was also at the ready. Bowler immediately advised against it. Jeannie, this might be a trick. They might be trying to affect our morale. Our morale won't be affected as long as I don't lose, Jeannie replied. The man also tried to dissuade her. There is still the risk. Let me be the one to €1. Go back to the troops, Jeannie ordered. She then took a combat stance. Bowler and the man, seeing Jeannie's determined expression, had no choice but to walk back to the troops. Nova and Queen Magenta did the same, leaving only Jeannie and Jennifer in between the two large forces. This is unexpected, Jennifer uttered with a smile. You know you never win against me in the past. I thought you are going to reject my challenge. So you can throw an insult to demoralize us? I'm not going to let you do that, Jeannie said. It will be more demoralizing to have the leader losing in front of them. That won't happen. You have changed. I always peg you as soft. Perhaps the experience of leading a guild has hardened you. If so, perhaps there are some good out of your temporary time in that upstart guild. Are we going to duel or do you want to chat? Jeannie asked. Jennifer chuckled. She also took a ready stance, but then she said, That's not the stance of our family spear art. What are you doing? I've learned new spear arts from a martial art teacher, Jeannie replied. Humph. Our family spear art is the best spear art there is. How can a spear art from an unknown teacher be compared to our family's legacy? You have truly gone off the rails. My teacher did praise our spear art as exceptional, but I find the new spear arts he taught me to suit me more. Bowler and the man had returned to the front line. Jeannie and Jennifer were not too far away, and the two spoke rather loudly, so everyone in the front line could hear their words. Bowler stood beside Doman, who uttered, I never said that. Bowler turned to the old man and asked, Then what do you say about her family spear art? A pitiful waste of a spear art, Doman answered. Bowler was silent for a bit before saying, I can understand why Jeannie didn't tell the truth. Jennifer twirled her spears around, then said, No game skills, just our spear art. What say you? Agreed, Jeannie exclaimed. She then thrust forward. Jennifer inwardly sneered. She thrusts too early, she thought. But just as the thought occurred, Jeannie's spear seemed to lengthen. In her consternation, Jennifer almost had his face stabbed. Her upper body twisted as she narrowly dodged the spear's blade. Her own spear swung up and smacked Jeannie's aside as she jumped backward. After jumping back a safe distance, she looked at her sister with a surprised expression. Do not treat me as the sister who used to spar with you, Jeannie said. I'm serious now. Jennifer felt insulted by Jeannie's words. Are you saying that you are not serious when we sparred? Ha! Try to act tough all you want. I will put you down. Jennifer lunged forward and twirled her spear around. Her spear twisted at a fast speed. This was their family spear art, Serpentine Swift Spear. It relied on fast movement that created a flow of both real and fake spear attacks. When the opponent was transfixed by this deceptive assault, the spear swerved out as if a serpent for an unexpected thrust. The degree of ambush by this art was very high. Not few had fallen victim to this sudden strike. Doman did not insult this spear art because it was bad martial art. He simply disliked it because it wasted too much energy to lull the opponent into opening up for an attack. Too much flair, as he would have said. When he taught Jeannie, he told her that a spear was the king of weapons. There was no need for a king to be deceptive. When a spear thrust, it was meant to penetrate its opponent without a doubt. If it was swung, it was to be done with the smallest movement at one end of the spear to generate large movements on the other ends without wasting too much energy. After spending much time inside the time chamber, Jeannie's mana-sensing ability had improved rapidly. He could roughly sense when the real attack was incoming. Thus, the threat from her family's deceptive spear art was significantly diminished. Jeannie jumped back just as the snaking assault came. Jennifer's thrust missed its target. Her spear instead came into contact with Jeannie's. It was just a simple touch at first. As the two spears touch, Jeannie's one started to move in a circular motion. The circular motion was as if a whirlpool that sucked in Jennifer's thrust. Jennifer lost control of her spear and was pulled forward by the force. This was a defensive art Doman taught, engulfing vortex. This art not only allowed Genie to defend against incoming attack, but also gave her control over the opponent's weapon. When the energy of Jennifer's spear had been completely drained, Genie's engulfing vortex made a counter twist, resulting in Jennifer's spear getting thrown aside. While Jennifer lost her balance, Genie thrust out with her 7 spears assaulting heaven. Genie's spear thrust 4 times rapidly. Despite her imbalance, Jennifer managed to return her spear and blocked the first 2 thrusts. The third thrust stabbed Jennifer's hand that was gripping the shaft. Jennifer suffered damage and the pain made her lose her grip. The fourth thrust went to her neck. When the tip was only an inch from Jennifer's throat, it stopped. The 2 women stayed in a still position. Jennifer looked at Genie with a stare full of disbelief. "I am no longer the sister that used to spar with you," Genie said. She then turned around and walked back to her friends. The players from Everlasting Heavenly Legends erupted into cheer when Genie walked back to them. Doman nodded to her when she arrived. "You put too much force when you used the engulfing vortex. You should loosen your grip a bit. It is too stiff. A real expert would have been able to break away from your control." Genie smiled wryly hearing that. Bowler said, "Master Doman, can't you let her enjoy the glory a bit? What is the use of enjoying glory if it gets you killed the next time?" Doman retorted, "You should pay attention as well. I taught you the same move to be utilized using a long staff, but you still can't do it even in practice." Bowler was downcast. "Why am I getting scolded as well?" Nova felt conflicted. She felt depressed that Jennifer had lost and their opponent won, but she also felt a sense of pride seeing her other daughter becoming such an expert. Jennifer walked back to her mother with her head hung low. Nova put a hand on her. "No need to be somber. She knew all your moves while you are unaware of hers. Trained harder and you can win back your dignity." Jennifer looked up. She was grateful for her mother's supportive words. Nova lifted her hand as a sign. "Move out." Jennifer collected herself and turned back. With the other Wicked Witches members, including Selena and Princess Purple, a total of 200 players marched out. The others moved back to give these people more space. Nova and Queen Magenta moved back as well. They were not joining the 200. From Everlasting Heavenly Legends side, Genie and the other core members marched out, accompanied by trusted veteran members to fill up the 200 slots. Doman stood and the rest moved back further to the edge of their territory, joining the trained soldiers who were on standby there. The 2 troops stood opposite one another. Jennifer, who led the Wicked Witches group, no longer had the mood to speak. She simply gave the order to begin. "Attack!" Both groups were already marching in formations. Their melee units were at the front while their ranged and casters were at the back. So no one was flustered. "Attack!" Genie also gave the same command. Both Genie and Jennifer were heavy armor class, so they were right at the front line with the other melees. After just finishing their fight not long ago, they now met again. This time, though, they had support from their friends. Giant Steve used share damage on Genie. A female knight from Wicked Witches did the same to Jennifer. Additionally, Jennifer's spear was coated with fire. It was a spell cast by Selena, Fire Enchantment. As if in agreement, Trinity Dawn cast a similar spell but with the opposite element, Ice Enchantment. Genie's spear was wrapped with cold energy. The 2 then clashed again. The spears struck one another for dominance. Suddenly Jennifer was engulfed with white light. Her strength and speed increased. It was another supportive spell, Bless. It was cast by Princess Purple this time. The spell was one gained by Priest upon completing their trial on the first try. It boosted the target's attributes and damage. Jennifer was pushed back due to the sudden spike of Jennifer's attributes. Seeing the opportunity, Jennifer used 100 spears. Giant Steve materialized in front of her using cover. The barrage of spears struck his large shield. While the 2 leaders fought at the center, the man led his rough warriors to storm the right wing. Their fighting style was as rough as ever. But ever since going under Doman's tutelage, their aggressive assaults were much more refined, making them even more fearsome combatants. On the left wing, Bowler was accompanied by Fierce Flame and 3 of Doman's past students as they led the others. Jason might be a gentleman, but he was not as extreme as Doman. Since this was a battle, he threw away his reluctance against the opposite sex and initiated attacks on their opponents without reserve. Jason was an Inquisitor now, in a set of medium armors instead of healer robe. He had gone back to Therath yesterday to take the trial as he originally intended. He passed the trial this time. He then used his contribution points to exchange for uncommon medium armors and a long mace. He just joined not long ago, so his contribution points were not that many to get rare equipment. He failed the priest trial a few times, but he passed the Inquisitor trial on the first try, so he still got Inquisitor's exclusive skill. It was called Empowering Prayer. It increased defense and added constant small health point recovery to all allies within a 10-meter radius for 3 minutes. He cast the spell just before their team clashed with their opponents. His level was still low, and he just changed to elite class, so his attributes were still the weak healer version. Yet, his staff techniques gave him more than enough edge to deal with whoever came his way, providing he was not careless. His partner, below the Orc Battle Monk, could afford to be reckless instead. That class, added with the physical superiority of the Orc race, allowed him to fully exhibit his martial prowess. His flurry of punches and kicks repelled anyone who tried to come near. The third of Doman's ex-student was a vampire woman named Michelle. She was a level 44 blade dancer wielding 2 sabers. She was using a different dual sword art from the one Doman taught Jack. The art was called Twin Blossoming Swords. Her 2 sabers twirled at high speed whenever she swung them, like having 2 mini rotating blades on her hands. When she danced around the enemies, the 2 rotating swords swiped around her, both repelling enemies' assaults as well as wounding them. In the middle of their formation, behind Jeannie's center wing, was Viral Cora, who was playing her flute. The Bard's song effect covered a large range. The class was a must-have for any large-sized group. The 2 newly recruited members, Old Demon and Sturdy Serpent, stood guard beside her. The 2 were ranged classes, so they had no problem at the back line while still providing support to the front line. Especially Sturdy Serpent, he had the longest range as a gunner. He crouched to activate his shooting stance and shot at any visible opponents. He was not the best sniper, but his experience in the military gave him good accuracy in shootings. Old Demon cast Hell Gate. Because his spell was below level 10, it only summoned 2 Hellhounds. The Hellhounds pounced on any opponent who tried to get to the back line. When an opponent still managed to slip through, he cast Hell Whip to hold that person down while his allies delivered the punishment. When Old Demon saw a reprieve, he used the chance to cast Hellish Explosion, Warlock's level 40 spell. It was the same spell that Scarface had cast during the Battle of Crestfall Plains using a magic scroll. Yet, that fearsome spell that decimated all the players except Jack at the time was no longer a guaranteed one-hit kill. This spell caused damage over 1,000 health point for players in a large area, but the current players mostly had health point over 2,000, even the magic users. Additionally, the opponent's group also had Sentinel. This class used Protection Field, a level 35 Sentinel skill. It created a field that reduced damage to all allies within a certain radius, thus reducing the Hellish Explosion's damage even further. Wicked Witches Warlocks did the same, to which Everlasting Heavenly Legends Sentinels countered. Both sides fought to a standstill. Nova, who was observing the battle from a distance, said, "They have some pretty good players." Queen Magenta, who was standing beside her, replied, "Maybe, but their overall players were still below ours. They couldn't win just by relying on a few experts." It was as Queen Magenta said, a few of Everlasting Heavenly Legends players might appear in advantage, but the majority of its members were lacking if compared to Wicked Witches members. Wicked Witches members were above average for every 200 combatants they sent. Jeannie had arranged so that not only the core members received Doman's tutelage, but also a portion of the trusted veteran members. But they had only started training less than 4 months ago. They couldn't possibly be compared to Wicked Witches veteran members who had received professional training for a much longer time. Even though the core members had started using time chambers, the amount of time they could spare was not that much. Additionally, only the core members were allowed to use the chamber since there was a limit to how many people could fit inside. so the advantage was not yet too apparent. You are right. In time, our force will overwhelm theirs, Nova said, agreeing with Queen Magenta's assessment. Time continued to pass on the battlefield. Nova and Queen Magenta's confident expressions slowly turned to a scowl. What's wrong? Why can't we beat them? Our players obviously had a higher standard than a large portion of them, Queen Magenta uttered. You are not wrong, Nova replied. Then why can't we finish them yet? Not only that, we are slowly getting pushed back. What? Queen Magenta observed the situation more closely. It was indeed as Nova said. It seemed that it was their force that was struggling. How? She asked. Do we not know the martial art teacher that Genie mentioned? The one who she said to have taught her the spear art, Nova asked instead. From the report, it is just an unknown old man. His description doesn't fit anyone famous in the gaming community, Queen Magenta answered. Find out his name. That old man might be a martial art grandmaster. A grandmaster? Why do you suspect that? Look closely at their formation. Nova pointed at the battling forces. See how our enemies clustered in a pattern? The battlefield was chaotic. It is difficult to see any pattern in them. But the two were standing on a small hill by the plains. They were watching the battle from a slightly elevated position, so they could see the whole situation better. After a longer observation, Queen Magenta saw it as well. Everlasting heavenly members were spread out with small clusters. Each of these clusters had 9 players situated in a particular pattern. Each player within this cluster covered and assisted each other almost perfectly. When observed from a full perspective, the whole force followed the same formations as well. 9 clusters formed a larger but similar positioning, with each cluster able to assist the other clusters on occasion. There were 2 of these 9 cluster formations side by side. The excess members formed isolated clusters. If anyone from the main clusters fell, the ones from these isolated clusters would hurry to move in and replace the fallen person. It is a martial art formation, Nova said. What? I thought that only existed in old stories. Queen Magenta said. No one used this technique anymore since firearms were invented. But in this game world where people didn't die from a single gunshot, it was surprisingly effective anyway. One who knows such formation technique can only be those old-fashioned martial art grandmasters. It was as Nova suspected. It was Doman who taught them this formation technique. It was called 9 Stars Formation. Genie realized that Doman's martial teaching would take some time before they saw some results. So when he heard Doman mentioning this formation during their talk, she asked Doman to teach the core members and most of the trusted veteran members. The players on the battlefield slowly realized the pressure as well, since the casualties they suffered were getting increasingly more than their opponents. Selena received a message from Nova, telling her about their opponent's formation technique. But even if she knew, there was nothing she could do against it. Seeing there was no other way, Selena decided to use their secret weapon. Cover me, she shouted to others. She then took position a little bit to the back and started casting. When the spell formation was formed, it formed very slowly. The first rune also appeared very large. Genie, who saw that, understand what it was. A mega spell, she shouted. She then looked back and uttered Trinity. Trinity, who was behind her, nodded. She moved back as well. Everyone to me, she yelled. 4 magic-based elite classes came to her side, while several other melees came to protect them under Genie's order. Ready? Trinity asked the 4. The 4 nodded. The 5 then started casting spells at the same time. When Trinity started casting her spell, it was a similarly large but slow rune forming like the one currently cast by Selena. The difference was the 4 magic classes by her side did the same. 5 large runes were formed together at a similar pace. Nova, who noticed from afar, jolted to attention. It can't be. Queen Magenta also noticed it. They also acquired a mega spell technique book? That's not the problem. There are 5 of them casting the same spell, Nova uttered. Not possible. How can they possibly get 5 same mega spell technique books? Queen Magenta was similarly alarmed after realizing it. After Selena gained the mega spell from an S difficulty quest, wicked witches had scoured the library searching for info regarding this type of spell. They finally learned that this spell type had a very large range and power compared to normal spells. Its weakness was its requirement for a long casting time. This weakness, however, can be reduced if more casters cast the same spell next to each other. Yet, such a method was highly unlikely considering how rare a mega spell technique book was. Not to mention getting the exact same spell. Yet, they couldn't deny the reality in front of their eyes. They wouldn't be able to imagine that Genie owned the divine treasure, the Book of Creation. Genie had stocked up on mana cores from members' donations to make 5 copies of the mega spell book. 5 he had given to Trinity and another 4 Magic class players, while the original one was kept inside their warehouse, ready to be copied again if they had more mana cores to spare. Although Selena's casting speed was faster, she needed to cast the rune one by one. Trinity Dawn's casting speed didn't lose to Selena, but she adjusted her speed to be in sync with her other 4 co-casters. Hence her rune forming was slower. They could afford to be slower, with the 5 runes getting formed at the same time. They would surely complete the spell before Selena. Nova had been sending instructions for her force to barge in and disturb Trinity's casting with whatever means necessary. Wicked Witch's force was doing their best to reach Trinity, but Genie had also readjusted their formation to closely protect Trinity. The 9 Stars formation could be shifted to go all defense if necessary. Their defense is impenetrable under this situation. The Wicked Witch's people watched helplessly as the 5 runes were completed. A mega spell's weakness of long casting time was balanced by its long range. Even though Trinity was standing at the back of the formation, the resulting spell took place at the heart of Wicked Witch's troops. An offensive mega spell functioned much like an artillery weapon. When the mega spell came into effect, the temperature around Wicked Witch's people dropped to a terrifying degree. All of them within the area of effect shivered from the sudden cold. Before they could move away, the entire air around them was frozen solid. The area of effect was so large that it covered around a quarter portion of the entire Wicked Witch's force. Those that were looking from afar saw the frozen air shaped into the form of a multi-layered flower, a lotus. The entire battlefield was still and silent. It was as if they were frozen as well despite not being within the area of the spell. The absolute zero lotus then broke apart into tiny pieces. Massive damages appeared above those that were caught by the spell. All the sentinels in the Wicked Witch's team had activated Protection Field when Trinity completed their spell formation, and almost everyone that possessed defensive skills or spells activated them. But even then, almost everyone died. Only those that possessed life-saving tools such as a sacrificial dummy or high health point and high defense classes such as Sentinel and Paladin survived. These survived ones had their health point at critical and were in frozen status, completely helpless. Genie didn't let go of this opportunity. She commanded the range players to focus fire on these players who were at death's door. At the same time, she gave the order for the other magic class to use their second trump card. Genie wanted to press on while they were in advantage, pushing for a complete victory. Selena, who had stopped her casting after seeing she had no chance to catch up with Trinity's casting, had activated a magic scroll containing the teleport spell. She teleported further back, thus escaping the mega spell onslaught. When she wanted to return to the front to give support to her comrades, she saw their opponents' magic classes appearing in pairs. What are they doing pairing up? She thought. Then she saw them casting spells. Astonishingly, though, their spell formations combined in mid-casting. Nova and Queen Magenta also saw that and were equally surprised. Nova had been sending messages to the team to charge at those magic classes, but the team was in shamble due to the absolute zero lotus. They were late in responding to Nova's command. Many spells were cast, but the spells were either completely different or became a stronger version of the spells they knew. Mage Knight's Spectral Blade combined with Elementalist's Fireball created Flaming Edge. Thick sword-like fire energy stabbed out at high speed and cut everything on its path. Ice Field and Mana Beam created Icy Pillars, where several pillars of ice energy erupted from the ground, freezing and damaging anyone caught by the spell. Hellish Explosion and Arcane Turbulence resulted in Chaotic Explosion. Instead of one very powerful blast, The spell created multiple smaller-scale explosions that covered a larger area. Wicked Witches players who were already in chaos were thrown further into turmoil. Everyone was trying their best to escape from the combined spells, eliminating any semblance of order they still had after the mega spell. Genie then had their melees rushed in to rout their disorganized opponents. Nova and Queen Magenta watched on with pale expressions. They knew then that they had lost. The other spectators who watched had the same thought. What the hell were those spells? How do they combine their spells like that? Assistant Manager Ironhand uttered. Don't know. We will research and experiment on them later, Manager Steelhand replied. But how can those Wicked Witches women allow themselves to get beaten? Damn. If it is like this, we won't be able to have the chance to execute our plan. Ironhand received a message at this time. He hurriedly reported to Steelhand. He has appeared at St. Edge's headquarters. Steelhand turned to him. Finally, he thought. He then looked at the battle between everlasting heavenly legends and Wicked Witches. Although it was only a matter of time before Wicked Witches lost, it would still be some time. He made a quick thought and finally decided. We will proceed, Steelhand exclaimed. He then sent messages to the other members of the coalition who were present. Ironhand gave a verbal command to their own force. Soon, the mass around them started to move towards Heavenly Citadel's territory. This movement didn't escape Genie. It was obvious what those supposed spectators were doing. She looked angrily over to where Nova and Queen Magenta were standing. You are going back on your word, Sayuro, Genie yelled. Nova was actually taken by surprise as well by the coalition's action. Queen Magenta, on the other hand, was not. She had known all along about the coalition's plan. Let's send all our forces in, Queen Magenta said to Nova. This is our chance. We can rout the players here while the others take on the main force. Nova turned to her in disbelief. You know they are going to attack while we are competing? What's the point of this competition? What we need to do now is destroy them. Cull their power. We cannot let them continue growing unhindered. If we do that, Genie will never agree to come back to us, Nova uttered. What's the point of having that little girl coming back? Let her be wherever she likes. When her guild is gone, she will have no choice but to come back anyway. You, a Euro leader, please do not let your emotion cloud our chance. That guild has always been our enemy. We need to crush them while we have the chance. Nova was frowning deeply as she stared at Queen Magenta. Nova knew that this bitch had always thought that the leader position should be hers, but she never acted on it. Maybe her socializing in the coalition had made her think that she could challenge Nova's position. Anyway, Nova thought now was not the time to deal with her. She gave the order, everyone, attack. Genie was still hoping to believe that probably her mother knew nothing of the coalition's intention, but when she saw the remaining Wicked Witches players started advancing, she doused that hopeful sentiment. Everyone, retreat. She gave the order. They couldn't afford to continue dealing with these Wicked Witches players while the rest of the coalition tried to charge into their guild headquarters. Fortunately, she didn't just randomly place the soldiers they had brought. She had messaged Tip to position the soldiers at choke points. The terrains surrounding Heavenly Citadel were not that easy to traverse by a large force. Many choke points had to be passed through. They had also placed traps on these choke points. The problem now was that their force was too far out. They needed to fight while retreating to utilize these choke points. Genie looked around as the mass of enemy players started entering their territory and clashed with their players and soldiers. In a rocky terrain under Sangrad's eternal night, Jack was climbing and traversing around the rocky hills to reach St. Edge's headquarters, Saint's seat, undetected. He had unsummoned Pandora a while ago, activated the Orb of Concealment, and approached on foot. The areas around Saint's seat were mainly grasslands with only one side blocked by irregular rocky hills. Heavenly Citadel was more beneficial in terms of landscape compared to this headquarters. Jack had chosen these irregular rocky hills as the place to approach because these hills were difficult to be traveled by large forces. Hence, it should have fewer guards. A few ones that came near could easily be avoided using his radar. After some journey, Saint's seat finally came into view. The size and numbers of structures around the main building didn't lose to Heavenly Citadel. They also had walls built around their headquarters. He saw from a distance a few patrols around the grasslands. So few patrols, Jack mumbled. I would have thought they are increasing their defenses in preparation for our retaliation. Maybe they know Genie has to deal with Wicked Witch's challenge today, so they know we can't spare forces to attack them. Penuel offered her thought. HMA maybe, or maybe they are underestimating us. In any case, this should give me an easier time trying to sneak in. After observing the situation, Jack continued forward. When he was close to the edge of the rocky hill, a lone black dot entered his radar. St. Edge had been registered as an enemy guild after taking their guild hostage token. Until this setting was manually changed, any St. Edge's members would appear as black. Why was this patrol all alone? Jack wondered. Jack stayed still and watched this dot on his radar. It was not moving. Perhaps it was just a random member coming out to hunt monsters but was now taking a rest, Jack thought. After a while, he decided to ignore this lone dot. He was just about to continue moving again when suddenly a lot of black dots accompanied by red dots appeared on his radar. They were coming from all directions, converging on him, even from his back. He could even hear the rumbling of their march now. They found out my position? Jack was dumbfounded. He looked at his orb of concealment. It was still active. Yet, the incoming dots were clearly gunning at him. After thinking for a while if he should force his way through, he decided to just wait for them. He moved to a place with more open grounds but still have nearby rocky hills where he could play hide and seek if situations called for it. He stood on one of the large rocks as he waited. Soon, he saw uncountable players enter his vision. Some of them were native soldiers. These forces stopped some distance from him. They didn't attack on the spot. They didn't say anything to him as well. They just stood there and watched. Jack recognized some familiar faces: William of Wellington, Radiant Phoebe, Happy Felix. As expected, you come. Jack heard a familiar voice. He turned to that voice and saw a formerly trusted friend. How do you know I am here? Jack asked. If you mean how I know despite you are using the orb of concealment which I'm sure Genie gave to you, it is because I have its counter, John said and showed him a blue-color orb. It's the orb of detection, Penuel informed. Are you that single player who I saw on my radar? Jack asked. Yes. Once my orb negated your orb, you also appear on my radar, John said as he tapped the god-eye monocle Jack had given him. Are you waiting for me? It is apparent, isn't it? I have St. Edge's force hidden someplace away. Once you appeared, I give them the signal to move. What's the point? You should know that large force makes no difference to me. I can easily punch through to escape if needed. Such bold words, one amongst the crowd uttered. I've heard about your exploits. How about we cross some swords? I'm very eager to find out if you are every bit as the legends as you are said to be. Jack didn't know the person. Jack used Inspect on him and found out his name was Silas Woodhacker, a level 45 weapon master. Should be one of St. Edge's top experts, but Jack was not interested in a random scuffle at the moment. Stand down, Silas. Do not interrupt me again, John said. Yes, young master. Forgive my blunder, Silas uttered with a slight bow. Young Mr. Euro? You truly have fooled us, Jack said. Didn't I tell you I am the heir to St. Edge? John said. Didn't you also say that you don't like the way the old man does things? So you left. John shrugged. Now I've returned. The two stared at one another in silence for a while, before Jack spoke again. Tell me, have you been planning to betray us from the start? Since we started forming the guild? I find it hard to believe this is all planned. Well, I must admit I do enjoy hanging out with you people, but it was never meant to be permanent. I was just having fun. That's what you always say, right? Fun. Is that really why? Jack asked with a scowl. I'm sorry. Did you come all this way just to ask that? I'm sorry to disappoint you. You want to know why I did what I did? Let's just say I always know one day I will return to St. Edge. What better gift to bring for my return than a guild hostage token from the former guild I helped build? Why don't you people just take it as my pension? That pension is too overpriced. How about this? You give our guild hostage token back and let me kill you one time, and we call it even. Hee hee. I like it when you make a joke, even when it isn't remotely funny, John said. Come. Let me challenge you to a duel. Oh? Are you also learning to make jokes now? But I'm afraid I have to tell you that your effort flops with flying color. John took out his staff and said to everyone, Move back. Give us some room. Everyone did so. What? You are being serious? Jack asked with astonishment. Of course I am, John said. €1, what trick are you cooking? Jack asked. It's a duel. What trick can I use? John asked back. Cut the crap. Ask them to attack already. We both know you are just good at strategizing. I'm going to mow you down in no time if you face me directly. John looked back to the others and said, None of you are allowed to aid me, no matter what. This is a fair duel. The two of us will fight uninterrupted until one of us perishes. Do you get me? Some of the crowd looked at each other first, but eventually, everyone nodded. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Jack didn't think this was planned beforehand, which made him even more puzzled. But he didn't bother to contemplate too much about it. He only needed to attack John. Then whatever plan the guy had up his sleeve would be revealed. Jack's sword and staff appeared in his hands. He was just about to lunge when John yelled, Hold! What? Didn't you want a duel? Jack asked. Yes, but give me a bit of time to prepare, please, John said and started casting. Jack did wait. The spectators didn't know what to make of the scene. Why would someone ask for a wait when he had been the one that had so passionately thrown a challenge? And why did the opponent so willingly wait for his challenger to cast his spells? John finished his casting and a humanoid figure with no facial feature appeared. It was garbed in medium armors and held 2 long swords. Jack recognized the spell. It was the avatar incarnation like the one cast by Master. Penuel had explained after the Liguridium incident that the spell was the exclusive spell a summoner received after passing the trial on the first try. The equipment that thing wears, are they the ones I put into Guild's warehouse? Jack asked. Yes. I should thank you for all this rare-grade equipment, John answered. The avatar incarnation spell was a special one as the summoner could strengthen the avatar by giving it players equipment. Jack scowled. He was about to attack when John again yelled for him to hold. What now? Are you not done yet? Jack asked. Not yet. Be patient, please, a couple more spells. John answered and cast another spell. The spectators didn't even bother asking why anymore. Another spell was completed and a giant lizard appeared. Penuel informed him that it was a similar spell to Master's Flame Salamander. Master's version was a modified one using a fire seed. John continued casting another spell. Jack folded his arms and waited. In his opinion, it didn't matter how many minions John summoned. He would still finish the fight in a short time. 7 child-sized humanoid creatures made of dirt came out of the ground. John was a level 44 summoner. Jack had asked Penuel about his standard spells when John was still casting. These small humanoid creatures were dirt golems, summoner's level 35 spell. The standard level 1 of the spell should summon only 5 golems. John being able to summon 7 meant he had upgraded the spell to at least level 8, because every 4 levels added another golem to the spell. For a summoner's level 40 spell, it was Summon Fey. When it was cast, a small creature with wings slightly larger than Penuel appeared. Its appearance was grotesque and it didn't look as friendly as Penuel. This Fey was capable of range attacks. Done with his available summons, John said to Jack, It's time for you to taste my might. Are you done? It's time for you to pay for your betrayal then, Jack said and cast Magic Weapon. His hands now held 2 swords. John's avatar came forward. Jack didn't plan to entertain John for long. He used Flame Strike, planning to smash the avatar away and head over to John to finish this at once. But as Jack's sword was about to hit, the avatar's sword twirled and guided Jack's sword in a circular motion. Jack's felt as if his assault sank into the depth of the ocean. Jack recognized this move. It was one of his grandfather's defensive arts, Engulfing Vortex. When Jack was still in astonishment, The flame strike was deflected away without fulfilling its intention. The avatar was still next to him and was slashing him with its other sword. Although he was surprised, Jack's reflex and speed was uncanny. He utilized the 8-diagram illusory steps and dodged the slash narrowly. Jack then slashed back, but his slash missed. He didn't stop. His formless flowing sword style and 8-diagram illusory steps operated hand in hand to perform complex assaults and evasions at the same time. Surprisingly, though, the avatar responded in kind. After several slashes, Jack could tell for sure that the avatar was indeed using the same two arts that he was currently using, with equal expertise. Disturbed by how this avatar could perform such martial arts so well, he was distracted. His feet got snatched by the giant lizard's long tongue. The avatar landed its slash. Jack cut the tongue to free himself before jumping back. When he landed, a dirt golem had been waiting there. He quickly spun around as he blocked a punch. When he wanted to counterattack, another came from his blind spot. His mana sense allowed him to notice the incoming attack, though. His flash step brought him out of danger. Yet, as soon as he appeared, another attack was coming. Jack continued dodging and blocking attacks from multiple directions that seemed unending. "Thesauro, it's 9 stars formation," Jack exclaimed. Although he didn't learn all his grandfather's martial arts, he had spent enough time in Doman school to recognize most of his grandfather's arts. "Ha ha ha!" Surprised, Jack heard John's taunting laugh. "I have to tell you, although I dislike those physical training from your grandfather, doesn't mean I didn't pay attention. All Doman had taught are recorded inside my brain. Even if I can't perform those arts using my body, it's a piece of cake to do it using my mind. Now, do you finally realize the greatness of this young master before you? Ha ha ha, Euro. I must say, you are already annoying when you are a friend. It is doubly now that you are an enemy. Especially that laugh of yours," Jack uttered. He started casting a spell. "Ice Ring? Retreat," John commanded. All his summons reacted swiftly, clearing the area before the spell hit. Jack was astonished. John identified his spell when the rune had just started casting. It was not even 1/4 of the rune yet. John's speed in identifying a spell was even more swift than Assistant Manager Ironhand. Jack was hoping to hit John's minions with the freezing or slowing effect of his spell. If he only wanted damage, it was better to use Whirlwind Slash, which needed no casting time. But these summons' health point was very high, similar to the natives and wilderness monsters. Jack didn't plan to waste his time dealing with this summons. Jack executed Shooting Dash. John had retreated some distances away when his summons started clashing with Jack. But Jack's Shooting Dash could dash 3 times now, covering a great distance. Jack aimed his dashes in between John's dirt golems, which were seemingly spread around. On his third dash, when Jack thought he was about to reach John, the avatar suddenly stood in his way. Jack's body crashed with the avatar. The avatar was very sturdy. The two stumbled back. "Do you think I placed my summons randomly? I left a clear path for you to take. I already know from where you will be coming at me," John uttered. Jack recovered his balance, but he sensed an attack coming. He somersaulted back as several projectiles shot by. It was the Fae. It was a summon that dealt range attacks. John joined in by casting Mana Bullet and Energy Bolts. While Jack was dodging the range attacks, the dirt golems had returned and surrounded Jack again with 9 stars formation. John cast Arcane Turbulence while Jack was trapped inside the formation. "Dream on if you think you can entrap me," Jack exclaimed and used Blitz Slash. His body zoomed past the encirclement, dealing slashing damages to the summons, and came out the other side where John was at. Jack was about to attack when he was startled to find 5 Johns in front of him. Mirror image? But the mana amongst the 5 is similar, Jack thought in confusion. The mirror image should only have one true body. When Master cast this spell, he could easily identify the real one, but why it's different this time? Yet, he did sense some dissimilarities between the 5 images, some were more obscure. Jack surmised he should be able to tell the real body if he focused more attention. But at that time, John's avatar had arrived behind him. Jack rolled to the side as the avatar's twin blade came slashing. Feeling vexed by constant disruptions from the summons, Jack was not patient enough to focus his mana sense. He used Wind Slash. 2 wind energies crisscrossed amongst all 5 images of John. Whichever the real one was, it would still get hit. All 5 Johns cast Magic Shield. Their magic shields were a larger version than normal, shaped like a kite shield. Jack had informed his guild's core members about equipment imprinting, allowing them to do the same. Despite protection from the magic shield, John still received damage from the Wind Slash. Jack knew now which was the real one since the real one showed damage numbers above the head. Jack sent Sword of Light as a follow-up. His attack smashed John's magic shield to pieces and again dealt damage. "Hey! What are you guys doing? Cast heal on me!" John shouted at the spectators. The spectators were baffled. "Wasn't it you who say no aiding no matter what?" One of them snapped from the daze and cast heal on him. John's Fae continued shooting its range attacks to try hindering Jack. Its attacks had a chance to cause poison and confused. Jack had been inflicted by its poison, but luckily no confused yet. He would have to use his headband's cleansing ability if he did. He ignored the poison effect as his health point recovery was enough to counteract the effect. The dirt golems and giant lizard had come again to encircle him. "I must admit I'm impressed. I thought I can kill you with only my main class. Now even after using my 2 classes, I still have trouble. Taste my 3rd class then." "Wolf pack comes out," Jack uttered as 10 wolves came out. The lead alpha was the large black wolf from his Beastmaster trial. When the wolves appeared, William and everyone else except John had a shocked expression. They knew this was a Beastmaster skill, which meant Jack now had another class aside from Blade Dancer and Archmage. Each of the wolves immediately pounced at the giant lizard and 7 dirt golems, while the remaining 2 tried to lunge at the avatar. The avatar used formless flowing sword style to smack the 2 away before executing the burst slashes of the art towards Jack. Jack responded in kind. Uncountable sparks filled the air as their swords collided. Jack's strength and damage modifier were far higher. Every time their swords clashed, the avatar lost a bit of health point. But its health point pool was very high that such small overspill damages were meaningless. One of the 2 wolves that tried to attack the avatar was the alpha. It quickly recovered its balance and deftly jumped to the avatar's back, biting its neck. Jack used the interference to make a superhuman jump, somersaulting over the avatar's back. He then used charge to get close to John. The Fae continued shooting, but its damages were too low for Jack's defense and Jack was still not affected by the confused state. The chance was low and Jack's resistance was high. John had no choice but to rely on himself. He cast Barrier before casting Magic Bind. Jack sensed the Magic Bind taking effect on the path he was rushing on. Jack cancelled his charge and jumped to the side when a ring of light appeared. Jack cast the same spell in retaliation. John also deftly evaded the spell. Jack had heard from his regular chat messages with his grandfather that amongst all guild members, John was the most advanced in the improvement of mana sense. The guy might be terrible during physical training, but Doman praised John's mental training, so Jack was not surprised when he saw his spell being dodged easily. Unfortunately for John, even if he successfully dodged Jack's spell, Jack was close enough. Jack fired a mana beam. The beam punctured the Fae while headed at John's head. John made a panic dive to evade the spell. While he was diving, Jack's speed had brought him before John. Jack executed Devouring Cross. John's barrier was completely devoured by the dark energy. Although the barrier absorbed enough damage to allow him to survive, his health point was only a hairbreadth remaining. "Time out!" John exclaimed. "Time out your sister. This is for betraying us," Jack said and sent a quick follow-up slash which took out John's remaining health point. John didn't set a party with any of the St. Edge's people around there, so when he fell, the combat was considered ended and his body disintegrated. Jack looked to the silent spectators. "I've not yet felt satisfied beating him. You people will have to bear my fury," Jack said to them. In the territory outside Heavenly Citadel, Manager Steelhand stood as he watched the coalition forces clash with everlasting Heavenly Legends forces at various spots. The terrains were difficult for them to group everyone together, There were many choke points, so it became a group fight at many different locations. To make matter worse, they found out these choke points were filled with traps. Many of their players received damage and were immobilized when stepping onto these traps, becoming sitting ducks for enemies' attacks. Additionally, Everlasting Heavenly Legends had a large number of native soldiers. Their numbers were not less compared to theirs who were top veteran guilds. The coalition players had trouble trying to punch through the defense, despite their sudden assault and superior number. Manager Steelhand held a small crystal in his hand. Scarface and the other coalition leaders stood beside him. There was a middle-aged man who was a level 45 gunner stood with them as well. He was not part of the coalition. His name was Rejim and his guild was called Jackal Crews. All right, our researches tell us only the native soldiers of one guild can be summoned. Corporate United will be the one to volunteer the force, Manager Steelhand said to the coalition leaders. But I need your words that any of you who manage to get into their guild hall will prioritize destroying our guild hostage token. You have my words, Scarface replied. The other leaders followed suit. Manager Steelhand then turned to Rejim and said, "It's time for you to show your worth. Don't worry, we are not gamers like you people, we are professionals," Rejim said. The others felt offended hearing his comment. It was true that many gamers still played games for fun and entertainment like in the olden days. But most of the top guilds here were also professionals who made a living out of the games they played. Yet no one rebuked this man because this man used to be a soldier before the world changed. Everyone in his guild was either a soldier, ex-soldier, or mercenary. They dabbled in the profession of life and death. Their guild was a newly formed guild that was formed when these spread-out soldiers found each other after some time. They were not gamers, but their adaptability made them fast learners. After coming together and forming a guild, they approached the top guilds to sell their expertise, becoming a mercenary guild. Corporate United, who had vast connections, immediately found out about them and called for their service in this invasion. After getting confirmation from all the leaders here, Manager Steelhand activated the crystal in his hand. It was a guild army summoning crystal. This was the tool to summon a guild's native soldier into the enemy guild's territory. Shortly, the space around the coalition leaders was filled to the brim with native soldiers. Corporate United had been diligent in increasing their native forces. Despite a reduction in their resources due to paying a portion to Everlasting Heavenly Legends, they still managed to build a force that was slightly larger than Everlasting Heavenly Legends. The native soldiers that were summoned here were around 800 in number, comprised of archers, knights, cavalries, mages, healers, and housecarls. Housecarls were a variant of foot soldier that were produced from a rare soldier token. Housecarls carried axes and large shields. They were highly resistant against range attacks. After the native army was summoned, the crystal in Steelhand's hand turned into a miniature platform that was rooted at the place it was activated. This became the base for the invading force. If this platform was destroyed, all the invading native soldiers would be returned to their headquarters. The platform showed a map of Heavenly Citadel's territory. Most of the map was covered by gray fog. The 800 units were shown inside this map interface. Manager Steelhand could give his native army orders from this platform. "All right, let's move out," Manager Steelhand said and started sending instructions to the native soldiers. Corporate United's trained units spread out and assisted the coalition players who were still having a problem breaking through the choke points. With the sudden boost in their enemy's manpower, Everlasting Heavenly Legends had trouble keeping their defensive line. They continued getting pushed. Utilizing the time when their armies were holding the line, Jeannie and the core members had regrouped with the others. She reorganized the members to mount an effective defensive effort. But after the emergence of Corporate United's native army, the situation looked grim. While Jeannie was still trying to distribute the manpower to hold the line, troubling reports started coming in. The reports mentioned that a small number of opponents had managed to sneak in through the supposedly untraversable terrain and ambush their defense from behind. Each of these opponents was very skillful and they had lost many casualties. Seeing that the defense line started to crumble, Jeannie issued a tactical withdrawal. They were to regroup at the wall gate. They would make a final stand there similar during the last battle. Genie sent the core member experts to help with the withdrawal. These opponents mentioned in the report sounded troublesome. She didn't want them to lose too much manpower or they wouldn't be able to make a stand at the wall gate. Genie also tried sending a message to Jack about their current situation, but she received a reply that her message was blocked. Jack had probably gone into an area that jammed the transfer of messages. This caused Genie to worry even more. At one of the choke points where a squad of Everlasting Heavenly Legends members was retreating, the native soldiers were doing their best to block the enemy's advance while slowly retreating with the players. The players were at the back, but they were currently being harassed by some enemy players. These players were fewer in number than them, yet it was the Everlasting Heavenly Legends players who were having difficulty trying to survive. These small number of opponents were all from the Guild Jackal crews, and almost all of them were using the Assassin or Gunner class. The reason was that almost every soldier, when they were offered their class choices at the start, chose the dagger weapon. A long sword was impractical while a staff wasn't deadly enough. A dagger was what they were familiar with. Afterward, when the choice came to Archer and Rogue, it was mostly 50-50 for them. The one that chose Archer was because it allowed them to fight in range, something they were good at despite the weapon being a primitive one. While those that chose Rogues because they still find themselves more familiar with a dagger compared to a bow or crossbow. When the elite class choice arrived, it was a more easy choice. Gunner would be every soldier's preferred choice. While for the ones that had picked Rogue class, they stuck with the dagger specialist type, which was the Assassin class. Hence why this guild had so little variety in classes between its members. Even so, it didn't make them less deadly. All they needed was their killer instincts. The game skills and attributes were only accessories in their opinion. Ha 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 Euro, these kids were sheep. One of the Jackal crew's assassins named Lenny exclaimed. Most of the Everlasting Heavenly Legends were players who used to play games just for fun. That's why the majority were young people. Lenny easily weaved through the arrows shot by a teenager who was still in Archer class. When he arrived before the teenager, he stabbed his dagger onto the teenager's throat without hesitation, resulting in a critical hit. Damn! I'm still not used to seeing people being alive after getting stabbed on the throat, Lenny said and delivered a few more hits to finish the teenager Archer off. Stay sharp. Don't get careless. The leader of their team here, who was Jim, warned. Don't worry, boss. With me here, this mission is as good as complete. Let's head over to aid the other teams once we are done here, Lenny said, clearly not heeding Jim's warning. Hey, they send reinforcements, his teammate said. They turned and saw two people approaching. They were the experts Genie sent to assist with the withdrawal. What reinforcements? Only two people. You guys finish up here. I will deal with these so-called reinforcements, Lenny said and headed off. Jim watched Lenny go. He wanted to say something but decided against it. This guy liked to brag, but his skill was indeed genuine. Let him do what he did best, Jim thought. Even though their opponents here were inexperienced youths, these youths still outnumbered them. They only dealt with the players, they avoided the native soldiers as those natives' health point was very high. It would take too long a time to deal with those natives. All they needed to do was create enough disturbance to allow their client's force to break through. Lenny, in the meantime, was getting closer to the two reinforcements. Not a youth this time, he uttered when he had a clear look at his opponents. One was indeed a youth in a white robe. Lenny did inspect and found this youth to be a level 43 priest. The other was an armored old man, a level 44 weapon master.